Oh, that's Marc's campaign. Matt's campaign.
Okay.
Okay, there we go.
I'm confused.
Everything should be good audio-wise for the stream.
Okay,
all that.
thanks, bud.
You were. Wait. Did we meet you already in that campaign?
Not yet.
Okay. You were busy last week?
Yeah, I couldn't.
Okay.
What was, I can't remember what it was, but yeah, I
I
couldn't.
can't remember whether you were there or not. So.
Yeah,
sorry.
no, I wasn't.
Yeah, aren't you the blood hunter?
No, actually, I'm not a blood hunter.
Who's the blood hunter?
Matt
Was that
was.
Matt?
Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
Matt was
the
there.
blood hunter.
For some reason, I thought he couldn't make it. Or
Yeah.
Mark, are you okay?
I
That's
had
an
a
extreme
drink.
short-term memory loss there, bud.
Nah,
fell over too.
I was in the same problem.
Actually, speaking of which, I'm going to get some water.
Yes,
I will-
I've been definitely drinking water too.
Ooh, wait, are we having one of those streams?
One of what streams?
Mark, we drinking some Russian water here?
Are you two drinking vodka?
Some vodka. Yes.
Oh, fuck.
Let's get cheeky breaky.
Jiggy breaky.
Mm-mm.
Your boy
Well,
got-
guys, I'm gonna go make some milk.
Oh, God.
I
My
like
boy's
rum
gonna make
punch.
some
Everyone
milk.
You just
Get
take
whatever the
milk,
fuck
you
you
take
need to
whiskey,
get.
and then you drink it.
Now, you ever heard of milk? It's just milk and beer.
I like that too.
I
Nah.
hate this.
I never want to drink that. That's just a cocktail in a video game I play. I'm gonna go
that
get
sounds
milk, though.
so horrible.
Oh, it's the worst thing.
It's a milk stout.
I thought I
horrible.
heard I'm gonna go make milk, and I was really concerned.
No, I was gonna make milk.
Okay, that's
Paul,
slightly
Paul, I
better.
had just drank water right when you said that. I almost fucking
So
died.
sorry. I almost murdered you.
But not seriously, I'm gonna go get milk.
That was
I'll be right
hideous
back.
laughter. I almost hideous laughed you.
Oh, God.
What?
Monster. He used best spell in real life.
You've become the very thing you swore to destroy.
Does everyone have their drink, their snacks, their whatever the fuck they need?
Unfortunately, I drank it. No, yeah.
I am asking, is everyone ready to prepare? Is everyone here? Is everyone present?
At least physically.
No, I'm absent.
Paul.
Uh,
Good sound off. Never mind, we're good.
Let us play in absence.
I believe that means everyone is here and we are good to go.
I just got here.
Wait,
Alright.
I have to go. See, no, I'm joking.
I am going
yeah,
to
you got
throw
12.
a dice at you and you are going to take a literal d20 damage as I shove it down your throat.
Okay, I'll use one of my real dice here to.
I was just letting you know you forgot.
Deep throat that dice, Mark. Do it.
imagine having to swallow a d20.
Have you never done it before?
No.
Crunchy.
I
Usually,
can swallow a d20.
Don't claim
Yeah,
you're
you
a D&D fan.
usually what I do is
Don't
I
eat
swallow it
dice.
and I look at what the roll was in my stomach.
The forbidden
Okay.
candies.
Forbidden math candy.
Okay,
Forbidden
so
math candy.
I believe last time.
It's like getting addicted to math.
I
Shut
want
the
to
fuck
make.
up, or I'll be handing out D4 soon.
Fine.
I believe when we.
I want to make actual candy dice.
Oh my fucking god!
Okay, we're done.
Are you sure?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes. We already.
As much as I want to do it again, I'm not going to.
I'm not sure. I'm
Ready
sad.
to play, Captain?
Oh my
Even
god.
funnier
Okay.
the second time.
Last time when we played, some of y'all had funky dreams, and you were taking some time in Demithras while Volley was looking at the tablet and crystals that you brought back from the Wendigo Cavern. There was a break-in at the palace, and when you investigated, Volley was hurt, and if I remember correctly, one of the tablet pieces was broken or stolen, if I remember correctly. Leaving you with one tablet piece, the second one which you brought back, and the crystal, which Volley had examined and determined to be a crystal of unknown origin with magical power as far as he could tell. But if you want to learn more about this crystal, which technically belongs to Suka, he advised that the best course of action for you all would be to go try to seek out the Dunanilf, the Dark Elves, as they specialize in magic crystals. So you arranged for transport, and after doing a little investigating at the scene of the crime and all that, you did a little bit of transport, took a ride down the river, messed around, and had a drinking contest in Vagoheimer, a small island that's like a tourist destination, before proceeding into the largest forest in the continent, where you got into a fight with some vines and some tree ants, and that was fun. You found a statue, if I remember correctly, and you made a giant arrow in the ground with rocks and trees to point towards the statue that you found. And then you spent the rest of the day repairing the ship. And I will say you all have repaired the ship, and the ship is proceeding down the river. And, oh, do I get to roll something now? I might get to roll something. Holy shit.
Gonna ask a question.
You can ask a question while I'm finding whatever the fuck I need to read.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Wasn't the tablet stolen by one of the same kinds of elves that we're going to visit?
Volley did say that, as far as he could tell, it was stolen by a Dunanilf, a dark elf, yes.
Okay.
He couldn't tell anything else about the figure aside from the fact that it was a dark elf.
I also may be misremembering, but last time didn't we eat some fruit or something like that?
Yes, as you were traveling down the river, there was a bunch of fruit hanging from the trees. And some of y'all had the idea to pick the fruit and bite into it, and a bunch of baby spiders crawled out.
It was crunchy.
Suka seemed to enjoy the fruit until someone else shouted, "Hey, these are spider eggs!" And then y'all got rid of the spiders, and I believe someone threw it up in the air, sending spiders all over the deck.
I think someone hit it with a fireball.
That was Taliesin. I remember that.
It was me.
Yeah, and someone threw it straight up in the air. So where the fuck is the place that I'm supposed to roll? Oh, no.
Continuing down the boat, or down the river.
Yes,
rather,
you all are on the steamboat that you're taking, and you're continuing down the river.
I do want to ask one question.
Yes.
You said that I could exchange one of my efficiencies for another one, just relating to like the star maps. Would a cartographer's kit or would a navigator's true proficiency make more sense?
For the stars.
Yeah, for the star thing.
Cartography is more maps. So the difference is cartography would be the actual maps, like being able to make maps and read them and everything. Navigation would be applying the knowledge on those maps in a useful way.
Or just looking at the stars and navigating.
Being able to look at the stars, being able to apply the knowledge from those maps, whereas cartography is making those maps and being able to transcribe it in a legible manner and that sort of thing. So, whichever you think would be more useful, being able to navigate by the stars or being able to make maps of the stars.
Or whichever one you think that your character would be more likely to have actually learned.
Yes. Either is actually valid in the Sky Elf culture. So you could
Sky Elf?
Whatever the Hador Elf.
Okay.
Well, yes.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah. I was.
But like, it depends on how Lewis wants to role play him. Like,
exactly, that's what I'm saying. Like, either of those are valid options. You can pick whatever you think would be better.
Okay. I'll need half a sec, but don't stop for it.
Yeah. So y'all end up repairing the ship with the help from the crew, and it takes about a day. So you all do get a long rest. So you can replenish all of that. And you spend the night docked, just kind of... Some of them were still finalizing repairs and all that, but mostly it was just letting everyone take a moment to breathe after encountering the tree ant fight. And after... are any of you awake during the night, or are you just all just like asleep under deck?
I mean, I would probably be interested in drawing star stuff.
I told them
Are
I'd
there
work.
normal?
So
like-
if I'm working, then I'm probably gonna be doing
Like,
what?
What's the condition of the boat? Like, is it still sailing at night, or do they stop and pull into a cove? Or...
Normally they would not stop at night, however, because of the repairs that were happening, they're just, like, making sure everything is safe, and they're kind of stopped right now for the night. As well, there is still the, I believe, oh god, I actually gotta check them out. I believe there is still a fallen log and a bunch of vines blocking the river.
No, we cut the log.
Did you? I could not remember. If you cleared that, then that's fine. But yeah, pretty much they're just taking time to make sure everything is repaired and making sure the passengers are all okay and all that. And so this is unusual.
I think we'd set or talk with the captain about making a watch or setting some kind of watch or something like that.
Yeah, I said I would work for them anyways, so.
Okay, then yeah, he would add you to the crew roster, and I'll say that there's at least two of you in the middle of the night.
Okay.
So whoever
I
wants to
watching, or I don't care who watches.
As long as
care either.
we have dark vision, it's fine.
Yeah.
Which is like everyone except. No, is that like everyone?
I don't know anyone who doesn't.
I think everyone in the party actually has it. Hold on.
That's not that uncommon.
Yeah, I think the only one who didn't have it was Hvitserk. So Jasuk and Suka.
Starting off the rolls.
So Suka, you don't see anything during your shift. You just
skill rolls at least.
You just hear a few of the crew members banging on the side of the ship, kind of quietly doing a few repairs, talking quietly amongst themselves, and the sounds of the forest. There's animals moving around. There's the sounds of the trees rustling. Nothing that appears to happen, and your shift passes, and you hand it over to Jasuk. And Jasuk, you're spending your watch, keeping an eye on things as well, kind of looking up as what you can see of the stars through the tree branches above. And as you're standing there, you feel uncomfortable, just like the hairs on the back of your neck standing up. And you feel like there's something moving, but you can't quite see it. And you turn around looking at the opposite side of the ship, and you can swear the terrain looks a little bit different on the opposite side of the ship. It looks almost like it was rearranged. But aside from that, you can't tell if anything's different.
Can I send my familiar to take a look around?
Yes, you may.
Can I also spend my 2 hours of, like, light activity? Kind of just, like, looking at the water.
Okay.
Are there any fish in the water?
There are a few fish. There happens to be a small school of fish kind of swimming about in the river. You're kind of in a slower spot of the river. So there's more fish here. And this appears to be a long, slender fish that appears to have glowing spots along its sides.
Ooh, sparkly.
Do I know what kind of fish they are? Have I ever seen these before? Because this is the same river that I came up to originally to.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
You may not know exactly what this species is, but you know you've seen something familiar. Okay. So it isn't exactly a foreign species to you. It may be like is a subspecies somewhat related to the fish that you know. It has the similar glowing dots on the sides. That even though it's not pitch black or anything, they're still glowing quite bright in the water, which is honestly quite pretty. Now that you no longer have tree ants and such trying to kill you.
Can I talk to them real quick?
How?
So as a lurker in the deep warlock, I have the ability called Scion in the Deep, which means anything that has an inherent swimming speed within 120 feet of you can understand and respond telepathically.
Oh shit! All right,
so I'm just gonna telepathically reach out and be like, hey, is there anything in the water around this area that's sketchy or anything? Anything that you would be afraid of?
The fish kind of pause in their swimming. Some of them turn around a little bit, almost looking for who ended up speaking or where the sound is coming from. One of them kind of pauses and sees you peering over and sees your shadow on the water. And the fish pause and just reply, no. Safe.
Oh, well,
River safe.
thank you. Appreciate it. Have a good.
But otherwise, aside from all that, the night seems to pass relatively calm.
Does my bird not see anything?
Your bird, the bird just, the terrain is a little bit different. Maybe some of the trees look like they've shifted to one side. A bit of the land perhaps has rolled a little bit. But aside from that, your bird doesn't really see anything different. There's no creatures that are around. There's nothing else. It's just very pretty. The darker the night gets, the more illuminated the forest gets. Fireflies coming out. Some of the trees appear to glow, kind of like, have y'all seen Avatar with the blue people, where like the forest is glowing in the night?
Little bits and pieces of it. Yeah.
That's kind of what this is like, where it's just like various plants and such. They just have all of bioluminescence and various colors of blues and purples and reds. So it's all very pretty, actually.
Yeah. Nice.
But yeah,
Well, I guess I just call the bird back.
Yep.
Go back to looking at the stars.
Mm-hmm. Yep. You're not able to see very much of the stars because the forest overhead it's very thick. But because you're in the river area, you're able to see a few of the stars poking out overhead. Overall, the night passes nice and quiet, and next morning, Captain calls everyone back to work. The ship shoves off, the path is clear, and you continue down the river. And you continue on, nothing else appears to happen. Ooh, good. Fuck, I almost dropped my dice. That would have been terrible again. Yeah, so nothing else happens. It's just kind of, at least after the tree, and now it's just a pretty boat ride. And you're able to continue without a problem to Skogavatr. And you leave the forest, and the terrain around you, for a little bit, it is more of like grassy plains, scattered trees and foliage everywhere. And then it starts growing a little more mountainous. The water is moving a little faster. The foliage is getting a little bit more like pine trees and that sort of thing instead of more like deciduous trees. And it's for now it's not exactly colder. It's definitely more humid though, but about the same temperature wise. It's just more humid, which is honestly kind of disgusting.
I'm sure I love it.
You probably do. Suka is probably not having a good time, I would say, though. Yeah, no, but this is not the type of climate that you are used to. It's humid, it's kind of mild temperature-wise. It's just not fun for you. So you come to the village of Skogavatr, which is a small village set on the side of a river. There's plenty of little buildings, appears to be a small marketplace. Not really the kind of place that this fancy steamboat would be stopping usually. However, the docks seem to be a little more well taken care of. And it kind of seems like it's a refuel place for ships continuing on.
This?
Yes, this would be, yeah, that's where you are now. After, I think, it might have been like another day of travel, but kind of you don't stop, so nothing really happened. Jasuk, I believe you said that you, or at least you and Ewan, were kind of from this region, right?
It's possible that we were down here for a time. Yeah.
I wanted to say.
Yeah, I originally was from like all the way up there. I thought.
Yeah, I know you were, but
yeah.
I know you and Ewan kind of lived together.
I've been around.
Bjorn made deliveries to this town too.
Okay.
From.
I'm just trying to figure out who of you may know this town.
Yeah, Ewan and Jasuk would have.
I think you saw that. I definitely don't know this town.
I definitely don't.
I don't know where Dath has been, where he's come from. I don't know what this man has been doing his entire life.
He's a mysterious wanderer.
He just popped into existence in Dimithras. He's been nowhere else in life.
Yeah.
Yeah. Paul, where's that
Mysterious
6-page
wanderer
backstory?
who has never existed.
So Jasuk and Bjorn know where they are.
Jasuk and Bjorn. Okay. Yep. So this to you two, this town is vaguely familiar. Best way I can describe it is kind of like Riverwood from Skyrim. So it's kind of like that little aesthetic where it's a small, quaint little town. There's not too many buildings. A lot of them are built on the river. There's a little bit of a water wheel type deal, and all that. Jasuk and Bjorn.
Actually, I have no idea what it looks like. I haven't
You
played Skyrim.
monster!
Ah,
How dare you not have a...
How dare you have never played our Lord
Played
and
that
Savior, Skyrim. Hold
Now,
on.
Skyrim is not our Lord and Savior. Our Lord and Savior is obviously our
Arena.
Todd Howard.
Elder Scrolls 1.
Yes,
Todd
Elder
Howard.
Scrolls
it's funny
Arena.
because everything good about Skyrim came from the people who played Skyrim and made a mod about it.
There
No,
you go, Lewis.
I'm Todd Howard,
I
and I
mean,
made the
The
greatest
good
game
parts
all
about
ever
Skyrim
made.
are when you shout and the
I've posted
bear
photos
goes
in voice text.
flying off into the distance. It
Yeah,
never
the
comes
ragdoll
back down.
physics.
That's
So-
the best part about it.
Yeah,
I just
so
didn't
Bjorn and Jasuk, you both know that this is oh god, you know that this is a logging village for the most part. It mostly relies on the selling of wood and other goods to other places around the continent, most predominantly Krien, is where they sell a lot of their wood carving type stuff. And it's a small town. You both have been here before, so you know that it has mostly just a general store, a blacksmith, the logging camp, and a small marketplace. There aren't really any inns or taverns. Hence why most of the time when ships pass through, it's just kind of a quick stop, grabbing food, grabbing water, restocking supplies, dropping off any goods that they may have, and then continuing on. And as far as you all are aware, this is your intended destination. At least on ship. So the ship ends up docking, and y'all are free to roam. Oh
Yep.
god.
Well, I'm gonna go find a place to send my letter.
I wonder what the
Yes.
logistics of this logging camp is.
Oh god.
The logistics. You can't say.
Logistics. I hate that.
Oh, right. Apparently, to cast Identify, I need a material component, a 100p pearl. And
Pearl?
and we didn't have it the last time we used it.
Fuck it. I'll
Wait,
let you get
what's
away
that?
with it that time. I don't care.
Identify.
I've
Identify.
never used the material component for Identify ever.
Do you have a spell focus?
I spell focus, yes.
You do?
Yeah, spell focus is just
I didn't hear it cut out.
Oh, yes, I do.
If you have a
Okay.
focus, as long as it's not consuming the item, it's fine. Normally.
Yeah.
I thought it was as long as it's
Or
not
unless it
consuming
specifies
or
a price.
unless it specifies a price. And
It
the
does.
pearl apparently
Well-
specifies a price.
It's not consumed, but
But
That's
I've
what-
never
yeah.
even played in a campaign that requires.
It's not
pearl.
consumed. It's like the metaphysics. It's like sucking the value out of the item. It turns it from a shiny pearl to a dull pearl. Just
No, it's not consumed.
that's not consuming it. That's just transforming it into something of a lesser worth.
But it
because you
doesn't
used
get
them.
rid of the price either.
But no, you get to keep.
Yeah, it's just
You just have
like,
to maintain the item in your possession of
Uh,
a precious item.
Yeah, I'm not gonna give a shit
Is that-
about it for past stuff
Okay.
that's already happened. For the future, you probably will need it.
All right, cool. Well,
But I'm not gonna like penalize you retroactively or anything.
cool.
So yeah, so Bjorn for
Okay.
sending. a
Eventually, we will need to find a pearl. I cannot purchase one now, though.
letter. You wouldn't even be
money
able to
do
find
I
one in
have?
this town. I'm just gonna say that far out.
Yeah, I figured not. Logging Town
we went-
probably wouldn't have
If
pearls.
we went further south, you probably could.
Yeah,
I should
most
say, if
likely.
we could get to the edge of the coast, I could probably find one.
I mean,
Just put
If
some
we-
sand under your tongue and wait.
if we went to my hometown, we could find one, and I'd have a place for you to stay.
Speaking of where we're going,
But no.
where are we going?
Uh,
I thought we were
Somewhat-
going to the Deniigi city.
we're going somewhere up in the mountains.
Well, I don't
From
know
what I
where that
remember.
is.
None of you know where the city is. The most that you know is it is somewhere in the mountains.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the
Alright.
last time I was there, I was two.
Which side? I see mountains to the left and mountains to the right.
Well, I was gonna ask some information, probably.
Why are we even going to see the Dark Elves?
It's something to do with
Because they stole
you know,
the thing.
Because
Like,
they still,
one Dark Elf stole it,
because
but
the Dark Elf stole the thing,
No,
and
it's-
so they're gonna tell us about the other thing.
this magic glowy rock thing I have here.
So we need to know about the glowy glowy.
Yes, the glowy glowy.
Yes.
Yes.
That we got from that the Windigo.
Wait, I'm not going to go commit hate crimes?
No, that's for the other campaign.
These are my people. Kind of.
Yeah, would
Also, it isn't a hate crime.
would Taliesin know
Are you-
where his city is?
Are you?
How
the
old
last time
was-
we were there
Because
Was Taliesin when he last went to the city?
He was 2 years old when they left.
2 years old. Are you full dark elf?
did
No,
you,
I'm only half.
You're a half elf. You would not know where the city is.
did you
Alternate
mention that
question.
to everyone else? I don't remember if you did.
Yeah, I was literally like in characters like, yeah, I mean these are my people. The last time I was there I was 2, but like still.
Yeah, no, but I don't remember if Suka knows that you're half dark.
No,
elf.
you guys.
Alternate question: Would
half elf.
would
Well, I mean,
Jasuk
Suka
or
hasn't
Bond-
seen any else.
What was it, Lewis?
He doesn't have pointy ears.
No, half elves have pointy ears.
They don't
Do
have
they have-
antlers.
He has pointy
Long
ears, but he doesn't have horns.
So this is a little bit of a retroactive thing. Unfortunately, I revised a little bit when I updated the race sheet. Half elves, they have horns.
the half elves.
A little bit, just a little bit.
The elves.
Half elves have.
When will the lies end?
Oh my god. Half elves have slightly pointed ears, not very much. As well, they have somewhat of horns. They're very, very small compared to normal elves, and some of them just have like places where horns would grow, but they don't actually grow much more than small nubs. Quarter elves, however, which I mean stat-wise, I'd just leave them the same as half elves. Quarter elves, however, do not have horns, and the most they have is pointy ears and the dark vision / reflective eye shine.
But do they have like skin color and funky
Half
hair?
elves do have the skin color change. So they mostly resemble normal elves, aside from the shorter ears and the fact that they have white sclera instead of the dark colored sclera.
And basically no.
Scalera.
Yeah, and then the quarter elves, they look almost essentially human, aside from the pointy ears and the fact that they may have strange eye colors and their eyes seem to reflect light in dark situations.
What evolutionary advantage does having a different skin color than humans have for the elves? Oh, sorry. Ignore that question.
It
entirely.
depends on the
They're
creation.
entirely different species.
Don't worry about it.
I would have an
You
answer for you,
can
but
say
I'm
they're
not gonna get
entirely
into it.
different species because they
But yeah,
can
you can say
produce
Taliesin is a quarter
vital
elf if you don't
offspring.
want the horns or the pointy ears, or if you don't want horns, you can say that, and I'll just let you keep the stats. Or you can keep him as a half elf, and he'd just have like maybe small nubs that are like maybe an inch in length, if you wanted them really tiny.
Or less than that.
They could be even less.
You said like places where they grow, but they don't
Yeah,
actually
sometimes
grow
they
at all.
have like places where it grows and they don't grow. Some of them grow small horns that maybe are like 2 inches in length.
Yes,
Sometimes a little
yes.
longer. It depends on
Are they like
Okay.
wisdom
Okay.
teeth?
the genetics.
And you take them out. They grow in upside down.
Oh god.
No, anyway.
No, they can literally take them out, just like pop
But
them off.
Taliesin, you would have left with your parents, or at least whichever was your elf parent, because the dark elves would have ostracized whoever your elf parent is,
Yeah,
rather
that was my
heavily
poor
and
mama.
forcibly kicked them out of the city, perhaps even removed their memories, or at least removed your parents' memories, believing that you were too young to remember anything, so that way they would not reveal the location of the dark elf city.
Can I make a history check to see if I got that in my blood?
You may. I will warn you, it is probably going to be a high DC.
I don't give a fuck.
You may
I'll
certainly
go
try
for
it,
it.
though.
Come
where you're
on,
gonna roll that
boys.
20.
Let's do it.
Come on, boy.
Come
Get
on.
that good.
Fuck! Not a nat 20, but that actually is a pretty damn high roll.
A nat 19.
Holy
Pretty
shit.
close.
Okay.
They're 19.
You do
Channel
not
that
remember the actual location of the city. You have a few faint memories of being in darkly lit caverns illuminated by the glow of crystals and carvings on the walls. And you remember looking out onto a mountain range and seeing a river and a lake, but there were smaller mountains on the opposite side away from you.
Oh. So
So it's in the mountains
my
somewhere.
question is still pertinent. Do we
Okay.
know if it's to the mountains on our left or on our right? Or
There are smaller mountains across a river.
Well, we're going we're going south, so the taller
Yes.
mountains are to our right, correct?
Yes.
Yes, your taller
Well,
mountains
that's
would be
what I
on your right.
So I think we're supposed to go to the mountains on the right, because if I remember correctly, we don't want to go to the tiny mountains.
No tiny mountains for us. Then. Just the big
Yes.
mountains. Big mountains for big men.
Can I mail my letter yet?
Yes. Well, while they're like discussing on the docks, trying to figure out where the fuck they're going, you wandered off, and there appears to be near the docks. There's like a small courier service. There's like a tiny little stand on the docks that appears to be like this town's mail post, where letters from this town are then sent on like the nearest ship that is then leaving towards the nearest destination. So you can mail it there, and it's like I'll say it's like 5 copper to send the letter.
Okay. I'm guessing the letter.
Depending on the location. I'm assuming it's...
I'm gonna sing the leader.
I did want to ask
It's
if
right there.
Oh, yeah, then that's
Jasuk
just
would
5
have
copper.
known.
Yeah,
I didn't want to know if Jasuk knows anything about the dark elves due to just the time he spent in the city. Just
So, what you would know about dark elves would be mostly what you've heard from rumors in the city about the dark elves, which are the neighbors of the city. And most of what the rumors were talk about the dark elves being utter barbarians, killing anyone that they see on sight, being just absolute heretics. In some places like Demithras, they know that the dark elves know about crystals, but for the majority of the continent, elves are viewed as primitive savages, which tends to prevent people from going and looking for them in most cases. So that's what you've heard about the dark elves, about your cousins per se.
so heretics in what sense?
They don't follow any of the traditional Durarath gods.
Did
So, like,
the
red
Regolith
elven
not either?
What was that?
Even the elven ones?
The people here in the city do not know. They just know that they do not follow Ire, they don't follow Hage, they don't follow
Yeah, that
Vagar.
makes sense.
Okay, I guess this other question follows more to my knowledge of elves in general.
Mm-hmm.
Is there an elvish pantheon?
Yes,
Or
there
do
is.
the elves... Ah, okay.
I believe I sent photos of some of them.
You have.
Okay, I figured those were just like the general pantheon.
I only did 2 of them because I'm lazy. I will resend them really quick in voice chat.
Well, if I remember, one of the people is a woman now instead of a man.
Multiple ones are women now.
Yeah.
Those are,
Okay, those two.
All have vaginas and penises.
one of them remained a male though. So that would be the Earth Goddess and then the Star Goddess. I did not end up depicting. I think
So you would probably be a fan of the Star Goddess.
You-
just so-
I feel like fucking around and making
At the
my character
time
German just-
of me deciding that he was a fan of the stars, I did not even know that there was a star goddess, but he probably would be.
the elves are not particularly religious per se. They tend to believe more heavily in science, in what is actually real and physical. So there is a religion throughout the elf communities. However, it is just not like super big, or people aren't like devoutly religious. It's just kind of loosely there.
You mean like sort of like the ancient, like Plato and the ancient Greeks, where he would like say the gods existed but didn't really care about them too much?
Yeah, not like devoutly praying to them. For a better way to describe it is, for the elves, mostly the gods are figures in mythology. So the elves,
Okay.
in their mythology, they believe that Nenar, the sky goddess, she placed the stars to help guide the elves by providing them a map, something that they could use to navigate. And then the Wudu-Finilf, the wood elves, believe that the earth goddess, that their home is the center of the forest, the center of the earth, and that is where she sleeps, and they live in essentially her heart after she created the world. So they more are mythological figures rather than something they devoutly pray to or believe in. It's just more of that kind of thing.
Okay, so I accidentally made something incredibly thematically accurate.
Yes, you did. But yeah, so you mostly just know the rumors. the contact between elf colonies isn't very constant. There have been some messages sent from the other elf colonies, however, they mostly keep to themselves. So you know of the Dark Elves, and you probably know that the rumors you've heard aren't exactly true. You do know that the Dark Elves are much more aggressive and more likely to fight than the other 2 elf colonies, Jasuk specifically, just because of what you know.
And what was the name of the star goddess? Just trying to get these
I
things.
believe I have a pinned list.
Minar or Nenar?
I have a pinned list in Abby's game.
I'll look for that then.
Yeah, I pinned the entire Elven pantheon, and all of their names, and what their Durarath equivalents are. But yes, you know that the Dark Elves are a little more aggressive and prone to stab first and talk later. However, they're not exactly like the full-on barbarian heretic kind of thing that the humans are making them out to be in this village.
So they're going to commit hate crimes against us.
Potentially. Depends. No. If the rumors are to be believed, yes.
But I wanted to commit hate crimes.
Says the most cowardly member of this party.
Hey.
Unfortunately, if the opponent's already committing hate
Why
crimes,
did you have to run away? Why?
It felt like it.
Everyone is dead because of you.
Anyway, ignoring that flashback, let's continue. Where were we? Someone sent a letter and we're going to
Bjorn
the right.
sent a letter. The rest of you
To
were
the
talking on
west.
the docks, trying to figure out where the fuck you guys were going. If you have animals, you unloaded them, and you plan to head out to the larger mountains to kind of your right, which are the side of the river that you guys are on, that the village is set on.
Are the mountains snowy? Like, do we need to worry about exposure and that kind of stuff?
They are in the distance and they're growing up above you, but you can see that there is snow on the mountains.
Okay. I think I probably have enough clothes.
Mm-hmm.
Based off of my
Do we need
knowledge
food?
of the Dark Elves, would they like be hostile to different types of elves?
You know that they like to...
You can give me inaccurate information. This is based
Let's
off of
just
what I know.
paint ourselves to look like Dark Elves.
You know that they like to keep to themselves. Generally, the different
Damn
subtypes of
elves.
elves like to keep to themselves, and they don't really interact with their cousins all that much. So there's a kind of a 50-50 chance you don't know if they will attack you or if they won't.
So they're gonna kill
That's
me,
right.
and I'm gonna
Blackface
get
might
to
be the
reroll.
proper option here.
Okay.
All right. Well,
But
should
Jasuk,
we?
I say one more thing. Jasuk, you do know that in all of the elf colonies, even in where you come from, they generally will kill anyone who is not an elf on site.
I figured as much.
God
Yeah.
damn.
Okay. So,
So just walking in the front door probably isn't an option.
do we need
You can
to
try it.
prepare?
But I would not
Right.
recommend.
Should we pair like a offering, or like when you come over to a neighbor's house and you like bring like a jar of pickled seal meat or something?
I do not believe that would work on the magnitude which they dislike outsiders. I don't think that would even really work
I'm
for...
not an outsider.
Well, I don't.
How do you make vinegar in the north where it would be hard to ferment things?
Well, I mean,
You make it in
freezes.
Disana.
You just leave it in the
Aha.
snow for a year.
You can also use your body warmth, just saying.
No,
Oh
we eat
yes,
it
keep a
frozen.
giant jar on you for like ever.
It's
Hey.
frozen.
If there's plenty of space in your butthole, you can always shove it out there.
No, we eat it cold. We don't. warm
What
it.
the hell did I just hear?
Wait, so you put
That's the
Bjorn
the
has just
liquid in
recently
your
returned
ass,
from mailing the letter, and this is
and
what he
then
wants.
you
Hold on.
shit it into
That's
the
the
jar of
Gayest
raw
thing I've
seafood.
ever heard.
Here,
Everyone-
let me show you. I'll pull a sword out of your butthole, Bjorn. And then he reaches right behind him and conjures a sword as he pulls his hand back violently. See,
Oh
look,
my
this
God.
came right out of your ass.
Oh
Fuck
my
what
god,
you, Elf.
or the shit metal.
What
Fuck
is
you.
wrong with you, Bjorn?
Fuck you all.
You got swords up your arse, bud.
What was it?
Fuck you.
That sounds like a legitimate disorder. You should get that checked by a doctor.
Or a smith.
Or
you
yeah,
all. What a
or a
priest.
smith.
Fuck you all.
The boomer is
Hey,
displeased.
you know, if you shit swords, maybe you shit other. And then he basically the sword disappears from his hand, and he pulls out a spear this time.
Oh my god, this just... How does that even
I've
sound?
heard about sword swallowing, but this is ridiculous.
This got to be longer than your whole body.
I'm hanging up.
Consequence.
Goodbye.
Well... You know... Sorry about that.
That's the most derailed shit.
That wasn't even derailed though. That was all in character.
That was in
fucking
character.
Well,
Everyone was doing voices.
Anyway.
I'm not
The
even counting
thing
as a
is-
derail.
The thing is, I can't do what I would do in fucking character or I'd die. I'd fucking kill you.
You know, Matthew would gladly like to die though.
and I mean, do
I
what,
know. I
do
think
what
you
you
could
have
take
to
'em.
do in character. I mean, we've done this before.
Oh
when
my god, he
Angus-
killed
Yeah,
him.
I think you could take him.
Both times it's been against me.
Well, you do it. You're the one who causes it.
I think
You
I
are
should
the
stop playing
instigator.
charisma characters.
If you want to fight, go ahead and fight. I will not stop you.
I will not fight. I would probably break them up if they did try and fight.
Okay.
Reclaim your honor.
I would probably use prestidigitation to make sound effects.
What
I would
sort of
turn
sound
into
effects?
a giant man and like put my hands on top of each of their foreheads and like hold them up.
Does it
Alright.
need a
Anyway.
spike helmet?
Technically speaking, I do.
I can grab around the spikes. Anyway,
Worst case scenario, turn into a moose, pick him up with the antlers.
yeah, and just carry him on my back up the mountain.
No, don't even carry him on your back. Literally, scoop him up with the antlers like a bulldozer.
Oh yeah,
Lamel.
antler him. That'll do it.
Hey,
Do I
put
have
me
access to
down. I
the
don't
tools
want
of
to
the law?
be
That's
manhandled.
Night of the Museum.
So we're going
reference.
up the mountain. Do we need, like, would nothing?
Wait, we're just
I
gonna
don't
like
know.
walk up to.
I don't think we should just walk up.
What
I
was
was
his
trying-
game plan then?
I was trying to talk about it,
no,
then
we
someone
don't just
got
walk
on a
up, that's
derail
what you
about
do.
keeping
Stab.
swords up one's ass.
What does it derail? Anyway, let's just like. I'm not gonna wait around all day. If I guess the whole point of coming down here is to figure out what this stone does, or how to use it, rather. So I'm just
But we can't
gonna
just
start
walk up to
walking,
the
I
elves
suppose.
And say, hello,
let's
we're
go.
from
We
out
cannot
to
go
that
in,
here.
So maybe.
So I'm gonna turn around and start walking into the mountains to the west. Just find any path I can.
Hey, at least
I-
let me help you. And then he
Well,
like runs
come
to
on.
I
catch
kind
up.
of,
Let's go.
I kind of wanted to ask around town to see if there was any dark elves that lived within the town.
Did
Well,
did everyone just
exiles.
walk away except for me and Jasuk?
I know Bjorn and Suka walked away. I don't know about it. Oh wait, no,
Well, I
Talis.
thought
Or, no,
Suka
not
and
Bjorn.
Taliesin
came
and Suka.
back.
Taliesin and Suka are the two who walked away.
Yeah, I came back.
Yeah, those
Do
two were
we
the ones
go
who
back and
ran off
look
by
for the
themselves,
elves?
leaving the rest of you standing. The last three.
I mean, I just wanted to do something instead of talking around with like a pair of nannies.
I think we should ask the town folk what they think, or what they know about the dark
Well, haven't-
elves.
I thought Jasuk was just telling us that they thought they were. Or,
Yeah,
I don't know if you told that.
I've been around here. I've been around here for a little bit of time, and I can tell you that the dark elves are not too fond of people just walking to their home. People
Or
generally
normal
are
elves
no.
like that too?
Well, no, but these will probably mount your head on the spear. I mean, normal elves would too, but they'd be rude about it.
I see.
The
even
point
worse.
being, you probably do not want to go in and find them, even if you. Maybe we can find someone who knows something about it down here, or maybe another dark elf down here. I mean, they
Well,
kick people out of their place, I assume, all the time, so there might be one or two dark elves just in the town wondering about it. I know about the crystal. I don't know.
Or we
Those
can just
bastards.
go up and if they try and put our heads on pikes, we can just put theirs on.
I like that
I mean,
idea. Why don't we
generally,
do that one?
I do not imagine the dark elves are the type to announce themselves before they try to stick your head on a pike. They will probably come like around you all at one time, and it will be kind of too late to run away.
Well, that's why I have eyes in the back of my head.
Well, that sounds like a lot of fun.
Actually,
But I mean, if
no.
that is the way that you want to die, you can go and do
I
it.
feel like the
But I would
dwarves
still
would
prefer
have
to do it
to
like
attack
a
my
simpler
family.
way to try to get a lot of information, maybe.
But
What
the
you
reason
saying?
More
they put our
information
head on
is good.
spikes.
Why,
But-
Pink Bitch, what you saying?
I feel like the dwarf is just a little too happy to attack my extended family.
That's true. And
Oh,
if we
yeah,
put
I'm
their
very
head on
happy to do
spikes, then they probably won't like us enough to help us with this rock thing. So it's probably not a good idea anyway.
Yeah, that is kind of what I am saying. If they are aggressive
Well,
to
then
us
why
at the
didn't
front
we
doors, they probably won't be too much happier when we're standing in their living room.
Well, that doesn't make sense. You forgot the part where we cut off their heads, and that's probably the part they would be the least happy about.
I
Also.
imagine it would be neutral feelings.
We
Ugh.
can't just solve all of our problems
know
with
about that.
violence.
Says the one who was advocating for hate crimes.
But that was out of
God, don't hate
character.
Maybe
Crimes
not
are violence.
violent hate crimes.
No, you
Maybe
you
as-
advocated it for it in character.
He did when?
When you got off the boat, he was complaining
Maybe
about
he's
the lack
just
of doing
talking
hate
about
crimes.
systematic rudeness.
I thought that was out of character.
No, that
he
was
said it in the
character.
voice.
Oh. Well,
Sometimes they say things in character, out of character. Sometimes they say
Regardless.
things out of character, in character.
Ugh, I'm sorry, I derailed that. I'll take a
difficult for me
D4 myself.
because-
regardless of the people,
Yasuk's voice is the voice I use when I'm sarcastic, so it's really difficult for me. I have to pay attention.
regardless of whether crimes shall or shall not be hated, let us do something at least.
If we truly commit a hate
Okay.
crime, it has to be something truly heinous, but not violent.
How about this? Jasuk, you take whoever you want to go look for dark elves in this town. I'm gonna go find, like, meat and maybe a gift to try and, like, I don't know. Maybe if I have a good gift, then
I
they,
don't think
oh,
the
well,
elves will
I
like
can
our
sh-
pickled meat.
I can show you where you can look for a gift.
Uh,
There's a market over here. I'm gonna.
do I know,
gonna take
or
him to the
would
market.
it be
Let's
possible
go.
for me to some way derive the information? What are things dark elves might take kindly to in terms of a gift? Just should we go that route, or is it like something that I might be able to learn if there's a dark elf? Or, just like that's some information that I want to work towards trying to get.
At the current
baby.
moment, you have no fucking clue. At least from your base knowledge, you know what a Hador elf would like, but you don't know what dark elves would like. You don't know really what Wudufan elves would like.
Would I know what Mommy would have liked to get as a gift?
What your mother would have liked?
Yeah, my mom.
Your mother.
His mummy.
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 What would Mommy
Such
have
would
liked?
be your
my
mother.
mother.
That's a good question, actually.
Madre.
Generally,
She
My
died around my,
madre, sud madre.
she died when?
around my 6th birthday, so.
6th birthday.
Are you British?
He changes his
I
voice like
accidentally
every
slipped back
other.
into British, yes. I'm just going to stick with this for now because it holds to the image a little better, you know?
You.
A little
Definitely the pink armor.
I
All
know,
you
right?
anglophones sound the same
Yeah, I'm
to
thinking.
me.
Give me a moment. Your
Every
mother
time.
likely would have liked crystals, or anything crystalline, so like necklaces made with crystals on them. She perhaps would have liked things
Like
made
the
of.
crystal she gave me.
She might have liked bracers, so like armored bracers with detailed engraving on them. Potentially small daggers with gems in the hilt, kind of just things like that of that category.
Okay,
So,
so
like-
anything a rogue would.
Fancy, like,
It's
So-
pretty good,
artistic-
but it seems more like a.
artistic
But that's
rogue
what
wear.
your
So-
mother would have liked.
So
Yeah, and
things that
besides, it
two
sounds
of
like a
us-
very personal type gift, like a gift you give to one person, not
That's
a gift you
true.
give to a nation to avoid getting your head.
Well,
Mhm.
anyway,
I mean,
I'm gonna be in
well,
the market
probably a good
hunting
line of
for
thinking to
whatever I
work
think
with.
works.
Can we find any dark elves in town?
Sure, make perception
Can I?
or investigation,
Don't make
whatever
me
the
a
fuck you think
perception
applies
check.
better.
hey, can I make a persuasion check to ask around for any dark elves?
Yes, you may. Whew! Nat 20.
Hmm.
20 on investigate.
There, at least as far as you can tell,
Perfect.
there don't appear to
Hello?
be, after searching around a little bit, looking around in the marketplace and all the various different houses, this place mostly appears to be inhabited by humans. You see maybe a few quarter elves, some with some faint elf blood. You see a few pointed ears here and there, but you don't see any actual elves or half elves. Dath, you think you see a dark elf, but turns out it was just a hood hanging on a wash line, a dryer line.
Nice.
Wait a minute,
Okay.
why am I even going this route? They'd probably get their memory wiped as well.
Taliesin, what were you asking about?
I didn't detail this part, but because of the way, cities and shit work on the map, this is where my dad was from.
Mm-hmm.
So, do you know if anybody would know my dad? He was a fisherman.
Fisherman. Interesting
And
question.
hiker by hobby.
And fisherman and hiker by hobby.
And that's how they met.
How long ago was that?
About probably last time he was here was probably about 25 years ago.
25 years ago. Did he live here with his parents for a short time? Or
Yeah,
you
he did.
live here?
This is where he grew up.
This is where he grew up? Okay.
Yeah, this is where my dad grew up. I didn't live here ever.
Oh, well, you didn't. I'm asking, were you here for some time?
Does he know his
No, because
dad's name?
after we got kicked out of Murili, whatever how you pronounce that,
Mm-hmm.
we moved down to Kien.
Grand, okay. You probably wouldn't be able to find anyone unless you asked around if anyone knew your dad specifically, like asking by name kind of deal.
Yeah, the persuasion check,
Okay.
asking around for any dark elves or if anybody knew my dad. Also, what is a good Nordic last name
A good Nordic last name.
for like this area? What would be like a pretty
Oh, for this area.
Easy. Last name.
Bjornson.
The farther north you get, the more. So it's like
Olafsson.
middle of Durarath is more
Anderson.
Nordic themed. The very far north is more Inuit, and then down here it's more Russian. If we're talking like cultures,
But I'm the one who speaks Russian.
the language doesn't matter, but you have like the Inuit look, and that's the culture. Up
Yeah, I know.
I like how the
little
people
enigmas.
I like how the people I said were right here have very, very Swedish names.
there. Yeah, like down here is
let's make 'em
Swedish,
Swedish.
Russia.
So
Oh no,
my
they were
dad's
Swedish.
from this area. So
Mhm.
would that be more Scandinavian?
Here more Scandinavian.
Finnish.
Yes.
Finnish.
So I'm gonna go
Fuck.
with Rourkeson.
Rourkeson. Okay.
Poland.
Is that last name?
Yeah, his last name was Rourkeson.
Okay.
First name is Rourke.
Rorik Rorikston from Rorikstead.
Oh, you mean like my old barbarian Bjornson?
So
Yes.
yeah,
From
you
Bjorn's
ask
dad.
around and you mention your name. A few people say that name sounds familiar. A few say, "Oh yeah, I remember growing up with that dude." But they don't really know too much else. They just kind of remember seeing him in passing. Worked with in the logging camp kind of when teenagers kind of deal, because that's kind of just like what everyone did as a summer job kind of deal. And
Yeah.
if you remember him going off and doing and being more of a fisherman rather than being a logger, which is kind of the traditional profession in this town. So he was a little bit of an oddity. And they remember him. One of them, a bit of an older fellow with some gray in his beard and his hair. He says that he remembers a man by that name who claimed to have gone into the mountains one day for one reason or another. He can't remember why. And he claims that he came back with a few injuries. He came back with a few injuries, claiming that he had run into a dark elf woman, and somehow she had let him live. And it was a little bit of a scandal in the town, but and it was talked about in rumors, but and some people thought he was bluffing about his story, or others just kind of assumed maybe he somehow fought his way out and barely survived. A few believed him, but those who tried to say maybe he's telling the truth, they typically got shut down with like a what are you talking about? There's no way that's true kind of shit.
That sounds about right. Well, to that old man I say thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Bid him good day.
Yep, and he nods and goes back to the work that he was doing, the wood carving he was doing.
Okay. So.
Oh, I do have a question to ask, though it would probably be directed towards Taliesin. That being, what deities do the Dark Elves follow? Would he know?
I would not.
Your mother would have, and potentially mentioned that, and mentioned it, so you may know the name, but you don't really know too much else. So, based off of your earlier check with the history, you can remember your mother telling you some stories about their patron deity. More is the deity's name.
More.
And she described More as this guardian deity, almost a knight figure who guarded those from the dangers that lurked in the depths and those who roamed above the land, and punishes those who enter their domain, his domain, the domain of his children, with the intent to cause harm to his children.
Well, my mummy would always tell me stories about Moray. It's been a long time, and I don't know much. He was always that knight in shining armor, you know? The one that protected everyone and never really faltered. Always protected, held strong. Wearing, great armor and carrying a great blade, protecting us from the surface dwellers and from the things beneath. We lived in caves.
Would I,
I'm sorry, that was really serious, and then it just turned really quiet. We lived in caves. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have laughed at that. Continue.
Glittering crystals in the ceilings of the caves like the night sky.
Is there anything I can do to try to look for more information about Moray? Or if I know any place where I could find out something about it due to my background having some experience in library usage?
You actually do know the name. It is not the main deity worshipped in the Haldor Elf. However, you know about the Haldor Elf pantheon, and you know that Moray is one of the main three, alongside Kov and Nenar. And most of what Taliesin says, yeah, that matches up with what little you know. Moray is considered to be the patron deity of the Dark Elves and their protector. And you know that compared to Koev or Nenar or even Helka, Moray is the most warrior-like of the Elven pantheon.
Doesn't give me too much to work with to try to find something to get our way in.
After he asks that, I want to use silent image and kind of create this almost like cave ceiling full of like glittering crystals, and underneath it this tall black covered in dark armor with a beautiful shining dark steel blade with a heavy helmet that didn't show his face, and just like this massive like powerful protector like build, carrying like a big shield and everything. That is Moray, protector of my people.
I think it's just
At least
you and Jasuk.
how I remember it. But that's just me.
Where's this conversation going on? Just like in the middle of the street where we do this?
Yeah, y'all were just kind of like it's a small town, so you're kind of like off to the side of the road. Suka and Bjorn ended up going to the marketplace. Both Taliesin and Jasuk were kind of asking around casually, and you probably met up because it's a small town. You probably just met each other like on the outskirts of the marketplace, off to the side, and you're kind of just talking quietly among yourselves.
Well, if I'm still in the marketplace, I'd probably head on over when I see this
Yeah.
cool looking thing over here.
the
The total image would be about 10 feet tallish.
10
What
feet.
is this?
Excuse me?
The Northern Lights.
It is amazing.
So
Aurora
it is
looks like a
10 feet
star.
tall, is what I'm
Like
hearing.
stars in the sky.
It'd be about
There's-
so the total like thing would be about the same size as
Same size as what?
basically like a Goliath standing there. So not massive. It'd be like 7 foot tall figure with like a little like tiny banner of what like the ceilings of the cave would look like, like with small glittering crystals in it.
You can hear the
It's like-
townspeople pausing in their work and kind of almost quieting and almost now starting to ignore you.
So that's
That's
pretty
awesome.
cool. What's
Okay,
this?
so
Who is that?
I feel like I'm lost
He-
somewhere in town.
he's
Y'all have lost
Mother
track of
Scott.
your last elf in the party. He is gone. It's like
But-
a lost cat stuck somewhere on the roof.
But seriously, who's this guy?
that is the god
I
of
just
his mother.
His
Moray.
mother's good. Moray.
Yeah, like a
Pretty cool.
patron defender being that protects the innocent dark elves from the dangerous outsiders.
Well, then maybe we need to bring something to like appease him. You know,
That,
like
that
to show
is
that
what
we
that
are
is.
worthy in his name. Anyway,
That's
I was
kind of the
shopping.
reason why I asked. Because I think if they have a deity, there's some things that we might be to try to convince them that we also like the deity. Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, anyway, I bought some stuff.
Oh, what did you get?
Well, let me tell you about how I bought my things.
Yes.
And then can we roleplay or I don't know what did I find?
Oh, is it time
What
for
the
us
fuck
to?
were you looking for?
It's time
Is
for
it
us
time
to
for us
shop.
to roleplay shopping?
Let's go
Fuck.
shopping, Bjorn.
Yes, you two may
The
roleplay
shopping
shopping.
episode.
Two best buds shopping. We
Just
had
Oh
two
my
dudes.
god, I have a
dudes.
lot of money. I want to buy stuff.
Two
Oh,
guys
so then
shopping
it's
on
just three dudes.
cart.
If it sounds like
Two
Daphne's
bros
tagging along
chilling
with
in
the
a
other two.
hot tub.
Yes.
I guess I get lost, and then I'm like, I think I should buy some potions or something.
So we
There's
meet up-
only one. There's the only stores in this town are. There's a general store where there's like a lot, some of the more specialty items. That would be where you get potions.
Is there a meat market?
In the marketplace, there is a stand where it's like a butcher stand where you've got someone selling various animal pieces and like some venison, some pigs, kind of just some general stuff that was farmed from the area
Does he
around.
have any livers and hearts and stuff like that?
Some from deer and from pigs. Yeah.
Pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Hey,
Let's
Amby.
do some of
Yes.
that.
Can I go to one of the weaponsmiths?
There is only one blacksmith in the town.
Matt,
Okay,
I
that
thought
works.
we were doing this while you were doing your other stuff.
Yes.
Yes. You were busy.
Yes.
Oh,
Shush.
sorry. This is simultaneous. Okay,
Yes,
never
this
mind.
is this
Yes.
is while you two were talking.
This is me telling you about what we did
Yeah.
in the past.
Yes, this is what we did.
Flashback.
It's already
So
So
set
I
in
have
stone.
this.
You-
I have this
Stop
dagger
having
of Valkyrie.
What is it,
flashbacks
Dale?
to things that
What is it
happened
called?
just a few moments ago.
Let
I have
Paul
this
speak.
dagger,
That reminds me.
and I want to give it to a blacksmith and say, "Hey, sharpen this. I want it to be this sharp, and
Oh no.
when you get it sharp, I'll pay you."
Oh no. Oh no.
And I want it to be sharp enough to like shave hairs off my arm or whatever. And I want to say, and I'll pay you like 5 gold once you can do that.
The blacksmith. The blacksmith squints
No,
at
I mean
you.
like if I sharpen it right, how quickly does it dull? That's what I need to know.
The blacksmith squints at you and states that why would he sharpen it before getting paid?
It's like, okay, I'll give you a gold in advance.
with the promise of more after.
Yes.
Then he will go and he will sharpen it for you.
So I don't want to do this unless it immediately goes dull, and I could be like, this is dull.
He takes it, and he starts sharpening it, and you're standing there watching him sharpen it, and I don't know, it takes him like 5 minutes, and he's like carefully sharpening it, and he pulls it back, and he looks at it, spends another 5 minutes sharpening it, and then he lifts it, and he hands it over to you, and both of you kind of know, you look at the dagger being handed over, and you both look at each other and meet each other's eyes, and then the next instant you look down, it's dull.
This knife is dull.
The blacksmith kind of pauses, just, what the fuck? He looks down and takes it from you, just kind of taps it on his hand. The hell is this? It was just sharp enough a moment ago.
I paid you to sharpen the knife.
And I did sharpen the knife.
It is obviously not sharp.
It was sharp.
I don't think it was.
It's dull.
I will
Because the
sharpen
knife
it again.
is
I will show you. Look at it. And he goes and he sits down and he's a little more frustrated as he's sharpening it. And again, he takes another like 10 minutes sharpening it, and he's being much more careful this time. And again, he gets up, he like runs it over.
I want to compliment him on his technique of sharpening as he's doing it.
And you see him, he runs it over his arm and it cuts off some of the arm hair, and then he goes and he turns and he hands it back to you. And again, the moment both of you take your eyes off it, you look down, it's dull again.
I don't get it. How did you make it so dull?
He looks down. What the fuck is that?
Are you trying to play a joke on me? What are you doing?
He holds up his arm where there's a clear patch of arm hair. Dude, I cut my arm hair with this thing. It was that sharp.
I want to take it and I want to do exactly what he did with the dagger and try to cut off arm hair.
It doesn't cut shit,
And,
man.
It doesn't work. It's dull.
The blacksmith is like visibly frustrated. He doesn't know what's going on. He pulls out the gold piece and he just hands it back to you.
You gaslighted this poor man. What are you doing?
And
Anyway,
That's like one of those kid fucks.
That
after
reminded
handing
me
the
of
gold piece to
Patrick
you, he just
with his mom.
get the hell out of my sight. I don't know what the fuck that is that you tried to hand me. I sharpened it fairly well, and I don't know what you're doing, but get the fuck out of here.
Wait, but first, can I buy a dagger? That's a normal one.
No, get the fuck out of
Because
here.
obviously. Well, have a good day. I'll have to find someone who can sharpen this knife for me then.
He just glares at you as you leave.
Is there anywhere I can buy potions or strong?
That'll be the general store.
The general store where we are going.
Okay, I want to go that way.
Yes, you may go to the
Crossover
general store.
I've had my
Episode.
fun with the poor blacksmith.
I got a selection of raw meats that are all nice.
I
What
want.
did you buy specifically, Suka?
Like livers, hearts, and like
How many?
a few.
A few. Okay, I'd say
One for the road and a few for now. I
I'd say
guess.
probably you bought like 1 gold worth of livers and hearts and shit.
Yeah.
I wanted to sell some stuff.
Okay, you can try to sell stuff at the general store if you want.
Okay. It's more just to make my bag less full.
Yes, this
than
is a
anything.
very small town. If you want to do stuff and you want to buy stuff, generally it's the general stores where you can find stuff that is non like artisanal or whatever the fuck it is.
hmm And then I guess now we're looking for a gift to give to the people.
This is
Alfie.
before you saw the floating figure. So I guess if you're looking for
Yeah.
gifts, this would be before you know about Moray.
Yeah, that's
Mhm.
correct.
Yeah.
We're
That-
just
you
looking
can
for
go
what
into the
I
general
think
store
would
and
be a
look
cool
around,
gift
and
to
when
some
in
underground
Bjorn's,
dark
when you both
people.
entered the shop, only like a minute later, Doth ends up entering after you.
I'm not even gonna try and sell them. I'm just going to give them my torches.
The shopkeep looks a little concerned by what this gesture means, and she just looks at you kind of quizzically, just
And my bag's getting full, and I don't need them.
She just slowly nods and picks them up and puts them behind the counter.
I don't expect you to want to buy them anyways. Kind of useless.
She's just kind of... She doesn't know how to reply to this. There's this dwarf that walked in here, just put torches on the counter. There's this giant hulking shifter also in the shop, and then a tiny elf with a hood walks in as well.
I mean, I probably have like a bag of dripping
Oh yeah.
organs.
Yeah, you also probably have a bag of that smells visibly of like blood and meat. Yeah.
I'm gonna ask two more things before I go. First, would you guys like these? I think that they look really nice. They look really nice on you. And I hold out my gems that are worth 10 gold.
Your gems that are worth 10 gold. Where the fuck
Yeah.
did you get those?
I don't know, you just
Probably
gave
you.
them to me.
They're
And you just
probably in
said
the
they were
Wendigo cave.
gems worth 10 gold.
They're probably in the Wendigo cave. She kind of looks at them for a moment, and she gestures if she can take one. Kind of just asks quietly if she can take one.
Of course.
And she then takes one of them and kind of is examining it, making sure that it's not fake. Alright, I can buy these. I can buy one of these or a few.
Well, I've got 2.
You've got two. I can. How much are you asking for them?
I don't know, a couple, just a few gold, probably. Honestly, I'll give you one of them for a thing of tobacco.
For a thing of I can make a trade for that, and I can offer you 6-ish gold for the other gem.
Fine by me.
Alright, so you can make the trade and you can get a thing of tobacco and you get 6 gold. And
I refill my tobacco.
yes. Alright, and you can remove the gems.
Yes. I will do that.
Uh,
And I will immediately start smoking.
of course. What are the other people in the general store looking for?
I am looking for just cool things, like
There's a
like if I was
few-
looking for like a souvenir or something cool and interesting looking.
There's a few carvings of like bears and other animals. A few of moose that are maybe like 12 inches tall that are like moose standing on a cliff or something. Pretty nice looking carvings. Aside from that, there's maybe some pelts or that sort of thing. Nothing super souvenir like, aside from the nice carvings, which this village appears to be quite good at.
Any like intricate metalworking or any other kind of like like any other thing that would be weird to someone who's from. Well, I guess the wooden carvings would be pretty weird to me, but
Not really. There's a few like
I probably
crude
use-
metal
Okay.
pieces of armor, but nothing really fun. It's a very simple village.
I know you don't like it down south, but I can tell you where to go for metalwork.
I mean, you would have seen similar wood carvings in way back when.
me
Yeah,
way back when.
when he was first introduced, he brought his cart full of wood carvings.
Ewan.
Ewan.
Oh,
Yeah, Ewan.
Yep.
Remember?
I literally
I
bought
thought that
one
was
of them.
kindling.
Mhm.
Oh, anyway. Okay, yeah, that's pretty cool. Well,
And
none of them really speak to me, honestly.
Wait, so wood speaks
Wait.
to you, Northerners.
What?
You said
Wait.
it doesn't speak to you.
Well, I know
wait.
it's wood. Why would wood speak to me? What are you talking about?
Well, then why are you not buying it? Because it doesn't speak to you.
Do you not know how words work?
I think he'd buy it if it would.
What
No,
are you doing
no.
here, Jasuk? You're off somewhere else.
I'm just.
How much wood would I would chuck? If I would chuck wood.
And
Oh,
that,
no, I'm just
however,
kidding.
is here.
I'm just giving you shit for being a Northerner. And I pat you on the back.
If you can
Well,
even
that's
reach.
fine then.
If I can even reach.
Fucking
I'll
Oh
take
no,
down
it's a
and let him
slap
do
ass.
it.
I
Time for
am-
another game of slap ass.
I am tall for a dwarf.
True, but Suka is also very tall.
Yeah, Suka's very tall as well. I'm 5 feet.
I don't even know how
Not
tall
that
Suka is. I just know that he's like
6'6" or something.
I could reach that. I could probably
I
reach
am
his back.
6'8".
You were 6'8", you were nearly 7 feet tall, man.
It would be awkward, but I could reach his back.
Yeah, I'm 6'8".
I want to buy studded leather armor. My mic
But
was
yeah.
muted when I said that.
I'm just giving
Yeah,
you
there's
shit.
a set of studded leather armor in the shop that you can buy.
Are there
Wow.
any other stalls outside selling like little weird knick-knack
Oh,
things?
we lost Lewis in the session.
Uh-oh.
What?
You're not in game anymore.
You're not in the
Why?
roll 20.
You get
Oh, now you're
disconnected.
back.
from Roll20.
Oh, there you are.
Wait, shoot, I just hit F5 for no reason then.
Oh no.
Hang on.
Yeah, are there...
But yes, there is studded leather armor that you can buy. Dathngar.
Okay.
are
At
there
At this
other
point,
I-
would
stalls?
we have gotten to the stores or no?
Sell my leather armor for 10.
Well, I mean, we
gold.
go out and find you.
Yeah,
So
shit,
once,
you're right.
once they're done with their shopping.
So then it's 35 gold.
It's the perfect
if I
scenario.
subtract my
'cause we-
money.
Mm-hmm. Because, I mean, you two were searching and talking to most of the people in the town, so you were spending a chunk of time searching for people, and then you were also talking about the lore and everything, so you were talking for a good while. They'll come out about when Taliesin sets up a little picture.
Mhm. Yeah. I don't really think anything in here would be like anything a person in a cave would like. Well, maybe they would like wood. I don't know. I can't imagine there are many trees in caves,
Well,
but I've
you're,
never been in one, so.
you're not wrong. There
Well,
are
might
not
be so.
trees, and there's not a sea either.
Well, I guess there's not much to see in there, is what you mean?
No, there's not much to see.
That's that doesn't sound like a pretty place, honestly. But maybe they need something.
Maybe they need
How
something
much for
creepy.
this pretty statue of me, the moon?
Pretty statue of me. She looks up and she kind of looks a little confused for a moment, then sees you gesturing at the one statue, and oh, that one is 30 gold, if I remember right.
30.
30.
Thank you, but no thank you. I'm gonna go somewhere else. See you later.
I want
mean,
to.
ironic.
I want to.
I'm
I
probably
want to
gonna
give
leave.
the storekeeper 1 gold and say, "Can you sharpen this dagger for me?" But you give them a normal dagger.
You're giving the shopkeeper
Why
1
would
gold
the
and a
shopkeeper-
normal dagger.
Yes, one of my 2 normal daggers, and I would say, "Hey, sharpen this knife for me."
She looks a little confused and just.
I tried
Oh,
to.
yeah.
I tried to get it sharpened by the
fucking
blacksmith, but he couldn't do it.
This was his plan all
I
along.
don't do any sharpening. He's the one who does all the sharpening in the town, I'm afraid.
He got mad and kicked me out because he couldn't do the sharpen. Do you have any sharpening stones I could buy to sharpen it myself?
We may have a whetstone or something like that in stock, yes. And she kind of steps behind the counter, out from behind the counter, and looks throughout the shop for a moment, and pulls out like a whetstone. It's 2 copper or something like that.
I want to hand her 2 copper,
And she hands you the
and
stone.
I want to sit there and I want to sharpen it
The normal dagger?
to be like razor sharp. Yeah, I want it to be razor sharp.
In the shop, or are you going outside the shop?
He's making sure
I
that
just-
the shopkeeper can see.
Yeah, I want to make it so the shopkeeper can see. I just want to quickly sharpen it, and I want to I want to test to see if it can cut the hairs off my arm or something.
It
And say
can.
thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for the stone. It works pretty well.
She nods and returns behind the counter.
And I want to put my dagger away. And I have my stone now. I'm going to mark that in my sheet. I have a rock.
You have a whetstone.
Yes, with an H.
Yes, with an H. Not a
A
whetstone, a
whetstone.
whetstone.
A wheatstone.
A wheatstone.
Yes.
I thought you said a wheat stone.
A
I
yeetstone.
did. No,
Ingen
Anyway, I
stone
left
is
the
a
shop.
stone if you saw in it that are hard enough.
so if you want this to be the time when we meet back up with Taliesin and everyone, then
Yes. Yeah, so Suka and Bjorn, they can go and meet up. Dath is a little behind because he's doing whatever the fuck he's doing with the shopkeeper and the whetstone. That's why he's
Why
not
is
here to
it
view the thing.
Like a title of like some weird random like naughty book in D&D.
What
The
was
shopkeeper in the whetstone.
Exactly.
West?
Okay.
Band.
Anyway.
Goodbye.
So I come out and I'm like, that's so cool. And then I finish explaining my shopping story to you guys.
Yes.
Behold her, I barely know her.
Oh my god.
Anyway,
Lewis, I love you so much.
I don't know if I love that or hate it.
anyway, as I was saying, I got some nice food. But I didn't find anything to give the Dark Elves because it was really overpriced, honestly.
Oh, what did you find?
There was a statue of a moose, or me, you know. And,
Why would
It
you
was
give them a
30
statue
gold.
of a moose?
well, I don't know, maybe they would like a moose statue. I'm not a Dark Elf, I wouldn't know. I just
It's
know.
better
I
than
mean,
any idea I had, I guess.
Meats are pretty great, so I mean, you're not wrong.
Amen to that, brother. And then I.
At this point in Dath, you, if you're done messing with the shopkeeper, you can approach the
Mhm.
group.
And I'm gonna take out a heart from my bag and eat it.
Just
And I
all
want
of
to
you?
be visibly. I want. Oh,
What?
good lord, man! What are you doing?
I'm having a snack.
That is not what you're supposed to do. Anyway,
But it's a fresh deer heart. It's pretty. Well, I mean, I haven't had deer heart much, but it's nice.
my
What?
character is speechless.
Do you want some?
You're holding out the bloody heart to
I
him.
hold open the bag. The bloody
I mean,
bag.
I've
Step
always someone to
backward.
try something once.
I like how you guys are doing this while I'm just making a new character.
You're making a new character?
Already. Okay, here's. Try a bite.
I want to pull out my dull knife and I want to be like,
It's
you're
better-
supposed to cut it first.
No? Why would you?
And I want to try to cut it with the dull knife.
Hold on a second.
It
Anyway,
doesn't work.
it's
It's
best
terrible. There's
eaten-
blood everywhere.
It's best eaten from
What
a
is going
fresh
on? This knife is
Stop.
supposed to be sharp.
Dathngar, cut that out. Get that knife away. I'm gonna try and grab the
no,
knife
it's
and
sharp.
throw it away.
And then he just conjures up this fucking his bright pink scimitar and just fucking like slices through the. That's sharp.
Hold on, you ruined this truck. God.
He just cut through his food.
Savages.
People around you all seem visibly uncomfortable and are trying to avoid you all.
You're bloody
Right.
savages is what you are.
You guys don't know how to interact with people, do ya?
Well,
No, I
actually
just think
like
that the
people
humans
first.
are weird
But
and they have weird
People
habits.
tend to not like me because racism.
Yeah, keep giving that excuse for yourself.
I mean, it's the reason I was unemployed. 7 to 24. So
They
Well, I mean,
say
that
it.
might be a factor on top of all the other things.
There's some other factors, is what I'm saying.
Oh,
well, you.
I don't know about that. Are we ready to
Because you
go?
cannot
Do we
just
have
play
any-
the elf card like that whenever you want.
Hold on. Can we
I
just?
didn't play the elf card. I played the half elf card. Thank
Can we
you.
just not? Hold on. I'm uncomfortable right now.
Poor Suka. He's trying to put up with everyone else's bullshit, and it's not working.
I honestly
Just
don't
trying
like
to
to call
eat
them
my
half
hearts and
elves.
teeth.
I like to call them half
Eat
humans.
your heart out.
All right, I will. And then I do.
You just start stuffing the heart in your face, and it's gone in like 2-3 bites, and it's honestly, it's terrifying and it's impressive, and you've got blood all over your face now.
Can I roll Constitution to see if I vomit?
Yes, you may.
That, my friend, was an impressive show of power.
I hope you're happy.
Do I pass?
You are right on the edge. I'm gonna say a 10
I
probably
just-
would have
I
made you
retch.
vomit.
Like Loki dry heaving.
You're
just
green.
You're dry heaving, yeah. You're
It's
not
just your
vomiting
face is
so loud,
green.
but you are dry heaving.
What's wrong with you? Are you okay? Are you sick?
I believe
I
he's
don't
this
think
thing
that
called
I'm the one who's sick.
stomach.
Does someone else feel
Anyway,
bad?
are we gonna go have hate crimes committed against
Everyone,
us or not?
I need to go make a purchase really quick. Give me just one moment.
All right.
All right. And
We'll
I'm
give
gonna
you a second.
gonna
I'm
go
going
the
to see
blacksmith.
if Dathngar is okay.
You're approaching him, trying to see if he's okay while you've got blood on your face, and he's dry heaving.
Dathngar, I'm not a heathen. I wiped the blood off my face.
Did you?
No,
I didn't hear
he's
it.
dry heaving.
Well, I mean, I do it now as I approach him. I
Okay,
use
well
it.
now it's on your arm.
Yeah, and then I like sort of
Uh,
shake
Yeah,
my arm off a little.
He wears his heart on his sleeve.
oh,
Jasuk, you
Oh.
instantly drop dead of a heart
Names
attack
of it.
because of that shit pun. No, JK. What the fuck is Taliesin playing?
I'm going to the weaponsmith or blacksmith.
Yes, the blacksmith.
Before I go in, I want to conjure a great sword. In my
Alright.
hand.
Stop messing with the
are you
blacksmith.
gonna screw with this guy too?
It's going to be made of like fine black steel, like dark elven, like the dark elf kind of stuff.
Okay.
And I'm basically just going to carry it and be like, hello, good sir.
He looks up from the weapon that he's sharpening. And just
So, see, I have realized that this weapon does not benefit me as much as I thought it would. But I do greatly benefit from a shield. Do you have any of those for sale?
he pauses and he looks over the weapon. And then he puts the sword he's sharpening aside and... Yes, I have a few shields over here. And he goes over to the opposite side of his forge. There's a few shields hanging on a wall.
By any chance are any of those pink?
Pink?
You know what? Don't worry about it. I have my own.
They're made of metal. They're not pink.
That's true. I am wearing calcified armor. That's my own fault. I should have asked for a shield when I could have. Damn.
He is
Beside the point.
uncomfortable.
Look, I don't like to deal very much in gold, but I know that this greatsword is worth a fair amount. So, could I trade this greatsword for that shield?
Roll deception right now, mister.
Good thing I have a +6.
I want to see that.
Good thing you got a knack.
Ba-da-da-da-da.
He,
Ba-da-da-da-da-da.
He looks at you and he looks at the sword for a moment and he squints.
Why would he have any reason to mistrust me? That
Because
is
he
a
just had a
good
bad experience with another elf.
Did you not
Yeah,
just
if he
talk
tries to
about
cut something
racism,
with it,
Matthew?
it'll break.
Were you not just talking about racism?
He
Regardless of
already
any bad
had a shit
experiences that he's
experience
had with
just
elves.
earlier
I
today, like 30
know.
minutes prior, with another elf.
Fucking racism.
And you were...
Of
Listen,
course.
I would
Dathngar,
have
you
loved to
cunt.
have you sell your fictional greatsword to this dude, which probably would have disappeared after you left. But man,
Yeah,
I'm
like-
not letting you going to do this without a deception roll, man. Because it's not a actual
Could
sword.
it be a persuasion roll instead? Because I am doing like dealing with him.
You can do
rather-
persuasion, but the deception
No.
is also going to play into it because you are trying to cheat him.
Why would it be anything except for deception?
Yeah, why
You know
would it
full
be?
well
anything
that
but deception?
that sword's going away?
I'm trying to barter with him.
You can do
No,
you can do
barter
persuasion.
is when it's honest barter.
I will let you
If he
roll
tries
persuasion
to
as well
cut
and
something
see
with
if
the
that
sword,
changes
it'll
the
break it.
outcome.
Fine, you're right. This isn't a real greatsword. It's a magical one. And then he kind of like picks it up again, and it just starts shifting into different weapons in his hand. All that like dark elven steel.
He's doubling down.
Can I make another deception check?
You may, and you may also roll persuasion at the same time.
Fuck yeah.
You may roll both of them. One to hide your thing, and the
yeah.
other to persuade him. He kind of stands there with his arms crossed, and he was kind of squinting at you and the sword. And then seeing it change, you see his eyes kind of widen for a moment, and he seems to think over it while he's looking at it. It's a magic sword, you say? And it's...
Yes. Now, it does require attunement to do the whole changing shape thing. So, keep that in mind. You can't do it right off the bat.
He continues to kind of look between the weapon and you, and you can see he's not really trusting you per se. Maybe it's the bad experience with an elf prior, or it's the fact that you do quite closely resemble a dark elf, which are not liked in this particular village.
Look, I know I look like a dark elf. That was my mother. But she was a lovely woman, to her defense. But my father lived in this village. Do you remember Rourkeson? About 25, 30 years ago.
He pauses and furrows his brows for a moment, and then his face lifts a little bit. Oh, the man who came down from the mountains claiming he got spared by a dark elf.
That was my dad and my mum. That's how they met.
Do you mean he wasn't bullshitting?
Nope. They fucked. I mean, not in that one instance, but later.
He kind of looks a little taken aback by the blunt comment, but he kind of like rubs his beard and. Well, if you're, what was his name again? Because I'm terrible. Rorik, okay. If you're Rorik's boy, I suppose I can let you trade in that for, what was it? Did you want a shield for that thing?
I honestly just wanted a shield. I mean, if you were willing to pay more than just a shield, I'd take that too.
I don't really know about paying you for it, but I'd be willing to let you have a free trade because you're Rorik's boy.
Well, what was your name again?
Hold on one moment. This is the one question I hate.
My name is Black Smith.
My name is Shrek. Get out of my shop.
Brandt Heskin.
Brandt Heskin.
Well, Mr. Brandt, I know you knew my father, and I appreciate that you're honoring his legacy. And, you know I'm not the best, but he was a pretty great guy, if you have to.
He nods slowly, and I remember he grew up here, and I remember him messing around in the logging camp with all the rest of us teenagers. He pushed quite a few men off of their logs, a few boys off their logs as a bit of a joke.
Yep. And then I turned it into an axe. And this is how he presented it to me, as an axe.
You piece of shit.
And well, I'll take that for a shield. You can pick one of the ones off the wall that you'd like. And
Thank you.
Holds out his hand to take it from you.
Here you go, Brent. Thank you, sir. He hands over the axe. He grabs the shield off the wall and he says, I hope you know that my name is Bjorn. Bjorn Rorik.
I am extremely tempted to make you roll deception again.
You should make him roll it again.
One more time, man, because this is pushing it.
I'm gonna make an argument also. This guy would know me. I'd make shipments to him.
What was the last time you...
You're not the only Bjorn ever.
No, there are
Multiple
other
Bjorns
Bjorns.
exist.
But we
I know,
know what
I'm
you're
just-
trying to do.
I know what you're trying to do. And people in this town know me.
They
and
know
Yeah,
Bjorn...
no, I'm saying Bjorn Rorik, since that isn't
Yeah,
my
last
first.
different last name. I'm just...
I just
Okay.
happened to look down and see Bjorn, and I was just like, fuck.
Okay.
He takes the sword and he
It's
nods.
called a bad improvisational moment rather than just being a dick.
It makes it seem like we know what you're gonna do because you mess with him a lot.
Yeah, Brandt takes the X and nods. Bjorn Rorikson. Okay. Well,
I really want to disguise.
it was nice to meet you.
Trying to buy that axe.
It was finally
What?
a pleasure.
And then he
Good day.
immediately tries to see if the axe works.
He goes and he sets it on the table
It's
underneath
dull.
the shields, and he starts like
It's dull.
he starts examining it, just kind of looking it over, seeing what condition it's in, that sort of thing.
It's dull. Please, it's dull.
Taliesin, is it dull?
No, it's actually razor sharp.
Then it's sharp.
Aw, damn.
What happens if
That'd
he
be
tries to
hilarious.
cut something with it?
I don't know. Is
It,
Taliesin
I'm
sticking
pretty sure it
around
just
long?
It
lasts
breaks.
like an hour outside of my hand.
If you're using the conjuration wizard thing, it just
It's
breaks
not.
as soon as it does.
No,
damage.
it's not Conjuration Wizard. This is
Packed weapon.
I thought it disappeared when you let
Oh.
go of it.
Oh, it's more than 5 feet away from you, or a minute or.
Ah.
So
Oh,
essentially,
shit,
Taliesin has to get the fuck out of there now.
So I just fucking yeet.
You hand
I
it
mean,
over.
5
You
feet
take
away
the
is
shield,
like-
and
no,
Really
actually-
close.
As soon as he sets it down on the counter, I use Silent Image, and I just basically recreate it right there, and like poof away the weapon, and then I just.
you just leave.
And now there's just a silent image of that until I get out of range.
All
You're
right.
the worst kind of person.
All right.
Yeah.
What do you gotta do?
I'm just gonna look at a thing really quick.
Yeah, 60 feet.
I guess that fits in your alignment. I guess.
What's his alignment?
Chaotic
Chaotic
neutral.
neutral, motherfuckers.
Chaotic neutral. I was about to be
That's
like.
a little evil, actually.
That's
Look, I don't
pretty-
have any fucking gold because this is a new character and we still haven't done anything in character.
What are you talking? I have 100 gold.
You should have had some stone
Yeah.
gold or something.
But that's back when I was you and you got paid
Oh.
for that.
Yeah.
That's
Whatever,
true,
you got a
that's-
shield, you didn't get any money out of it, but you scammed this poor innocent blacksmith who's already been slighted by one type of elf, and now he's gonna hate dark elves even more when you were maybe slightly making his opinion
Good,
change, and you were gonna end the racism a little bit.
Pirates.
All I did was waste his time.
And he
I
got
didn't
pissed
take
about it,
anything.
wouldn't you?
Well, I
Okay.
guess my chances of interacting with this one blacksmith in particular haven't.
Completely ruined.
Probably,
so-
because he's already had shit experiences with now a Woodoofen elf, a half dark elf, which pretty much looks like a dark elf, and then what? Now the last one, the Hadler elf, is gonna walk up and be like, "Yo," and he's gonna immediately just throw the nearest weapon at you. Just get the fuck out of my sight! I
Which
don't
is
know
the-
what the fuck you're gonna
I
be
need to
doing.
do
He's gonna reach for the silent image. It's gone.
Understandable. Have a nice day.
Well, anyway, how's Dathngar doing right now?
Is he still dry heaving? I don't know, Paul.
He's probably fine.
I
I think he's better.
probably like.
I'm patting him on the back. He's good.
That's making
I'm
it
sorry, I
worse.
just don't have the heart for it.
Oh, what do you want?
No, thank you.
Oh, I guess I'll just save them. We should probably get going, actually. These organs probably don't keep that well. And I'd
Are
like to
you-
get some snow.
Are you planning on giving them organs?
No, this is for my food.
Wait, you just have a bag full of organs?
It's disgusting.
Yes. But anyway, let's go. I need to get snow on it before it spoils.
I don't think it
Yeah.
will. Does it snow here?
It's not.
We're going up the mountains.
There's lingering snow on the ground that's starting to melt, because I believe when I started the campaign, I said it was like late winter, kind of like early spring-ish. So there's still some snow on the ground. There is snow up in the mountains, but there's a few patches of snow left on the ground in the town.
We need to find clean snow because I don't trust any of the snow in the town.
That's
Yellow
valid.
snow.
Yellow snow.
So I made some yesterday, but yeah, I want to get out of town.
All right.
I want to start heading up the mountains when we get everyone else.
Mm-hmm.
So
I'll be
the way
looking
I see
for-
this going is we go into the woods and then we get attacked. Then we beat up the people that attack us. But then what
But
do we do
don't
after
kill
that?
them. We don't kill them.
Yes.
We say we want to meet the Dunen elves, or dark elves, or whatever the hell they're called. And then we say that we want to show them this crystal of, that glows and has magic in it, and we want to know what it is, and that we're willing
we
to
say
trade.
that we want their meat and we get the crystal. Okay, I got it.
No,
Wait, what were you saying that we were going to trade for?
we're not. I don't know what we're trading. All I know is that we want to know what the crystal is. I don't have anything that I mean, I could offer them meat, but you said they wouldn't like meat. So
They wouldn't like that, nah.
I can play them a song. I have drums.
I mean, if you really need me to, I can make them something.
I mean, I can try and make something out of metal. If
Yeah,
I get metal.
Yeah, I make stuff out of metal all the time. We could work together.
Hey, you make stuff out of metal too.
Yeah, we could work together.
We're metal buddies.
It's literally in my name.
The true journey, the true adventure that y'all are on is learning the true meaning of friendship and learning what you have in common with your fellow adventurers.
Friendship
in this
is
party.
bullshit.
Taliesin can be the
Maybe
weirdo.
the
He
real
thinks friendship is
friendship
bullshit.
was the swords we forged along the way.
Isn't that a little gay, forging swords together, don't you think?
So
I
long
don't
as we
know.
don't cross them.
The real friendship is the shields we stole along the way.
I do want to ask, though, if y'all are heading out, what is your plan for heading out?
We're heading. What time is it in the day?
You docked in the probably around 12 in the afternoon.
Okay.
So lunchtime.
What is the lodging like? Is there like an inn in town?
There's
or
no
anything?
lodging in
I believe
town
I
here.
said there was no inn.
There's
Yeah,
no
I didn't
lodging.
think so. So I would say we head out as soon as we can, and we head into the mountains along any hiking trail we find.
There
And
are
I would
paths
roll
leading into
survival
mountains.
or something. I don't
Um,
know. Whoever has.
This is
Good
why I
survival.
was asking about animals and such, because I want to know what y'all are setting up.
Ah.
So, do you have wagons? Do you have animals with you? Are you walking on foot? That sort of thing.
No, this
I
is going to
would-
be a good old-fashioned hike.
Yeah.
I
Well,
believe
I
Jasuk
mean,
still has a
maybe-
pony.
I have a pony.
Maybe I turn
Can we
into
bring
a,
our
I don't know.
horses?
I
I
brought
mine.
my pony.
And
I
I
was just
offered to
gonna
bring.
turn into a moose.
I offered to bring the second one too if someone wanted it.
Nobody wanted.
Yeah.
No
I
one
brought
wanted
my
it though.
pony.
I brought
I'm
my
turning
riding
into a
moose,
moose.
didn't I?
You wouldn't have had a moose. You would have had a reindeer.
Didn't I buy one?
No.
Oh, my riding reindeer.
Yeah, you would have either had an Almana pony, a small, fat little pony, which is mostly used for carrying supplies, or you would have had a reindeer, which is the most common mount that's used for recreational riding or transportation.
And probably reindeer don't do well in mountains. I don't know how they do in mountains.
No, they actually might do pretty well.
Okay, are we
They're-
talking real life here, or are we talking like in...
We're talking
don't know.
Skyrim.
At least in my universe, they're very trustworthy mounts, and they have pretty decent footing in rocky terrain.
Okay.
Okay.
Ponies would probably have worse footing than reindeer, actually.
Oh,
I'm suggesting that we all take our feet. Do better than...
yes.
It will take longer if you go on foot.
I understand that.
Less.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the longer we put between us and getting ambushed,
Mhm.
I think it's better if we just get ambushed
Yeah.
as soon as possible.
Well,
Well, see, here's the thing. When it comes to finding my way, it's going to be something that I have to, like, follow my gut, you know?
I know
I'm
exactly
gonna
what
get
you
the
mean.
Do
around
that
there,
on the
like-
back of a steed.
Following your gut is one of the tried and tested ways of finding your way when you're
I
lost.
think we just have to look like we're trying to find it, and then they'll attack us, right?
Well, that's not a bad idea either.
That's
Dathngar.
not completely wrong, honestly.
Well,
Good.
And it's what we are trying to do. We are trying to find it. So if we just go out there trying to look for it, they'll attack us, and then we'll either die or we'll win.
that's a good idea. Let's go.
I do not
And
like those odds.
I'd never
I mean,
even said the odds.
Let's
Yeah,
go with
I
Dathngar.
do not like them.
Bjorn.
Dangerous warriors.
Taliesin, Jasuk, what are you waiting for? Onwards.
Better ideas, but fine.
Onwards and upwards.
Well, see,
That-
here's the thing. I don't have...
You don't have what?
Speak up. What are you saying?
You gotta speak up, lad.
I don't
Yeah.
have a steed.
Neither do I. Let's go.
Maybe you should have said that before we came down here.
Look, if it's really a big deal, I'll turn it into a moose or something, and then you can. Well, actually, I don't know you that well.
Do you want me to mount you? Is that what I heard?
Well, I mean, I
You just
don't
asked
think
me
it
to
is fit,
ride you?
but
Sorry, I'm not into that sort of thing.
sorry.
Bestiality's not my style.
Is
I
that
mean-
what they call riding in the human places?
It's a little weird to suggest.
Sometimes I do not understand the humans.
I don't think any of us do.
Beast
only
arrivally?
half human.
I mean,
I'm half elf, you fuck.
you're probably more human.
Clearly not the better half.
Or half.
Ouch.
I mean, you haven't seen the better half.
I
I
don't
would
know.
dare
If
say
there,
that
there
sounds
a
like
better half?
flirting.
I don't know if there is a good half of this one.
Well,
Okay, Shorty. shut the
regardless,
fuck
let's
up.
go.
I think he traded his better half at the blacksmith.
I'm gonna just leave
I
them
thought he was
bickering.
going to go
Yep.
buy a new card. so
Suka
he didn't
is
have to
heading
play
out.
the
That means
half-elf
he's at the
one.
front of the marching order.
And I'm going to be, if I find some clean, nice, deep patch of snow, I'm gonna get the, I scrape off the top and then get the clean stuff and put it in my bag.
Yes, you may do that. Who is following, if they are following, and in what order?
follow right
Bjorn
now.
will follow behind.
I guess I'm just on foot following.
Duff.
I am
I want
with
to be as
them.
far back as possible,
I mean,
but let the wizard be behind
You
me.
can ride, ponies probably aren't that fast, honestly.
No, these are pack ponies. They're not fast creatures.
Yeah.
So you could probably ride it at a walking pace with us.
Oh yeah, big time.
I wanted to be.
I'm not gonna bring my
Too late,
reindeer
you were
to
bigger.
get shot at.
You were bickering and I had to go get snow.
Mm-hmm.
Damn it. Well, have
So-
fun tanking.
That is my
Actually, I
job.
just realized you do not tank.
I was about to say the two people who said they were gonna go are the tanks.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, I have a
Um,
20 AC. So.
Okay, so
Well,
Yeah.
this is better than me.
so
But
y'all
you
are gonna
probably
head out
have-
into the mountains. You have
Not
one
less
animal
HP.
with you, which is Jasuk's pony, as far as I'm aware. Maybe Dath has a reindeer. I'm not sure.
I didn't bring it with me
You did.
because I don't want it to
What
get shot
class
at.
are you
I did not.
You did not. okay.
Fighter?
Then Jasuk is the only one with.
I just
a
don't
mount,
have
which is
any
a pony.
good armor.
So y'all head out of the town, and there are paths that lead up into the mountains. And for the most part, you are able to walk and follow these paths that are starting to lead upward. And you're at the moment you're walking through pine trees, and it's a little hilly, so you are climbing uphill steadily, slowly. And it starts getting darker, and oh God, I actually think I'm going to leave you on a small cliffhanger while I be right back.
Okay.
Okay. Are we on a cliff in real life?
No, you're just walking up a
hanging
hill.
on.
For
No, we're
now,
at
it's
computers
just
in real
imagine
life.
Lord of the Rings where they had like that long montage where it's just walking simulator. That's what's going on while I will be right back.
Okay.
You gotta go pee.
So
don't need to know
the misty
Somebody
mountains.
would-
The world was gonna.
I'll be back too.
That ain't the sharpest tool in the shed.
So I'm using the character creator thing from Fire Emblem right now.
Oh yeah.
And I'm trying to make one of the tiefling that we have for this
Ooh.
campaign. And it looks really, really bad right now.
Oh,
You-
it really
You're gonna
does.
have to
Things
do
in
in
that generator are
Photoshop.
janky.
Well, yeah, but it's also like with specifically the eye color. The only way you can change the eye color with this
Oh, I
specific
hate
one
that color.
is with the hair, and so the hair has to be green, blue, or purple with it.
I normally just don't. I normally pick the hair color and then change the eye color in Photoshop.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, I
probably
mean,
the
I was
better
gonna
way to
give
do
him
it.
red eyes, or like dark gray eyes, and then I saw that hair color affected, and I was just like,
Yeah,
shit, might as well have fun with it.
Oh, I
And
just
picked
put a
hair
It's
that-
photo
like
of
4
my head,
pixels.
so I didn't have to
It's
worry
like
about
2
any of it.
pixels.
yeah, but I don't like fixing stuff in post.
Oh, okay.
Blech.
I actually
Laziness for
put
the win. Am I right?
I put
Yeah,
on
like-
these little shoulder fluffs on my guy. That's all post.
But no, I'm trying to make a tiefling because I've had a good idea for a tiefling character, so I'm making one. It will be my replacement if Bjorn dies.
Yeah. I sort of wanted. Well, I already have played a tiefling, so I probably would do one of the dragon class thing.
Yeah, if I die, I think I'm gonna do one of the dread.
I just love playing tiefling is the thing.
Yeah, I do really like especially with like the antlers instead of the horns.
Unfortunately, with this, they have the horns pre-put in for some of the hairstyles, so I'm just gonna stick with the horns.
Okay,
if I
I'm back.
build.
Oh,
Cats were screaming.
Lewis left too.
Ah, okay. I guess we
She
need a little
was
time to look
looking
over shit.
kind of dumb with her finger.
Yeah,
and
we
her
can-
thumb in the shape of an L
And on her-
On their forehead. So when the years start coming, they don't stop
Then they
coming.
don't stop
Tied
coming.
to the rules
They
as we hit the
hit
ground
hit
running.
the
So
ground
is this what
running.
y'all are singing as you're
Doesn't
marching?
make sense not to leave for fun.
For
Your
fun.
brain gets
So-
hit,
Brain
but
gets
your
smart,
heart
and
gets
head
tough.
gets dumb.
Get dumb.
So much.
Oh, that's
Your
Your brain
so
gets
much
head
while
when
you're
your heart
taking
gets
the
dumb.
streets.
in the back streets.
Back streets. You never
But
know
you
if
never
you don't
know
go.
if you don't go. Waka
Or
waka.
no.
Hey,
You
Waka
never sign if you
waka.
don't go.
don't go.
Hey, so
Hey,
wait
now
now.
you're an all-star.
Star, get your game on.
Go
Go
play.
Play. Hey, Mel.
Hey,
Yeah, no,
You're a
you're
rock
an
star.
I
all-star.
upload these recordings to
Eat your
YouTube,
game.
and I'm
Eat your
genuinely
soul.
afraid I'm gonna get copyright striked for
You're not gonna get
freaking All Star.
Right.
Nah, I
That's
think you'll
how
be
well
fine.
we
Probably, but
imitated
if I do
the
get
source
if I
material.
do get copyright
And-
striked, I'm gonna be like shocked because of how
Abby.
shitty that was.
All that glitters is gold.
Is gold. All
And
the
no
dancing stars.
Stars in the
in the
mole.
Oh,
Abby.
Yes.
So, if I were to
Well,
play
it's a cold
the
place.
dragonkin, the big tough boy, right?
The dragon, the half dragons, yeah.
The Drekkie,
Yeah.
right? The big chunky ones.
Mhm.
If I were to play one of those, and like, if I wanted to say, I don't know, impair my character with the permanent deafened state
Ooh.
by having his horns chopped.
Yep. That
Would
is
you
what
be
would
down
happen
for
if the
that?
horns are chopped off. That does cause deafness
What?
for the Drekkie. Their horns act as their ears.
It's a very thin membraned tissue.
Mm-hmm. So if their horns are cut off, they don't really regrow. They're kind of like they grow from birth, but if they're cut off, they don't really regrow from that point.
Well, I mean, I didn't think like ruminant horns regrew either.
Depends on some of them with the horns.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, that's right. I don't even have Photoshop. That's why I don't do it.
But yeah, you could definitely do a Drekkie that is missing both horns, and that would be permanent deafness. Which would be, I want to say that's like disadvantage on checks which rely on sound.
Yeah.
and
there's
you
the
literally
deafened-
wouldn't be able to roleplay.
No, he would.
There still would be ways.
It's just being able to speak in each other's minds.
I mean, Hvitserk was speaking telepathically all the time.
Mm-hmm. That is true.
So there are avenues for a deaf character.
Well,
But-
if you take the linguist feat, I think. No, wait, no. What is it? Is the alert? Feed other people.
Yeah, the Drekkie, pretty much to have your horns cut off like that, it would be a really severe injury. It's not like you'd have a genetic mutation where you just aren't born with horns. That would be they are injured to the point where they're cut off, or they are cut off potentially at a young age.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yep. But anyway, so everyone is here. We are back. Lewis, you missed Suka, Dathngar, and Taliesin singing All Star terribly.
Yes, it was beautiful.
Sounds like a good thing to miss.
Like full out in voices, and they were all off pitch and off key and off time, and it was, oh my god.
We didn't
I didn't
finish
even
the
say the
song,
words
though.
right.
No.
We can still finish.
So y'all are walking, and you kind of make it to like the base of the mountain by the time it starts to get dark, and it's getting colder. So far you haven't seen anything that's happened, but it is getting dark
So
and
things
it's getting
have
cold.
happened, and we just haven't seen any of it.
Man, it would be really bad if there were dark elves stalking in the woods, hoping to do harm to us.
For now, I
Good
will
thing
say
that
if
they
I draw on the
didn't do
map,
that, right?
if I draw on the map, you've probably made it to like here, with that like half day of travel.
Mm-hmm.
So it might be best if you set up camp for the night, because as you get farther up, the
Yeah.
paths will get more treacherous.
Let's find like a sheltered spot or something against the stone. rock face or
Perception
something.
from whoever the fuck wants to make perception.
Not
or
survival. I guess perception makes sense.
And
I was gonna
Anything
say
with-
perception because you're looking for a place to set up camp. Oh, fuck me. Yeah.
A rolling for funsies.
Yep. So Suka, you're able to
Mean
find
check.
a little clearing because you're at the front of the group. You're able to, as you're traveling along this path that's gradually getting a little more faded and worn the farther up you get, you're able to find a nice clearing that's a good decent size. Looks like maybe some other people have made camp here, like hunters have made camp. So it looks like it's a pretty decent clearing.
How defensible is it?
It has some rocks on one side, so no one can really come from that side, or unless they'd have to climb up the rocks. There's trees around most of the other sides. It's a nice clearing for the most part.
I wish we knew. Maybe let's tell you.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not high enough level to get that.
Isn't it the second level?
It's a third level, I
Yeah,
think.
it's a third or fourth level spell, yeah.
So This seems like a good enough spot to set up camp.
But even when I do get 3rd level, I'm probably not going to get it just because it seems to... It's a spell that really like takes a lot out of a setting.
Yes. So let's get the firewood going.
I guess.
Okay.
It does. I really actually don't like it that much.
Okay,
But-
so you can, I guess, Jasuk, do you want your survival check to be for finding firewood?
No, I made that for funsies just to see what I saw.
Okay,
When-
someone else can roll survival to find firewood. Or if you're bringing firewood with you, but I'm assuming you did not because you don't have animals.
No.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I
I
have a
don't know how
tinderbox. with
long
no
I had my
firewood.
mic
Yeah,
muted.
then you can roll a check.
9.
You're able to find a few small branches. If you get a
This
fire
is
going, it's
not
probably going to
going
be
well.
not the biggest fire.
Hey, does anyone have an axe?
I'd conjure one up.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can I actually use it?
I
Can
have.
he
I,
Tell
use
us
the
what
I
axe?
have.
What do
I
the
have-
rules say?
I have
Uh,
2 axes.
Oh, he does.
If it
I
takes or deals damage, it disappears.
I have 2
Well, that
axes.
won't work. Well,
Bjorn
give.
has two
um,
axes.
Do you want to cut down a tree with me? We need firewood.
Yes, here, have an axe. I'll keep the green one.
Taliesin pulls out a.
He puts out a
I
what?
don't know that if that has the right. You know,
Wood
you need to
jacket.
get the right swing and the right angle on it.
How would
Okay.
you know this coming from a place where there are no trees?
I mean, he's right.
Cutting down icicles.
The thing is, he's
that
right.
grow out of the water.
don't
you
know
may
this.
be right, but essentially, character-wise, Suka would be talking out of his ass right now.
I am.
I know. I'm just saying he is right.
Taliesin's actually just going to pull out fucking I don't know, scimitar or some shit.
So I'm just
hacking
gonna
You know,
start
I'm
hacking
gonna
at
hunt-
this tree with no tech or with not good technique. I can, if you want to see how well I cut it down.
Athletics?
I'm gonna join him. So
I have a
You
plus 8 athletic.
Just
aren't
on the
able to
ground.
cut it down with grace, but you are able to
How do I
brute
have
force this tree down.
expertise in athletics?
I would just gotta give you advantage, but you don't need it.
No.
Well, I can roll again if you want me to.
I mean, go for it if you want, man.
Yeah, it's the same roll.
The dice have
Yeah, you're not able to cut down this tree with grace, Suka, because you just don't have experience with this, but you are strong enough to quite literally hack this tree down, and it crashes down. And it's not that big of a
You have
tree.
a +6 in strength or something?
Plus 4. I have expertise in it.
Yeah.
Somehow.
So you're able to cut this tree down, and it's not like a super large tree. It's not like you're felling a redwood, but it's a decent sized tree. And it is now laying on the ground. Ah, yes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take out my scimitar and I'm just gonna like on the thing. Oh, that's how. And I'm just gonna like basically attack one of the small.
You're gonna attack what now?
I'm just gonna try to chop down one of the smaller trees with my scimitar.
I'm gonna make you roll athletics as well.
Athletic. Can I just attack it?
And
Can I roll to hit?
you can roll to hit the tree, I guess, but also
But
athletics.
it won't. You're just going to make marks on it.
You missed.
Yeah, like there's a difference between trying to intentionally chop it
Okay,
down and then just
fine.
like
I'm gonna roll
practice.
athletics.
I'm going to. I'm
Bing.
going.
I rolled to mutilate the tree.
You mutilate the tree, Taliesin, but it is still standing and it's almost.
I'm
knocking
going
you.
to cut the tree that's been cut down into.
Yeah,
some
let's do
pieces.
that.
Yes. Okay. The two of
And
you,
I'm
you don't
gonna-
have to make in. Oh, you made a check anyway. Yeah, I was gonna say you didn't need to with the two of you. But yeah, you're able to cut the tree up
Pieces of shit.
into.
And that's
into
role play
wood.
making this fire. So I'm going to start
Roleplay making the fire.
stacking.
You both come back with stacks of wood, and you see Taliesin a little distance away, trying to hack at a tree, and it's not going well.
I throw the tinderbox at you guys making the fire and blow a smoke ring in your face. I did my job, and then sit down.
I'm gonna just snap
Help us,
and
we-
use
You already have
prestidigitation.
embers. Come on, bring those embers over here.
Oh, I gave you a tinderbox. That's what I lit it with.
Well, I mean, it's less work if I
Don't,
just steal
like,
yours.
Half of us have the magical ability to just conjure the fire anyway.
The fire has
Why
already
did-
fucking started. Prestidigitation, bitches.
Well,
Oh,
thank you.
The fire has started.
Just
Well,
so
the
you're-
four-
Very nice.
No, while the four of them were trying to cut down a tree, I'd like to go out and just try to hunt a deer. Get a deer.
Okay.
I already have deer hearts on me.
Yeah, like I want to get the rest of it.
I mean, fresh hearts are best.
Yep,
Yes.
that
I
was
just
just
have
Fresh
disclaimer.
heart is best heart.
Okay, I would actually like to do a couple of things that
Oh.
might help me
Okay.
to get this done a little bit better. I'd like to use prestidigitation to conjure the scent of deer musk just on the ground in a specific area.
Okay.
And I would like to use my familiar to bring a rope up to the top of a tree.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, no. I want to use one of my ropes to activate. No, I want to use one of my ropes in the casting of snare, just on the ground near where the musk scent is. I'd also like to use my familiar, get another rope to the top of a tree, and just kind of tie it best it can, if that's possible.
Okay.
And just climb up the rope to get to the top of the tree, pull the rope up, and wait with my bow out.
Okay.
And a conjured silver arrow.
So you're climbing to the top of a tree?
Yep.
Okay.
Via a rope.
So I'll have you just make one athletics check to climb to the top. Or wait, no, you're climbing with a rope. Athletics
Yeah.
with advantage.
Alright, let's see how this goes.
You can do it, smart boy.
Come on.
Take a turn.
Yes.
Yes, boy!
boy!
Yeah. Yes, you're able to climb to the top of the tree and sit there and wait with your bow, with your bird, and with the snare on the ground prepped.
Now let's hope you.
And I'm
Do I
assuming
see him
you
sneaking
are
off into the woods?
some distance away from the others.
No, you're
Um,
distracted.
Oh yeah, I'm a good ways to where
Yeah,
you
'cause
can't hear
otherwise
people
their
shouting
noise-
nearby a tree.
Yeah, otherwise their noise would have scared everything in
Yeah.
like a 10-mile radius away. No, not 10 miles, but still.
Yeah.
Um,
Hunting and cooking is like what I did before
I
this.
think you
Like,
guys
I knew what I did.
I think you guys underestimate how loud Bjorn is.
Yes.
Maybe you'll scare them my way.
And Suka isn't exactly quiet.
So yeah, you're able to go and do that, and as they're cutting down the tree and doing their shit, you're sitting and you're just waiting, and trying to see if something happens. And eventually you hear some rustling in the trees, and you keep quiet and hold your breath, and eventually you see a doe kind of step out. She's twitching, her ears sniffing the air, and cautiously approaching, kind of just trying to figure out what the fuck's going on, what's that smell going on, and then approaches. And how does snare work? Is it like what you did on the wolf in the cave?
Yeah, I think it's exactly that.
Okay.
It has
Yeah.
to make a dexterity saving throw.
Fuck, I don't know what a deer's dex check is. I'm just gonna roll a D20.
I'm gonna say this as someone who's actually been hunting. You're not supposed to kill doe.
It doesn't fucking matter. Just
Like
Doesn't-
what reason? Like the meat is bad, or like is it?
Breeding.
Well, yeah, but this is like a medieval.
This
I
is
don't know.
medieval,
Yeah, they don't really have
and
to worry about
But
that.
even in
populations are
medieval-
not-
Even in medieval
People kill
times,
human
they would
beings.
they
if
would
they're
kill-
out here in the woods.
they would kill the buck because the buck was the one.
True,
One
but
they
if you're hunting for food and you don't see a buck and you only see a doe.
Would this be something that
Just
just
saying.
a typical woodsman would care about? Is this something that
That's
like
what I'm saying. Like a lot of woodsmen care about that. That's
Okay,
why
I
pointed
use
it out.
minor illusion to make a just loud snap noise nearby.
Okay, and then she startles off and runs away.
Like if it
Time to
wasn't
hunker down.
for him saying he's a hunter, I wouldn't have brought that up.
No,
Oh,
you're,
okay,
you're
that
right.
makes
You're right.
sense.
This is what my
That's
character
valid.
would do. You're right.
Yep, I was gonna say, it depends on what Jasuk would want, if he'd care about shooting a doe or not.
Yeah, I'd be just a typical hunter dude. I would probably know and care,
Okay, then in that case, yeah, you can do that, and she startles.
much
off.
to my own chagrin.
So yeah, you're gonna be sitting there for a little bit longer then.
Yeah,
Um,
it's fine.
So the other group, will jump back to them for the moment. Y'all are working on getting the fire set up, or it is set up because
It
Taliesin
is
used
set up,
prestidigitation.
yes.
Yeah. Are you doing anything else
roaring
to
fire.
set up your camp for the night?
I'm passing my pipe around to people if they want it.
I'll try some, I guess. I don't know what it's like.
Yeah, you probably have not been exposed to tobacco before.
And I'm gonna try and teach him how to blow smoke rings.
What? I'll try it if you want. I can roll like a con save to see if I choke or something.
Yeah, just roll a
Alright,
con
then.
save for giggles and see if you cough your lungs out. Oh,
I don't actually have minor illusion. I just make the noise through conventional means.
you just snap your fingers and that's enough to get
Yeah.
a scare.
Okay.
19. You
I'm gonna use silent image and create basically this massive
you what now?
bush around us,
Okay.
so that way, like
to protect us.
from the
Okay.
outside, we just look like a bush.
Okay.
That's cool.
Constitution save. Yeah, you the smoke is a little uncomfortable to you, but you're able to kind of handle it. It's just
Oh,
weird to you.
that is. Why do you smoke this?
It's
It
relaxing.
doesn't seem pleasant.
It's
Does
quite
it like
relaxing.
take a while, like beer does?
No, not really.
It's
It
instant.
sharpens your senses.
And then why don't we get a
Blow it
whole
up.
bunch of it and just throw it into the
Do I
fire?
feel it now?
Then that way we can all smoke all of it.
No,
Is
you
that
got,
how-
That'll make us
You've got
super. That'll
flavor.
make us really alert.
you've got
Would
to
that work?
savor it. No, it wouldn't.
Ah,
It
It
would
wouldn't.
just cause too much smoke.
Well,
You guys aren't very.
we don't
cultured, are
actually
ya?
use much fires up north.
You guys aren't the most cultured people, are you?
What are?
I mean, you
know,
wanted
there
to-
are decades.
That's what I'm saying. I'm a pirate, and I'm surprised by this.
There are.
I mean, to each their own level of culture.
True.
I mean, I'm definitely more civilized than both of you combined.
I don't know. I
I'm not
think.
completely sure about that.
I mean, you were willing to try the
You
deer
know,
heart, so that's pretty.
I
Solid.
was gonna say something, but now I don't want to say anything at all.
What were you going to say, Dathngar?
I wasn't going to say anything.
You were going to say that because I'm half human, I'm.
What
No,
is?
I wasn't
Why
going
do
to say
you
anything
care
about
so
it. I
much
think
about
you're
being
just-
half human?
Why do you
I
care so
think
much
that
about
you're just.
race?
I think you're just. I don't remember the word. What is the word?
Half human? Or
No. It's what a half human would be. Self-conscious about it.
Yes. I don't think
Yeah,
that
that
there's.
makes sense.
I don't think anyone should really be conscious about race. It doesn't really matter. What matters is the merit of your actions.
So
Hey,
you're speaking awfully flowery for a pirate.
Well, when you're on the sea, what you
Continue.
do doesn't matter what race you are. It matters how good you are at sailing. That's all that
I mean,
matters.
That makes sense.
I don't believe the sailors who I tried to get on boats with believe
What are you
they
any
all
good at
rejected me
sailing?
because
though?
I was a bastard of nature. Apparently,
Were you good at sailing?
I mean, I was fairly good.
That's a good question. Where are you?
I'm pretty not good.
I mean,
I can
as
canoe.
one who speak to fish and control water. Yes,
What
I'm
does
a
that have to
sailor.
do with like raising a sail, though?
I don't like.
I imagine
can the
you'd be
fish
a great
vouch for you or
fisherman.
something? Can you say, hey fish? Can you tell them that I'm a good sailor? Like, I'll just talking to the fish. It's
Yeah.
like, make your boat go better. I mean, I've never left the land myself. It's just
I don't think fish
I
don't,
don't think
really
fish are
affect.
too intelligent.
Most fish don't really affect the boat that much. It's only the
I
really.
mean, I can also control the wind.
You notice
What about
Bjorn,
whales?
You notice
you talk
Bjorn's
to
eyes
whales?
start to glaze over a little bit. It's only the really big. Now he's taking a big puff of smoke. He doesn't want to talk about big fish.
So, like whales, you mean? Like that size of fish? Like the? Are there orcas in this?
Yeah.
No, whales.
Did I know that whales aren't
Whales are
fish?
fine.
Can I
Whales
roll?
are
Orcas.
fine.
Well, I have no idea.
Whales are actually a sign
I
of
eat
good
them.
luck. Actually, they're a great
You
sign.
can roll survival
Well, I mean-
to see if it's not a fish.
They're a great
Oh,
sign
I
of
know.
good luck.
I know the whales that like hunt people and kill them.
Death, you're not sure. They could be a fish or they could not be.
It
So
means that
usually
there's
whales
going to
are-
be good sailing. That's what it means.
But
With,
if
like-
a fish is swimming in the water, is it a wet fish?
Some whales are good and some whales are killer whales.
Either way, they're good luck for a sailor.
Well, not for a hunter. It's
Well, to be
Probably.
completely honest, whales are kind of dicks.
Really? What
I
kind of
believe that. That makes perfect sense.
what kind of shit do they say?
Oh, they say some nasty shit about sailors.
Oh, really?
Uh-huh.
Well, tell the story. I want to know what nasty stuff about Bjorn.
Well, the last time I talked to one of these fat fucks, they said lots of bad shit. Mostly about the sailors that were coming back into town, calling them weak and knee-deep, and having these big wooden vessels that they sat in.
Well,
Yeah,
Calling
I
them,
mean,
you know, cowards and pussies for sitting in their protected little boxes on the surface of the water rather
Yeah,
than
well,
swimming amongst them.
It'll show when we
I
shoot him with a
suppose
cannon.
that's true.
Whales
Well, I
can
mean,
be quite dicks.
If you can't even fight a whale, man to whale, then I mean,
Why would you want to fight
Maybe
a
they're
man
right.
with a whale?
I heard.
Well, how
that
about I
there was a
polymorph
really
someone
big
into the
live
whale so they can fight mono a mono?
No,
To
we
prove
already
that
saw
you
how that
can
ended in
kill
Hold to Madness.
Boom.
I mean,
Oh.
we're just gonna be talking about whales and stupid.
We're
stuff.
gonna be
Yes.
talking about the sea apparently for a little bit.
The
Okay.
bush drop,
So,
and overhead, there's just this, like, 10-foot silent image of a whale just swimming in place.
But which
And
whale?
it's a big fucking killer.
Ah, the god, the killer whale.
okay.
Ah, well,
Hey,
it's not.
this one-
It's not
This
in
one's the
the.
most of the deck.
It's not in the
If
water. now.
whales
I
are
could probably
fish,
shoot
why
it.
don't they have scales?
They are definitely dicks. I can attest to that.
Okay, so y'all are sitting there talking about whales and fish in the sea,
Straight
apparently.
up.
Jasuk, you sit there and you're sitting quietly for.
I've eaten one
I
before.
had a whale dick fact to talk about.
No!
I was gonna talk about catching and eating a killer whale.
I
That's
was gonna talk.
Do y'all
I was
want to
gonna-
do any combat tonight or no?
I was gonna talk about the right whale and how the right whale has the biggest penis of any animal in the world.
Violence, 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 violence.
Bring
Oh
upon
my
us.
fucking god. Jasuk, you sit there for another 15, 20 minutes or so, and this time a buck ends up coming out and approaching and checking out
How
the
many
area.
points? How many points?
Don't fucking ask me this shit!
roll
Is it a
like a
10-point
d12.
buck?
Oh my
Roll a
god.
d12 times 2.
D12.
You want me to do that, or because I have the
8.
dice? Oh, you got it. Okay.
8 times 2.
16-point buck.
16-point
Fucking
buck.
hey.
Respectable.
I don't know what that means, but it sounds impressive.
It means the antlers have 16 points on them.
It's impressive.
It's a,
Okay,
It's a
cool.
good buck. He looks healthy. He's walking over, and he approaches, and this time this one steps in your snare, and oh shit, you got a buck. in your-
Dexterity saving throw.
Dexterity's
D20 plus 2.
D20 plus 2. That would be a what is the DC?
14.
That would be 13.
Yeah.
You actually got it.
I'm gonna let the arrow fly.
Oh shit, fam. Yeah, I'm just gonna say you shoot it in the heart. You're a nice, good, clean hunter.
Nice.
You
The
get it.
heart.
You get it nice in the heart, and it's
Arrow
dead.
strikes through, and just as the silvery arrow pierces its heart, poof, vanishes.
Oh, thank God.
Not even a mark of the arrow needing to be pulled out. Climb down from the tree, and how long does it take to prepare a deer?
Field
I-
dressing?
Yeah,
Field
field
an
dress a
hour.
deer.
Yeah.
It depends on how good the hunter
What are you
is,
doing?
but,
Are you just gonna drain the blood and
I-
cart
I-
it back, or are you gonna gut it and what?
I
are
mean, you
gonna
could
do?
just
Okay,
take the
Jasuk
entire
is a hunter. I
carcass.
am not a hunter. Please describe approximately what a hunter might do in this situation.
At
I'm gonna
this
bring
point,
it- Okay.
hang it up, drain the blood, probably remove the guts as well, and
Yeah.
then
Give the
from there
heart to
carry the
Suka,
corpse
you're-
back to be cooked.
It takes around 5 to 10 minutes. Most hunters 5 minutes tops.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's pretty quick, but the blood draining can take.
Well, yeah, you want to do
I
it
thought
really
the blood
quick
drained.
because they have an organ that once they die, it literally makes the meat go bad. So you want
Yes.
to do it
Mm.
fast.
That's true.
Mhm.
You have to get.
So
that.
should I roll survival?
Yeah, roll survival to see how quick you are.
That should just be 10.
Not too bad. What was it? You said like 5 to 10 minutes?
Yeah, 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay, you can do it in like 8 minutes. Not
Nice.
the fastest, but not super slow either. So you're able to get all that done and get it dressed up, and carcass is ready to be taken back to camp.
Alright, gonna cast Tinser's floating disc and just put the carcass on the disc and start walking.
All right. Yeah.
And so as I was saying, it was the right whale to
Oh
hunt.
my God,
And that's why we call it
That
the
is-
right whale.
that is a bit.
Yeah.
I mean, the
It's-
fact
say
that you
it
know
has,
so much about whale dicks is a little
So-
concerning. Though.
Taliesin,
you
we
even find
put
that out?
some
Moby Dick
sort of
got it.
barrier around the camp.
No, I know that in real
He
life.
dropped
Bjorn
it.
Bjorn
he-
doesn't know that.
Did he drop it? I'm trying to see, is Jasuk gonna have trouble finding the camp?
I think he dropped
yeah,
it.
I
to
dropped
make
it.
a
He
whale.
dropped
Oh, he could probably
like
hear
whale
us.
images above.
Okay. Yeah, then Jasuk, you're able to find your way back. No problem.
But I'm actually gonna send you guys a link to the right whale.
Yeah, we already know this. You don't have to do this.
Most of us already know this too.
I don't need to
What
know
is
this.
right
This
whale?
isn't relevant information for me as a DM.
It's WRI. I thought so, at least, isn't it?
No, it's just right, like as in the right whale to hunt.
Is it that one?
As in not left, but
Okay.
right.
So, Jasuk, you come
Always
back to the
forgot.
camp, though. They're all
Oh, this
smoking
way.
and talking about
Oh,
whales for
really
some
bad
fucking
joke.
reason. What are you gonna
Whale,
do?
whale, whale. What do I have here?
Dead.
Huh. Well,
Okay, I'm gonna make it anyway. It's the kind of whale that women don't have.
you
You've
cut out.
been redacted.
It's the
kinda
kind
whale.
of whale
God.
that women don't have.
Anyway, it's a whale of a tail. So, can I have the heart of that deer or the liver?
Well, I don't want it. Go
That's
for
something
it.
that he would have taken out already.
It's probably on the ground, just like, I don't know,
You
20
monster,
minutes out.
wasting the best part. Can-
Hey, if you want it, it's still probably fresh. It's been saved in the snow.
All right, good. I'm gonna go walk off and
It's gonna
find
be a
it.
20-minute walk to go get a heart and come back.
Jasuk, you look like a cultured type. Come, take a seat.
Very well.
I pass off my smoke to you.
Oh, what is this?
We're just talking about whales. Oh, this is tobacco.
Oh, tobacco. I have, I don't. Would I have? I probably would have.
Mm-hmm.
I'd take a puff.
It's pretty common.
Very nice. He's very nice.
The survival was to see if I could follow his
deer
trail.
heart.
You can't. You wander around for a little bit. You can't see. It's getting dark, man. You can't really find a trail.
I have dark vision. No,
It's still. It's
5 says no.
5 says no, man.
Yeah.
You can't see
I'm
shit.
I'm so upset about him removing the heart and the liver. The best
You're
part
so
of it.
distraught over it that you can't find his trail to even go find the heart and the liver that he left behind.
I was taking a sip of soda when you said that.
So I guess I'm gonna try and turn around and find my way back to camp, and I guess I do.
It takes you longer than 20 minutes, but yeah, you managed to find your way back somehow. It helps that there's some light from the camp and you can hear the voices, but it takes you a little bit longer.
I still can't believe that you just didn't
Well-
even keep the heart and the liver.
Why don't you?
couldn't find it? I thought you were a good hunter.
Why don't you try?
I
the
hunt in
stuff
the
that we
north. I
have?
don't use woods. What are you talking?
Why don't you try what we have here?
Tracks are tracks. You follow the tracks and you find the quarry or the heart.
I hunt seals and the whales. I don't. What do you...
You let a heart
don't-
laying on the ground escape from you. Shame.
I could. That-
Wait.
Just give
Can
me a
seals
piece of
leave
deer.
tracks in the water?
No, they can't. It's a lot harder than hunting for a deer.
It's a completely different tracking. I talked to some fish
Wait.
about it. It's quite interesting.
Oh, it
Right,
is.
but if
It's
you
a
can,
strange
hunting
tracking
a
system.
seal is harder than hunting a heart that is stationary on the ground.
Um,
Wouldn't that mean that you could find the heart? If
That
you
would
could
be
find the
true.
seal?
That would be true.
I'm not a heart seeker or anything. Good. Gee.
No, you're not a heartbreaker, are you?
Well, I mean, I eat them. I don't break them. Usually, I eat them whole.
He's a heart eater.
He's a heart eater.
But anyway,
It's a heart.
you eat the heart
masticates
because
them.
So
it
how would I go
contains the
about
soul of
cooking
the
this
animal.
thing? Would I like cut it up into smaller pieces and like cook those individually over like through some method?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There'd be a
would
method
probably
of
be the
separating the
quickest.
legs from the main torso and splitting it down the spine in order. to
Yeah.
have both ribs.
Let's say that we eat the deer.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't need to be very specific about this.
So I'm not gonna make you do any checks for it or whatever, just moving shit along.
We should roll for parasites.
No.
Yeah, let's do
My
that.
chef's background.
roll for
It's
tips.
just cool.
You're able
Oh,
to
no, we
make
got
it no
tick.
problem. You've got enough people there where you have advice and everything. Everyone's able to kind of pitch in and make food for everyone. And you all have a nice dinner of deer. Maybe Suka eats his raw. I don't know what the fuck. He's weird.
I'll try it cooked.
You try
I
it
like-
cooked, alright. So you all settle down for the night. I'm gonna have you do 2 shifts for the night. Who wants to
Okay.
go and watch?
I'll take the first one.
Okay, so that's Taliesin for
I'll
first.
take second.
Okay, Taliesin for first, Suka for second. Okay, Taliesin, make your perception.
Let's see how well this goes. Flat roll. Hey, not bad.
14, okay. Oh, wait, that's the wrong...
Just keep in mind, I have proficiency with perception
Uh-huh.
because I have a -2.
You have a
to
-2 though.
Oh.
Wow.
It's a nice flat roll.
Yeah, so you just watch and
It'll get better.
nothing really happens as far as you can tell. You can just hear kind of some owls hooting in the distance. It's dark, it's quiet, it's relatively peaceful. Not really your type of terrain, considering it's land and it's not really that, but because this is closer to the Dark Elves, you almost feel some sort of connection to the land now. Maybe it's the first time you've felt this sort of connection, at least in recent years. But overall, your shift passes with no problem, and you go and you wake Jasuk up and settle down for bed yourself, and it's Jasuk's turn. And you roll perception, Jasuk. God
Can I
damn,
have
y'all having some
advantage
nice
for
rolls
having my bird with me?
tonight. Yes, you may have perception advantage with your bird. Hey, there you go. Yep. So, Jasuk, as you're sitting there, you're glancing at the stars and listening and looking around, and as you're looking around, you see a pair of antlers, not too far away from you, but you can see a pair of antlers, and you kind of look at it for a moment, and then you see it's taller than a deer. And do you do anything, or do you just watch it? It doesn't seem to have noticed you.
I'd like to.
Hey
Oh.
guys, it's my new PC.
It's your boy, Skinny Peanut.
You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna be waking
You said it. You said it. You said.
She said it when we
You
were playing
said the
Cards Against
forbidden
Humanity.
word.
Why did you say the word you hate to say?
She said it when we were playing Cards Against Humanity.
I did.
Oh,
I got over my fear of
I
it
mean,
because of
that's
Cards Against
why-
Humanity.
oh okay.
Say it again. Say it again.
Um,
Say it again.
Nope, I already said it.
All right, cool. I'm
Let's just talk about the right.
gonna be
wheel.
waking people up.
Are you gonna be waking people up?
I am waking people up. It's what my character would do.
All right, you start waking people up.
I'm gonna go
Not
ahead.
loudly. I just kind of like reach over.
Who's
and just,
nearest
like-
to you?
Slap me.
Who's-
Slap me.
who's the
Slap me.
first
Roll a
one you
die.
start waking
Roll a
up?
dice to see
Going
which
to
one.
harass me in my sleep.
Okay,
because
so
roll
I
a die.
have Suka,
Wake up.
Dath, Bjorn, Taliesin in that order, and I will roll a d4 to see who he wakes up first.
Well, Taliesin would have told him if anything happens.
Yeah, I'm still going to whoever is closest.
That would be
Which-
Dath.
Taliesin.
Is it?
I
It's
rolled a
Dathngar.
d4.
Okay, yeah.
Yep, so it would be
I
Dathngar.
I go for whoever's second closest then.
Fuck you.
Wow.
Roll the die again.
That would be Bjorn.
I wake up
Alright.
Bjorn.
Hey, what's up?
See, in the woods, I see it's like antlers, but taller. It's a window goes back.
Oh shit. All right then.
Do you gesture to where you saw the antlers?
Yeah, I gesture over to where they were. I assume they're gone now, though.
Bjorn, roll perception.
Okay.
It's probably
be
No,
not
you got
great.
a 20.
Eh.
Both of you are able to see the antlers for a few more seconds before it disappears into the brush.
After hearing that,
Eh.
do I wake up?
No, they were quiet.
How loud were you two being?
Hushed tones.
They were
But
talking
very
on either
anxious.
side of me.
Hushed
mean,
tones,
I
very
wasn't-
anxious.
I wasn't talking loud. No. I
Yeah,
was
no,
just-
then you're probably not awake.
But keep in mind, I'm also trying to keep somewhat quiet as I don't want it to hear.
Like, I was
Like,
right next to you.
If
and
you
Bjorn
want
was
to
on
be
the other
awake,
side
fine.
of-
You can be awake,
You
but
can-
I'm not explicitly.
So
Apparently, Dathngar is closest to me. Braun is second closest, so you're not in between him and me.
No.
So,
You can wake up if you want, though.
Here, I'll draw it on the map. So you've got your campfire here, right? Jasuk was on watch here. You have Dath here. You have Bjorn here. Taliesin is there, and then there's Suka. That's how it's set up. So Dath was the one who was closest.
I thought you said I was close.
I don't remember saying that.
She said I
said she
couldn't
was
hear.
rolling the
and
die.
The D sounds like a T, so I thought it was Taliesin too. But
No.
I heard Dath.
Yeah.
people were talking a lot,
Yes,
so
they
I
were.
couldn't actually hear what
This
it
is
was.
this is
clearly.
what you had on the map. This is what happened. I am sorry. You may wake up now if you wish. This is your own chance.
Fine, I wake up.
I'm not waking up unless someone wakes me.
Suka isn't paid enough to deal with this shit.
Yeah, I'm staying asleep.
Suka
So,
and-
if I were to stay up from here, would it still be considered a full rest, or?
Yeah, because the first shift already passed.
You know what? I'll join you for this watch, just in case.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'd ask about where the deer, the buckhead is, but I'm not awake, so I can't.
Probably something you should have asked 6 hours ago. The Wendigos got it. Now he's got two deer heads.
Well, I mean, I don't eat deer brains. I'm not a savage.
No, God. But anyway, Bjorn and Jasuk stay up for the rest of the night on their watch shifts. So far you don't see anything. You don't even hear anything. You just hear kind of the natural wilds around you. So nothing else happens throughout the night, and it comes to morning, and you all are awake now. What the fuck are you guys doing now?
I'm getting up. And
Getting
For
back on the trail, I guess.
It's time for
Time for
breakfast,
breakfast?
and then we need to have second breakfast.
I don't think people normally eat that much.
Have you never had
Usually-
second breakfast?
Probably had nightmares about.
What about brunches?
Oh, no.
In the Levensies?
Usually, if I can get it,
You see, Dathngar knows what I'm talking about.
are there? I'm gonna go look for breakfast.
No, please don't.
No, please don't.
I mean, there's deer left over, man.
No, I'm looking for berries.
Yeah,
I
small
need
survival.
food. You can't eat raw meat all the time.
Yeah, you're able to find some
Oh.
berries that you're pretty sure are safe.
If
Yes.
you eat the entire animal, you can get all the nutrients you need.
I'll get a good amount.
Okay, yeah, you get a decent chunk of berries. Bring them back to the camp, and yeah, they're berries. As far as you can tell, they taste nice and sweet. They're good.
Are there any
Well, that's my
poisonous
breakfast.
berries?
Well, I mean, there was the one pot, the entire bush that you guys took with you.
Actually, I would like to use
got
my
stolen.
cook's tools proficiency to determine if these berries are poisonous.
They are. not.
Yes, chef's tools, the greatest tools.
They
Well,
Indeed.
I'm eating them.
they are not. They're just
I mean, they're better than
You've heard them
They're
called
really good.
Not
blauberries.
Calligrapher's tools are the best tools.
These berries look like a trap that some sick mastermind would come up.
Look, I'm eating them for breakfast.
Okay,
I
fine.
mean,
I will
as
too.
long as they're not juniper berries, because you can't eat juniper berries raw.
No,
Well, I don't
they-
care. I'm eating them. Anyway.
Jasuk knows them from living in this region or being in this region,
Yeah.
and they're just called blauberries, aka blueberries.
Ah,
We have. I don't know if we have berries up north. I'm not really. I don't care enough to figure out what kind they are.
Those are juniper berries.
Well,
beads used to make with juniper berries.
You know.
which again, if you eat too many of, will kill you. But they
Yeah.
make gin. They make gin out of it.
I don't think those are the
So,
berries I'm talking
Y'all
about.
end up eating your breakfast and packing up camp. And you head out on the trail again, and this time you're going further up the mountains, and it starts getting a little bit colder, a little bit more snowy. And
this is not
soon,
like-
by about midday, you are visibly higher up than you were. So I'd say like now by midday you're like about here because it took you about half a day to get just to this point. So half day you're here now, and I have to pull out my Dungeon Master's Guide for a thing.
Yay!
Yay!
While you're doing that, I'm gonna sing a song.
Yeah, I already got it.
So
I got tabs in my book.
Somebody once told me the world was going to roll me.
Who is navigating for the party? Or, well,
Actually, I'd say you might be the sharpest tool just by virtue that the rest of the tools can't
okay,
be
so I want
sharpened.
to ask, who is now leading the party? Because you have more time to rearrange who's leading the party. So who's navigating, who's leading, that sort of thing.
It may be good for Taliesin since he's the dude who leads.
I'm gonna stick close to the front
What does he
because
want?
I'm the short boy.
Okay.
I think if anyone gets shot, it's gonna be the bright pink boy first.
I'll take up the back, I guess. You want
Okay.
someone
See,
on
the bad
I'll
part
be
is you're not
somewhere
wrong.
in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
You'll be in the middle, and then we'll put Doth over here. So that's the order you'll be in. Taliesin, I would like you to make a survival check
Shit.
for
Okay.
navigation.
Can I have advantage? Because I know what I'm
It was a really
Do
long
you?
time ago.
following my
You were
gut.
2 years old.
You
You're-
were 2
you're
years old,
also
my man.
boy
That's stretching
now.
Boy?
it. No, you gotta make a plain
Can,
flat
can I
survival
give him
check.
advantage? Due to some weird bastardization of me kind of being around the area and cartography
and
proficiency.
having a map. Yeah.
Fine. If Jasuk is helping with navigation in just the general area, not exactly finding where the dark elves are, but just helping with general navigation, like away from cliff edges, I will let you have advantage.
I'll even give him the double help. I have navigator's tools.
Nope, that is your advantage. And I would also like Taliesin to make a perception.
Oh my gosh.
Mm-hmm. All right.
And I'll
Oh,
be
I should have done this yesterday, but I want to send my bird up in the air just to look out for specifically dark elves to give us an early warning if he sees some.
So
and I'm yeah.
you all are climbing up the mountain, and it's starting to get more steep. It's starting to get a little bit more rocky. Just like your pony's having a little bit of trouble with the terrain, because there's like tree roots and stones and everything. And as you all start getting higher up, you notice that the sky seems to be darkening. And soon, within surprisingly a short amount of time, the sky goes from being maybe a little overcast to just having dark gray clouds over the sky. And with it, the wind starts picking up, and before you all know it, before you barely are able to react, within like 3 minutes, the sky just opens up and you can hardly see the trail in front of you. It's pouring rain. It's pitch black almost. Lightning is crackling from the sky. Thunder is roaring up ahead. And I'm going to consider this difficult terrain as of now. So whoever, Taliesin, if you are continuing to lead, you are going to continue making survival checks every so often. So for now, you're able to continue forward, and the footing is a lot more difficult. Sometimes you're only able to see a cliff edge when it's illuminated by the lightning. If anyone would like to pull out something, like a lantern, or if they have that, some sort of light source, they may do so.
Of all the times to not have a ranger.
Dark vision.
How bright
Yeah.
is the glow necklace?
It is pretty dim. It's not super bright. It's like...
I mean, I have a lantern.
And I
Oh,
can
good.
conjure a torch, then set it on fire.
Because
it's
I have
pouring
no
rain.
light. I have
Oh.
no
Take
way to light
damage.
things.
So here's the thing. Even with the dark vision, it is pouring rain. You can hardly make out like 10 feet in front of you.
So it's more that it's under heavy obscurity rather than it's in the dark.
It's difficult obscurity. The sky is very dark, so there's a limited light. So it's just difficult terrain. You can't really see your footing. Everything is kind of obscured. It's not fun.
Time
I
to
hate
read the
the
spell
rain.
description.
This sucks.
All right.
This is what we call docking weather.
Yes, you may read a spell description if you want.
So, I'm able to create, using the spell, gust of... Oh, that's only a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Are you trying to clear away the storm?
I was going to say, I could just blow directly straight up. Just, like, blow all of the rain.
You could certainly try.
But it's only a minute, so it doesn't really help as much.
Mm-hmm.
I'll
Wait,
cast
wait,
a
wait.
Powerful spell.
I just thought of something.
Mm.
We have tinctures, don't we?
Yeah, the thing about Tinser's floating disc, it is very specific in what it does,
very
and if you try to fuck with it, it just poofs.
It is very specific. That is true.
Like if I
think
if
you
I
could
were to
put it
somehow
over you.
float up at approximately 10 feet above the ground, it would also follow behind me 10 feet above the ground, and everyone else could be underneath it.
Poor Jasuk. Take him on for the team.
However, that wouldn't even really help us not being able to see forward, because the area forward
True.
is also
You could do that above your
True.
heads, and I might let you do it above your heads, but you're not going to be able to see in front of you still. It would just...
I'm assuming
Rain,
we're like
rain,
touching
go
each
away,
other
come
or
again,
trying
you're
not to be
holiday.
separated, right?
Yeah, if you want to, yeah, that's what you can be trying to do.
I'm gonna roll a check to see if I
Yeah.
manage to not be separated. What would that be? Perception or survival?
Perception.
It's a touch check.
I
You have
mean-
to roll the touch.
Yeah.
What roll would
rolls
that be?
nat 20 to
Athletics?
check.
Just
He's
roll,
touched
just roll
my
a d20,
soul.
man.
Whichever one you want and add the modifier.
Just
Nat-
roll flat d20, honestly.
Nat
Well,
20
fine.
touches the soul.
Touches their hearts.
No, nat 20 touches the heart. Yeah, and then he eats
Okay.
it.
Oh no.
Yeah, so Suka, you're able to kind of shout over the rain and get everyone to get closer, and everyone is kind of, at the most part, just kind of loosely touching one another. Maybe you're holding on to someone's cloak or that sort of thing. Just kind of trying your best not to get lost in this, with the paths getting more narrow and more rocky, and the rain pouring down. At this point, you can't even tell, honestly, where you came from or where you're going. You just know that there's a path that you're following that's occasionally illuminated by the lightning. And as you're continuing, Taliesin, I'd like you to make another survival check.
Fuck. Okay.
Would it be possible for me to kind of take over at this point?
If you paused in the path and were very careful about rearranging your order, you may.
Do you
Yeah, I
have to
shove
make
his
a
ass
check
like-
to be careful, or
Your footing is getting slippery. There's rocks. There's a narrow path. You'd have to be careful with moving people past one another, is what I'm saying.
I imagine having the pony would make this a bit more cumbersome.
Yes. If you're
Put the
leaving the
pony
pony
on
at
your
like the
disc.
back or whatever, and you are just walking forward, that's fine.
hand the pony off to someone else? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Here, whoever wants the pony can have the pony for the time being. I'm getting up to the front to help
Would
with
it have to be
navigation.
Dathngar or Bjorn?
I don't want the pony.
I guess I get the pony.
Yeah, so Bjorn
Don't
gets
book
the
it too
pony.
much.
The pony's kind of plodding along. The poor little pony's out in the rain, being forced to follow these people. So yeah, you can go to the front and you can either roll separate checks or you can roll advantage.
Roll with advantage.
Okay.
Yoo-hoo!
Jeez.
So, by some miracle, despite this absolute just terrible storm that's flying, you're managing to keep your eyes on the path, and you continue forward. You're somehow inching your way up, forward, higher and higher into the mountains, and as you get higher up, it's almost like the storm is getting worse. The wind is getting stronger and beating against you. Your cloaks are whipping around you. The footing is getting more slippery, and as you're marching, you hear a sound that isn't the sound of thunder. It's like that of a bird. It's a powerful, loud screech that it makes all of you almost cover your ears. Just you feel it deep rumbling within you with how loud it is. And after you cover your ears, you look up at the sky, and all of you see from within the clouds itself, illuminated by the lightning, is the shape of a massive bird. Which fades the moment the lightning disappears. And the storm has not lit up.
Well, that is not
Maybe
that
we
cool.
should
Is that the
Maybe
lightning
go
bird?
back.
What is that called? What was
It
that?
seems like
Uh,
some bad foreboding.
Maybe a thunderbird.
Jasuk, you do know that there are rumors and legends in this area about thunderbirds living in this mountain range.
Wait, that was just making up names. What?
So the rumors
So
are
if it
true.
creates lightning that strikes twice, would that be Zapdos?
You're
you are
pretty
all
calm
standing in
for
the pouring
being in
rain
a
talking,
storm.
FYI.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we see some freaky birds that are probably
Let's-
going to try to kill us if we get further up.
Let's
We
get
need
to
to decide
cover.
now, do we go up, down, just hide what? Is
The
there cover?
halflings
Is there
can't go
cover?
much
I don't know what to do. I don't like
Perception with
this.
disadvantage.
Perception with disadvantage.
Because
If I'm
Okay.
help-
helping, can he have a flat roll?
Or
Perception with
Arizona.
normal.
you may do a normal roll, yeah. As far as you can tell there's the wall, there's like the cliff next to you, and then there's the cliff on the other side, and you roughly know where you came back from, but you can't see any cover, per se.
So by cliff on one side and cliff on the other side, you
It's
mean
like-
we're like on a little ledge about to fall off? Or like...
No, it's not that small, but like there's one side where there's a drop off, but then there's another side where it's going
Okay.
up.
Left side's a drop, right side's a wall.
Yeah,
Okay,
exactly.
Thank you.
Okay, I assume we can't see how far forward it is till we get to a more open area.
No, you cannot. Your best bet would be to just keep inching your way.
Let's keep going, I guess. I don't know.
Oh boy.
Any
I get
shelter?
my familiar to just come back to me, then I just send him forward as far as he can go, as fast as he can go, just to see how close we are to a safe area, as I tell everyone to keep moving forward.
Okay. So you all keep inching your way forward, trying your best to maintain your footing on this edge. I'd say the edge that you're standing on is like 5 feet, so it's not super wide. So it's like it is pretty much single file line. And as you continue on, it is getting more narrow. Whereas before you were able to have people kind of roughly pass by one another if they were careful. At this point, if you wanted to turn around, it would be you'd all have to pivot in place and turn around.
And the pony wouldn't be able
The
to.
pony would have to go backwards.
That's
But
not going to work.
So
Just have the pony take the quick
let's
way.
continue then.
so the bird flies forward, and the bird eventually comes back to you. And you can talk to your bird, correct?
You know what? I'm just gonna check to make sure.
Because I'm trying to figure out how would the bird relay information to you.
Okay, if I'm familiar, I know that I can issue commands. I'm not sure if I can understand it. Your familiar accent with you always obeys your commands in combat. Well, your familiar is within 100 feet of you. It can communicate telepathically.
Yep, okay. So the bird comes back to you, and it communicates telepathically, and it mentions that there's a slightly wider area up ahead that the path turns, and it's not really full cover, but there's a little bit of rain, like a little bit of area where it could get the rain off of you. So it might work to see if the storm would pass.
About how far?
The bird says that at the pace you're going, it might take you another 5-10 minutes.
5-10 minutes, okay. Oh boy. Let's see. Do I have anything that might help?
As far as you all can tell, the storm is not letting up.
I do not have anything that would really help right here.
Do you have
All right.
Featherfall?
No, I don't have Featherfall, unfortunately. I did not think Featherfall would ever come into play again.
Oh no!
Wait,
Look
did
what
we
I've
fall
done.
off?
Yeah. If we fall off, would be where it comes into play again.
But we
alas.
haven't fallen off yet.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay,
Keep going.
just... Okay,
It's just a little
notice right now, forward or backward.
Map, you and I intentionally fall off.
We never turn. We never turn back. And
All right.
if you do, I'll try and catch you. But I guess I died through that.
Okay, so
More
that's one
people
vote
for
for
the people
forward.
that
What
would
about
never-
That
everyone
was
else?
sarcasm.
I'm the back. I'm the person at the back. We're never turning around.
Okay.
Alright, we're going forward then.
That is a valid argument, sir. Okay, so y'all continue going forward and inching your way forward, and the storm just keeps pouring down, the lightning and thunder crackling through the air.
Oh, right, I send my bird back, tell it to keep an eye out. If the giant bird comes back, warn us.
Yep. You hear the sound of the bird in the distance as you're continuing. At least, or you think it's the sound of your bird. It doesn't sound too far away, it doesn't sound too angry, but you just hear it in the distance every so often. After a bolt of lightning cracks through the air, the sound goes out. So you continue on, and let's see. I'm going to have Jasuk and Taliesin both make dexterity checks.
Oh boy. Oh, I have decent dexterity.
Actually, I have a pretty good dexterity.
Oop, just 15, not
Okay.
the other one, I guess.
Dicks.
Alright. So, as you are creeping your way forward along this narrow path, lightning strikes the side of the mountain above you, and rocks start tumbling down. And Jasuk and Taliesin, you both are somewhat able to get out of the way. Jasuk, you manage to get a little bit more out of the way, and Taliesin, your footing slips. And you feel yourself start to fall. And as you start feeling yourself falling, you see everything sliding away. There's a loud whoosh hissing noise through the air that all of you hear. And a dark figure passes by and grabs you, Taliesin, by your shoulders. And somehow you're picked up and placed back on the rock.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
And you're just placed back right where you were. And as far as you can tell, none of you know what this is. It's dark, it's dim, it's rainy, and you hear wing beats. And then...
Everybody get the fuck down.
Jasuk, you
Yep.
manage to stay standing, and you're right next to Taliesin, so you see this, and you see him start falling, and you see him, he is going to fall. And then you see when he got grabbed, you saw a pair of talons grab onto his shoulders, and that somehow picked him up and put him back where he was. And following those talons, you're somehow able to make it out, and you hear those wing beats, and you're able to follow it in front of you, and some dark figure lands on the path in front of you. And after a moment, I'm assuming you stop the party. Because
Yeah.
This is... What the fuck is that? Oh, no.
Is this a secret race?
After a moment, something lights up in the dark.
Glow sticks.
And you see the outline of some sort of figure looking at all of you. And you see these glowing lights.
I conjure a hand crossbow and just like point it directly at the thing.
The thing tilts
What's
its head.
going on up
to one
there?
side.
Who goes there?
Why'd we stop?
I'm
Just
gonna-
look.
And Elvish just like, who the fuck are you?
And the figure's
What?
standing there
Fucking-
and tilts its head one side and then tilts its head to the other side in almost an avian manner. Before just speaking and just, Malliga, come, I help. And the lights turn
Tits.
and they start heading up the path. And every so often you see the lights kind of look back at you, kind of just waiting to see if you all are following.
Okay. Oh boy. Let's keep going. Then.
What happened?
Let's go.
Why
Just
did we
Yes,
stop?
let's go,
Going on.
There is a weird person with like glowy face and dark hood. I
I
don't know.
can't hear you over the storm. I guess we'll talk later.
Bird with glow face.
Anything is
I
better than the
didn't hear
stone.
you.
Anything's better than the stone.
Well, whoever's in the back,
That's
you,
me.
you
Suka.
see one
He
of
says,
you,
there's,
you feel
he
one of my
says that
tentacles
there's
push
butter
from
in the
behind you.
stone.
One of the tentacles coming from... Oh, no.
All right.
Let's go.
So you all continue forward, and I'm going to make you all no longer need to make any survival checks. And you're
Do we
able
still
to, you're following these
Make
glowing
checks
lights
to
that you
if
see.
we stay on the path.
And the path that you were going to take, that you thought was the good path,
Isn't it the only path?
it doesn't, the figure, the lights, lead you off to the side instead. And
Where
gestures,
does it break off? I thought that it was just like a straight shot,
there's a
like
narrow
3
path.
feet wide.
There is a narrow path off to the side that's very hard to see in the dim light. And this figure is standing on this other path that's hard to see in the rain and light, and is you can see their head tilting, kind of gesturing, waiting to see if you decide to follow.
Well, I am following
All right.
tentatively. I'd like to make a
Keep my hand
perception
close
check
to
to-
the entire
would've-
time.
I'm gonna follow Pickle P.
What is your perception check for?
just general perception check. I want to see if there is
Okay.
something underhanded going on.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Go
Because,
go
of
ahead.
course, normal or disadvantaged?
Disadvantaged. Because it's still pouring rain.
Understandable.
You're
It-
not able to see very much with the rain. You can just see the mask, the hood, but you feel like the
bod.
figure. There's something else about it that's not exactly humanoid.
Would I recognize anything about this?
No, this is completely foreign to you.
No,
It's
check
the
it all.
Eagles from
No,
the
you,
Hobbit.
like you flat out don't get a check.
Again, we saw the mask, we saw the hood. Now we have to see the bod because we're looking at a demigod.
Oh, I hate that. So you continue following this figure through the rain, and this path is a little more steep, goes up a little bit more rather than the other one, which was more like a gradual winding path through the mountains. This one is a little more steep, but it's taking you to a different area of the mountains. And this path, as you're going, Jasuk, and Taliesin, you can see this a little bit. Jasuk, you're able to see this figure is almost like hopping as they're moving. The way the mask and the lights are moving, it's not exactly just walking or running. It's a mixture of walking and hopping, and you can hear fluttering almost as they're moving, and you see their mask moving. And continues on for another 10 minutes of walking, figure occasionally looking back and waiting for you all to catch up, before you come to almost like an entranceway to a valley area. And it opens up, and there's no more steep cliffs on either side. It's like a little secluded valley in the mountainous region. And the figure again turns and looks, and again gestures, just, Malika, come! And leads you.
Wait, what now? What did you
My
just...
who?
Yeah, please.
Manlika.
Yeah, please be more.
I heard that. I mean, I didn't hear what you.
I was gonna make a
Oh,
joke the
wow.
first time you said
That's
it.
a lot.
I am aware.
I heard
Shush.
it the first time.
Shut the
I
fuck up.
just didn't want to say it.
I
Shut
heard
the fuck
by
up.
something else, and that's definitely against the, the
Whatever.
Twitch.
So the figure takes you, and you, even though it's dim and the rain is pouring down, you can see that the figure is leading you to what appears to almost be like a stone wall. But the closer you get, the more you can see it's kind of constructed. It looks like it's carved out. It almost looks like a building built into the stone. And this figure goes to the base of this wall, and they push open a door with light coming out of the door. And now that there's light, even with the rain, you are able to see this figure a little bit better. Oh, I wasn't ready for this part. Oh no, give me a moment. Fuck.
Wait, so are we going inside of somewhere?
I don't know.
Inside of the pickle pea.
Oh no! No, we're just going to
Suka.
Pickle Pete's nest.
So when the
The
door
rain.
is pushed open, the figure turns and looks, the mask turns and looks back at you, and you're able to see white is the first thing you see. You see large white shapes next to the figure, almost attached to the back, and the claws on the end of the hand. And the figure turns and looks and gestures with the hands and points at the door, kind of just almost childish, excitedly pointing, kind of just trying to suggest, hey, come in here.
Yeah, may as
Are
well.
we going there?
I'm gonna go in
Or we all
excitedly.
turn
I wanna get out
around
of the
and
rain.
run away.
May as well. Going in.
No,
All right.
we all go in.
So you all enter after this creature, and when you step inside, it's brightly lit, it's warm, it's a building. It is actually a building.
Is it dry?
It is very dry. It is nice and warm and dry, and there's lights lit on the walls. When you all step inside, do you leave the pony outside, or does the pony get to come inside as well? The door is
It
big
gets to come inside.
enough. The pony now is inside as well. And I'm assuming, Suka, you shut the door behind you?
I
Most
stay
likely.
outside. No, I come.
So you shut the
I-
stone
I-
door behind you,
like,
and
I'm like
All of you take a moment to get oriented with your surroundings after being left.
Guys,
out in
I've got to
that
go
rain.
for like 5 or 10 minutes. I'll be right back.
Oh, do you want me to pause?
You don't have to pause.
Okay.
Just Bjorn will be Bjorn.
Bjorn will be Bjorn.
It's
okay.
a multiplayer
Um,
game. You can't
I will
pause it.
show you what the thing is.
Aye. I said
Uh,
Yeah, I'll be back though.
mhm.
This
So,
is the
Oh,
Actually,
it's
that face reminds me of just like the masks from Absolver.
So,
boy
once
got
you step
some wings.
inside, this figure that was leading you, you're able to see it clearly now, and this figure shakes
Like
off
a
their
cobra.
massive
This
wings.
dude has no pants.
They're booty shorts, to be precise, actually.
Huh.
Excuse you.
Okay.
And
Yeah, it looks
the
like
figure is shaking off their wings,
a
getting the
weird
water
strap.
off, and just kind of looks over and just safe, warm, vest. And they kind of gesture.
What?
Thank you. Who are you?
Oh, Siddester. Name Siddester.
Siddester.
What are you?
It's
Exactly.
an angel.
I've never seen a bird person.
They actually make a few chirping noises and tilt their head to one side. Fjorthomenska. Just kind of excitedly talking.
Bless you. No, I'm joking. Flute. Is that a word? I assume that's old
Mm-hmm.
Dorathian.
Mm-hmm. You are correct about that assumption.
That is.
Taliesin, you have some rudimentary knowledge of Old Dorathian. And
Yes.
What?
you know some of the phrases that this creature has been saying. You can't really make out the full thing, but you can tell that Fjorthomenska, at least the part Fjorther, means feather. And the phrase that they were saying before, manliger, that was essentially a way to call humans.
Yes.
I look at Dead in the eyes and be like, the fuck?
They
Take
tilt-
off the mask.
They pause and shrink back for a moment and just shake their head. No, take off. No.
Don't
I've
be
got to know
rude to our
the deal.
savior.
I mean, let's not.
Let's
Push.
enjoy this respite while we can.
I don't want to go back out into the pouring rain.
I
Honestly.
don't want to go back out there.
No, go out. It's safe here.
So, what do you? Is there like? Is this all there? Like, are there any rooms off this portion, or like?
So you were
what is-
in a room that's oh god, I don't know. It's like about 60 feet long. It's a big, long room that's dug into the side of the mountain, completely carved out of stone. And at the opposite end, you can see there's another set of doors. And in this main room, there appear to be almost like some hammocks hanging from the ceiling. A few different various belongings. There's a fireplace in the center, and it actually almost looks like there's a living space for two people here instead of one.
Do you have someone else who lives here with you?
They
Sit after.
they chirp and kind of tilt their head, and just after a moment they nod. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. Are they outside still? Or are
He-
they deeper in?
He come soon. Father.
I see.
What is your
Thank-
father? What are you?
I think he already
They
told
repeat
us.
again.
Feather something.
Yes, you and Taliesin both can tell that there's feather something.
That doesn't
He's
help.
saying that he's a feather duster,
I,
a feature footer.
the feather minsker. I think. I may be mispronouncing it.
I can't understand anything that he says outside of the few common words.
Well, I mean, Sylvester sounds like, well, then the men.
Sylvester?
I get the men part. Sylvester.
Yeah.
We can call him Sylvester, I suppose. But it's Sylvester.
Siddhaster.
Yes.
Sinister?
My name is Suka.
Suka.
This, this is Bjorn.
Bjorn.
That is, Bjorn's right here. He's a little quiet now. He doesn't like the rain.
Small.
For some reason, I don't know.
Dwarves get upset when they get caught in the rain.
I mean, I would expect them to be more, used to it, seeing as it rains a lot on the ocean. But anyway, this is. Do you want Dathngar?
I am Jasuk.
Dathngar.
Yeah, that's Jasuk.
Jasuk.
And then this is this lovely pink guy is Taliesin.
Taliesin. Oh,
That's right.
Yeah. He like pulls back his hair and shows his darker skin and his purple eyes, and he's like, "Do you recognize anything like me?"
they pause and they step a little bit closer, kind of curiously examining you, and it's just a mask staring at you, but the lights kind of shift and morph on the face as they're staring. And
What did I miss? I come back
I
and the chat says,
introduced you to this bird thing.
and this thing says man liquor. That's all that I know.
no.
But I introduced you to its name.
Mhm.
I like told you that your name was, Bjorn.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it pauses after looking at you and just, oh, Darkoffer. No,
Dark-
Yeah.
I know.
Didn't-
Do you know how to get there?
They chirp and kind of pause and tilt their head, and just after a moment shake their head. Know them, not friends, not friends.
Looks like they're not nice.
Of course you're not.
Maybe.
Father no.
They're not
Father
friends with
no.
mine.
Oh well.
It may seem like a bit of an odd question, but do many other outs try to come through this area?
They pause and chirp and tilt their head. Dead. Dead too.
Oh.
I suppose I.
Are they like
Why did you say
undead,
this?
or did they die?
Oh, they pause. Man ligger not here. Want talk? Lonely.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. I'd be lonely.
Only father, and they gesture to themselves.
What in the storm above us? We saw a big bird.
Oh, they kind of they perk up and just oh, from a
Is that a
fairy.
thunderbird? From a fairy?
But
Thunder fairy.
not no thunderbird.
Like, what was the word you said?
Thunder fairy.
Like thunder feather.
Yes. And they point and nod.
Ah, now I know the word for thunder. No,
Thunder is thunder.
The more you know.
More you know.
yes, that word. Does he do this often?
Thunder. Oh, not like outside.
Yes, it's pretty bad.
Friend with Darkoffer.
Who's Takafel?
He points to Taliesin.
Takafel. Ah, Dark Elf?
Yeah.
Dunnian Elf? Dunnian Elf?
Odd word. Darkoffer is what I
Darkoffer.
know.
Dark Awful.
Darkoffer.
Yes, that makes
Dark
sense.
and
They are
awful.
dark and they are awful.
From the fairy.
There you go.
Friend. Darkoffer.
Yes. You don't need to repeat it.
What,
Look.
Dark Awful?
How often
Dark
have you
and
come
awful.
across them in these mountains?
Still foot.
What was the question again? I didn't hear that.
How often have you come across my people in these mountains?
They pause and chirp and often, frequent, talk to.
But they
What
are not
trying to talk
friendly.
to? Are they
No.
nice to you? Are they mean?
Do they try to kill you?
No kill. Talk
Yeah,
to
but-
talk to Darkoffer and talk to Thormuferi. Translate.
Could we be introduced and we talk to them and they not kill us either?
The figure kind of bulks at this and backs up a few steps and shakes. his
Yeah.
head. Not no when talk.
How old are you?
Oh,
Did you think-
100.
100 what? Days?
What the... Yeah?
The years?
Hun-
Yeah.
Yeah, I think. Not
you
no
have any
word.
family?
Not get chance to talk.
You just
You live by
probably
yourself?
correct. Cycles of winter.
100.
100 cycles.
Yeah,
Okay.
but I said 100.
Little do we know
How
there's
old is
only
your
one winter
father?
every 5 years.
Oh, old.
Little do we know that
He old.
winters are variable. And some winters last 20 years, and some for every 1 year.
As
Your bloodline is weak
as you all
and
are
will not
talking-
survive the winter.
As you all are talking, the rain is still pouring outside, but there's a sound outside the doors, and the doors kind of just like shudder for a moment before it opens, and a figure walks in, and dripping wet, and they're just kind of I
immediately
would
put my
not
hand
believe the
across
day
both.
I had. Eesh. And they pause and look. The fuck are these people?
Is
Who
it
the
a
fuck
normal
are you?
looking figure?
Hello, I am just...
It is a
Oh, he is a
half-elf.
human.
No, he's not a human.
Looks like a human to me.
Well,
He's got the horns
Hello,
and
cousin.
his-
You got the
Oh,
horns and the
I didn't see
ears.
that in the hair, actually.
What are you all doing here?
Getting out from the storm.
Disaster brought us here, out
Sit
of
down.
the storm.
Oh. He looks up and he looks at the bird person who's kind of chirping and pointing excitedly, and you actually hear the two of them start conversing in Old Dorathian. Honestly, rather
I'm
fluently.
pretty sure that we would have died if it wasn't for the birth friend here.
Hold on.
The
Dathngar,
newcomer, he
yeah.
pauses and he looks over and looks at Sister, and he kind of he sighs and well, I guess you can stay through the storm. That's a bit of a hellish one out there, I'll say that.
hey, cousin. What's your...
You're calling me a cousin?
That
He
is a
pulls
bit
back his hair and
presumptuous.
shows the like short little horns that are fluff.
Oh, cousin. Yes, right. What are you implying here?
What's your name?
Oh, my name. They call me Island for the most part.
Why do they call you Island?
Islet?
Island, idiot.
Island?
But why do they call you Island?
mumble
when
like
there
a
are no
motherfucker.
islands?
Well, perhaps I do, perhaps I don't. I'd say your accent sounds pretty fucking strange, too.
Well, you can go fuck
Whoa.
yourself.
Don't be
Ooh.
weird to the person who's hosting us. They're
I
going to
like-
get us kicked out, back out into the rain.
I like
Could
this.
do
guy.
that.
I like him a lot.
Well, he is honest. I don't know why he's... But, well, I guess we just wait for the storm to finish?
You can wait for the storm to finish, yes.
Island, was it your mother or your father?
Look,
My
why
mother
is
and my
this-
father. What now?
Who was human?
I
What
can't
is with
remember.
you
It was
and
so fucking
humans?
long ago, man.
It was he's very self-conscious.
I can't hear. I can't hear you, Abby.
Self-conscious
It was
issues.
redacted.
That's... Yeah, that seems to be a flaw with a lot of the half-elves out there.
Abby said it was a very long time ago and he didn't remember.
Yes.
Right.
That's not what Abby is, what Island said.
Yeah.
I'm speaking right into my microphone, too. Is something wrong with it, or...
No, you just got redacted for that one sentence.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, no. He ended up saying that it was a long time ago, and he doesn't remember.
Yeah.
Interesting. And who are you to be judging half elves? You're one yourself.
I'm judging the half-elf who appears to be a little self-conscious about himself.
Well, you can suck a dick.
I would say the same for you as well, but judging by your lips, it looks like you've already done that.
And I shoot him.
With what?
My hand
And-
crossbow.
And I kill Taliesin.
As you lift your weapon, and the bolt fires
That's all
through the
kill
air,
tells.
a beam
Yeah.
of light bursts into existence, like crossing in front of Island, and the crossbow bolt contacts it and is absolutely just disintegrated. And you see Sidester standing next to Island, holding a metal staff with a glowing blade sticking out of it.
It's a lightsaber.
And Island kind of puts his hands on his hips. Well, that was really, really rude, I would say.
Yes, it was. Tell us and apologize.
He's
I will
like
do
that.
no such thing.
Tell us.
These people have saved the bird for one
You
has
tried to
specifically
murder
saved
him.
your life, and
I have
the
no qualms.
hospitality has saved us in general.
This cunt can fuck off.
I'd say the same for you.
I mean,
the door's right
come
over there.
Bye.
The door is right there.
Well,
Taliesin
I mean-
literally just opens the door and just sits outside.
He sits outside in the pouring rain.
Yep.
All
Fuck
right.
you.
Yep.
Water is his shit.
That is valid. So yeah.
He's
so...
actually gonna like kind of like make himself like a little puddle and just like play there.
All right.
he looks sad. But
I
he's
don't-
also a bit of
I
a
don't
bitch.
pity him. he's kind of a dick.
Why?
He really
he's more
is.
of a bitch, but
He's both.
I'd agree
He's a
with that from that assessment, and I've only known him for about 5 minutes.
yeah.
Is
know him
he,
for
is
five,
he
you
a
know him
bitch's
for
dick, or is he a dick's bitch?
I don't know about that.
I'd say both.
Maybe he's a hermaphrodite. No,
Well, I like this one.
I'm glad you like
Ah.
it. It's interesting to meet newcomers after a while. I don't usually have visitors. Sidester ends up
It's a
bringing
shame
them.
that you
They
tried
weren't
to.
supposed to.
You almost got attempted murdered.
I would have been fine even if
wouldn't
Sidester
he have
hadn't
still been
intervened.
attempted murdered, even because it was an attempt, even if it didn't succeed?
What?
But, I don't even know what I said. Don't worry about it.
As
Okay.
you all are conversing,
the
the
pace.
other two, Sidester and Island, they kind of move a little bit deeper and kind of, they mostly seem to be chilling, like, around the fire, and sitting, and they're actually talking in Old Durathian to each other.
All right.
I
I mean, do you want me to
I
like?
do not mean to pry,
Can I
but
make
how
a-
did you come by this place?
Oh.
Oh? Well, it's a bit of a long story on that one, actually. It involves me finding Sidester. Came across him, and he was a baby. And ended up taking him in for a little bit, and kind of just living here.
How long do half elves live in this time? I guess a long.
Oh, fuck, I don't know if I ever wrote down age. I don't know,
I'm
man.
Just
So-
going by standard, they usually live to 180, but I don't know if this follows same rule.
That
It
means you've been
might.
here
I mean, he
for
could.
at least 100 years, right?
mean, that's what
Probably,
Sidester
something
said
like
it-
that, I don't know. I did not write down ages, I should have done that. It's probably longer.
Do
Hey,
you?
don't worry about me. I'm actually gonna run to the bath.
Okay,
Oh, okay.
don't worry, Taliesin's being a broody little shit outside. He's not missing anything.
I mean, you're not wrong.
And I thought I was the one who was about to go through an edgy phase.
Ouch.
So, do you know anything about the dark elves that live further up? We've been trying to find them. We have
Oh, yes.
questions.
We want.
Oh, you're trying
I
to find
assume,
the Dark Elves.
yeah,
No
yeah.
wonder the storm ended up starting up.
I figured it had something to do with that. It kind of came out of nowhere.
us? I thought it was
Dark
the
elves
bird.
make storms.
I thought it
The
was the
Dark Elves,
Thunderbird.
they have a bit of an agreement with the Thunderbirds per se.
I see.
Kind of, the Thunderbirds scare people away, and if they don't fall to their deaths, kind of, like what's happened, and if they make their way up past the Thunderbirds' defenses, well, I mean, they're kind of free to do whatever the fuck they want with them.
Understandable.
I don't see how that's
Yeah,
an
that
equal
makes sense.
agreement
Eh?
with the Thunderbirds and the Dark. I don't understand.
The
Either way,
Thunderbirds, they talk to the Dark Elves, so that's their translates for them.
Yeah, but how is it a fair deal? Is what I'm asking.
They probably get something.
Thunderbird scares people away. And
The
then
Dark Elves,
the Dark
sometimes
Elves.
poachers come up here trying to steal Thunderbird eggs or kill Thunderbirds, and Thunderbirds try their best to keep people away, and if they make their way up further, well, then the Dark Elves kill them and keep them away from the nests.
Okay. So it's more like the Dark Elf. I see.
It's
That's-
less of like a deal and more of like an allyship.
Yeah, that's a better way to put it,
I
probably.
actually see it.
So just translates for him, as I said. Helped arrange
So-
the deal and everything.
We wanted, or we were going to ask them questions about these, and I take out my glowy rock.
Glowy rock. Island has seemed pretty laid back this entire time, kind of just chilling near the fire, almost like with his hands behind his head. And then when you pull out the rock, his attention kind of gets caught on it, and he sits up a little bit more and stares at it. Where did you find that?
Far to the north, in a cold cave with wendigos.
Cold cave with wendigos. What the fuck were you guys doing in a cave with wendigos?
Well,
That was a
We
good
were
fucking
murdering.
question.
It's a long story, really. But you want to see
We
some of
found
my
some dead
souvenirs?
bodies, and then we thought,
we were
like,
looking for
Bjorn
old
pulls out some of his-
Rathian words for a dude who paid us money to go find words.
but like we already
Island
found
Like
it, and the
pauses
market
archaeology.
was like
squints
there.
for a moment, almost like he's thinking. Were you guys finding shit for a dude named Vali?
Oh yeah, that's him.
I believe that was the person's name.
Oh,
Yeah.
fuck, I should have known that that's why you guys were here. Eh,
How do you know the name?
Were you the one that went in the did the
we're
thing in the library?
loose colleagues, I'd say. I
Oh.
know him from before he was a historian.
Ah,
He's...
You can be something before being a historian?
Do you think that
Oh,
he
you
grew
got
up
to
and
make
went
history
to be a
before you can
historian?
study it.
Yes.
No, he... Bit of a prick. He's always been a bit of a prick.
Ha!
Sort
He's
of.
really good at throwing pens.
Oh, you wouldn't believe
Oh,
that
it's
shit.
great.
He ended up getting into
I
multiple
don't know.
fights
I've
with
never
me when we
seen
were
him hit
younger.
one yet.
I don't think he. I think he misses.
It
people
I
doesn't
mean,
on
they go
purpose.
pretty
he
far
missed
into
that.
the wood, though.
He's throwing
I
pens
probably
at
would
people.
not want to get hit by one, but
Oh, that sounds
I haven't
like
seen
him.
it hit yet.
I mean, I've never tried to dodge one, so I think he.
Did
misses
you hear
it.
about his library getting robbed?
His library got robbed?
Oh
Yes.
yeah, apparently they think it was a dark elf that broke in the middle of the night and stole a crystal or a,
No,
it
it
was a
was,
rock.
uh,
It was a rock with
was-
some words on it.
Yes. Basically, there's old Dorathian words. Taina was one of them.
Oh, forgotten.
We. Yes, exactly. We
Oh,
went to
speaking of
find-
which, I used minor conjuration to literally make the rock right in front of him.
Yeah, that's it.
This
This
one.
is the rock.
He,
Except
Yeah, that's
this
what
isn't
it's
like
for.
exactly it, and I just drop it on the ground and disappears.
That's
I've
an illusion.
never seen it tatted like that. Sounds like something Volley probably talked about when he was stupid
Yes.
young and fighting shit with me.
Well,
Were you two adventurers together?
Try more like rivals.
They were adventurers
Ah.
before Vali took
Ah.
an arrow to the knee.
Oh my
What
I
the
wish
shit?
he'd
Married
taken an arrow to the
adventurers.
knee.
Arrow to the knee literally means got married.
He's
Mike, how did you learn that? What? When did...
That's literally
I
what
was in a
the
YouTube
phrase
video, at
means.
least.
Yeah.
he had
Oh,
a. I mean, maybe he took an arrow to the knee and settled down after a little bit, but that took a while, and let's just say we may have been fighting over someone
A
we
man?
both liked.
Oh.
So the guy Valley married. That's my guess.
It was someone else.
Said Esther?
No, it didn't meet the last.
He looks a little offended at this and just gestures to Sidester. This is my child. Would you really think we're fighting over this? And Sidester's kind of just sitting there curled up, kind of like looking around, kind of just like completely
I
innocent, has
don't
no
know.
idea what the fuck
Maybe
is
he
going
wanted
on.
to be the parent too. I
Your
don't
child,
know.
adopted,
confused.
right? Adopted.
Maybe it was a custody
More or
battle.
less, yeah. Adopted.
That's what I was thinking.
No, it was
Custody.
fighting over someone else, and well, let's just say I ended up winning, and we're not on the best terms.
I'm on the edge of my seat. Who is there? Someone else?
You don't need to learn someone's entire story.
Oh, I'm happy
I
to tell
must
it.
hear the drama.
Oh,
I
I'm
must
happy.
hear it.
I'm happy to hear the entire story.
Well, I guess we'll be hearing the
I
entire
can't
story.
tell the
Who
entire
is this
story.
person?
That would take centuries to tell. But I could say I ended up winning the fight eventually. Ended up escaping in a way, and I'm still together with the dude, and Volley is he's fucking pissed about it.
Mm-hmm.
That
Yeah.
sounds like a volley.
I see. So he
But the
settled
Chris-
down with
Volley
someone else.
never is Volley ever not angry at something.
I mean, he's
As
pretty
far
angry.
as I've been alive and I've known him, no.
He's
Sounds
not
about
very.
right.
You know, when you distract him with like a new Rathian word, he's not that angry. He's
Do you think he likes living like that? Being angry all the time?
I don't know if he's angry.
I
I just think he's bipolar,
I don't
honestly.
Anyway,
What is
away from
bipolar?
Volley, I want to know
You
about
know,
I
this.
think it
star.
has something to do with like the equator and the 2 poles of the planet.
He goes from one emotion to the
Maybe.
other really fucking quickly. That's what it
I
means.
see. I
Okay,
see.
so
I
More
assume
about-
you would not take too kindly to answering the question about the crystal, as the information is probably going back to Volley.
wait, what?
I don't know.
No, I
about
just
much
wanted
the
about
crystal.
myself. I wasn't going to. Well, I guess we should. We
I mean, the whole reason that we came here was because he gave us the crystal and said go find out stuff about it, right?
well, I
He
gave
wants
him
you
the
to go
crystal
visit
in
the
the first
Dark Elves.
place. I gave him the crystal in the first place to find out more about it for myself. I just want to know more about the crystal.
I
Wait
haven't
a
seen a
minute, are
crystal
we
like
not
that.
getting paid?
I don't know. I don't need money.
I'm guessing that the reason you're here for the Dark Elves is because Volley wants the Dark Elves to look into your crystal you got.
He just said
more or
that that
less.
was the best lead.
Of course he
Yeah.
did.
So does he not care about the crystal?
No, him. He's probably more invested in it than he lets on, honestly.
Oh.
But he's... I hate to fucking admit that he's right, but yeah, he is right. They probably would know more about whatever kind of crystal that is. From what I know with them, that's their expertise.
Is there a way to talk to them without having to get, captured or murdered or
Anything
by
bad?
the Thunderbirds?
Not easily, as far as I know. When they end up talking to Seth and the Thunderbirds, they usually pick the time and they tell the Thunderbirds, who then tell Sinister, and then they meet up. But they don't end up ever making the meeting place be near their town.
So they don't take appointments.
How do they tell the Thunderbirds if Sylvester is the translator between the Thunderbirds and the Dark Elves?
He kind of perks up
So-
at this and reaches within his coat and rummages around for a moment. And he pulls out a large feather that's gray with like lighter gray barring on it. And he kind of, you know how like feathers where they have lots of tiny little things that combine to make the one big feather? Like,
Yes.
so he takes that and he peels off a few of those smaller little plumes kind of deal.
Yes.
And in his fingers, he just holds it up and he's grinning quite widely. And then he just snaps his fingers with the feathers in his fingers, and it turns into a bolt of lightning that kind of crackles and then disappears in between his fingers. Thunderbirds are drawn to the lightning from this. This is a Thunderbird feather.
I see.
And he puts the feather back away.
That's
That's-
pretty cool.
That's how you call them. It ends up calling one of them, especially if you end up using a little bit more force with it. The more feather you use, the more force you use, the bigger the lightning is, and that's how you can call them the Thunderbirds. Give their feathers out freely, and that's how they end up talking to the Dark Elves, and how they communicate.
Can you use more than one feather at once to get a bigger bolt?
Oh yeah, I've done that plenty of times. I nearly singed my eyebrows off once.
That sounds pretty cool.
That
You
was
have
quite
big eyebrows,
interesting.
so it must be a big bolt.
It was
Singe them off.
absolutely giant. I'm surprised I didn't fucking die.
So let's say
Sinister
like
was there. They saw it, and he points, and Sinister just kind of looks back and forth and just nods.
Oh.
what if you were to get all the feathers from one Thunderbird and set them off all at once?
Do you mean like just take a Thunderbird and set it off?
No,
Wouldn't
I
the
mean like
Thunderbird
get
be
the
able
feathers
to do
first.
Well, you'd have to kill the Thunderbird first, which I would really not
Just
recommend.
sedate it. You don't have to kill it. It's...
I would
But-
still
Put it
really
under the
not recommend
influence.
it, but hypothetically speaking,
This is a
you might wipe
hypothetical
out the entire
question.
mountain.
Oh my. I don't. What?
And how many Thunderbirds are there just around here? It's like a murder
Last
making
time I
it.
counted, this colony, at least, that's on this mountain, was somewhere up in the 30s.
Well, this
That is a
Well,
lot.
So
of
the birds that
firepower.
are sitting on this mountain could potentially just destroy the mountain 30 times over.
No, they have control of their feathers. It's when they're separated, that's when it attacks with force. That's how they end up creating lightning.
You mean they shed their feathers to create lightning?
The feathers is what gives them their lightning abilities. They can control
Yes,
the
but-
feathers, and they can use it to generate lightning, which they can then control. It's when the feathers are
then-
separated, that's when the huge amount of force can cause the lightning strikes. By just anyone.
I
By
see.
force, you mean the feather doesn't cause the force. You mean people use force on the feather to cause the lightning.
I snapped my fingers, there was friction on the feather. That caused the lightning.
Oh.
Hold on.
Stepping on it would do
What
the same
words are
thing.
you using? Oh, joking. No. All right.
Okay, back to the Dark Elves. I don't suppose that there's any ways that we could, like, buy our way into a meeting. There's nothing that they particularly value that we might obtain.
Do
They
like
value their
gold?
privacy.
Do they like?
You know what? That's fair. I can respect that.
You want to talk to
I
the
don't
Dark
think
Elves?
I can because we have to talk to them. So
The
we
best
can't
thing that
exactly
I could
respect
say
their
is
privacy.
it's gonna be risky for you to go talk to them at the very least. But he points at Jasuk, and then he points at Dathngar, and then he also gestures to the door. Because you got 3 elves with you, they won't be able to kill you
I
right
don't-
away.
Well, I suppose Taliesin counts as an elf.
He looks
Yeah,
close
2.5
enough.
elf.
He's pretty insistent that he's human or something. I don't really know.
Regardless,
Like half
because
human.
there's 2 and half elves, I guess, they can't kill you right away. There's
Oh,
like
that's-
Wait,
from what
why
I'm-
not?
That's good. I thought that they would just, like, come through and kill
What?
us all, like, the moment they
No.
Wait.
From what I know about dealings with them, they've got bureaucracy bullshit, and when it comes to other elf colonies, they gotta like make sure that this is an outcast or something like that, so they don't like end up killing a what is it, like an ambassador from one of the other clans.
So that means we can say, or like, Dathngar and Jasuk here can say that they're ambassadors.
I don't think that would go over very well.
Probably
It
not,
don't,
because you've got 2 round ears with you.
Hey,
I'm not saying it to be offensive. I'm just saying they
I mean,
They
it's
prefer
not
the pointy
racist
ears.
if it's true. You have round ears.
my ears are quite keen.
I'm not
I
saying
don't
they're
know.
not.
My ears aren't quite round. I think they're more ovular.
Regardless, they don't
They
have
got to
points on them, which
Technically a
means they hate
rounded
them.
shape.
I mean, it is rounded.
There's like a at the door.
Who the fuck is it?
Have you put the crossbow away? Hang on, that's not his voice. Have you put the crossbow away?
I will neither confirm nor deny that.
You will or you won't?
He said he won't.
He said
No.
he neither will not.
I guess.
You'll
If you're
miss
gonna
the
shoot
part
me
with
again,
the
you can
feather boa.
stay the fuck out there.
Look, it's not bureaucracy bullshit, by the way, and fuck you, I'm not a human.
I
Third,
don't know, you keep saying it.
I wasn't saying that you were.
I didn't say I was human. I didn't say I was an elf.
I'm not a human.
Not an elf.
As this is going
I'm a
on,
half-elf.
Island kind of looks at the rest of you, lowers his voice a lot, and just self-conscious.
Yes.
See, the funny part is I actually can't hear what you're saying.
But you still
Don't worry about it.
look, Taliesin.
I couldn't hear either.
I don't care
Just
if you're
whispering
elf,
self-conscious
or
to the rest of the
human,
group.
or even like a dragon or something crazy.
Wait, don't tell me you're half dwarf.
Is he half dwarf?
That would be a twist.
I really don't think he is half dwarf.
He does. He does speak dwarf.
Regardless, if you're going to behave yourself, you can come in.
He sticks an empty hand through the door.
Where's your other
On
hand?
the other hand, you have
The other
two,
hand
don't
pushes
you?
open the door holding a shield.
I'll tolerate the shield.
I mean,
There
it's
Wait,
better
you
not
got
be a
the shield
crossbow
back.
behind the shield, though.
this armor isn't very, flexible. Kind of hard to. The whole like shield being on my arm most of the time thing is just gonna have to happen. Kind of a pain in the ass to put away.
Uh,
To
Alright.
adventure is
If
all
someone
so
with a
squishy.
shield myself, I don't know.
I find it very flexible.
Anyway, let's
Okay, what were
ignore
you
that
saying before
and
the
continue with
scene?
the rest of the session. Where were we? What were you saying, Taliesin?
They not kill us because elf.
Because
That's-
of bureaucracy? Or
Look,
honor?
the way I understand it, and the way my mother talked about it, they won't kill us if we approach because most of us. But we won't be welcomed with open arms either.
That is what I was
Oh.
gonna say. It's gonna be risky regardless.
We
So
don't
I
need
think that
open
they would be
arms.
willing to kill the shit out of me, honestly.
I'm
Do you
saying
know
they
who-
won't kill you immediately on sight. It's just
Yes,
But-
I think that they'll
but
kill
hold
me
on.
later.
I mean, we could go ahead and send Bjorn and everyone else by himself. I think that would work.
You
kinda
just
cut
don't
out.
like Bjorn, I'm pretty sure. He said, let's send Bjorn without everyone else.
I think sending Bjorn by himself would be the best. You know, I think that we
It's
should.
because he has a lower profile.
I didn't think...
Destroys the
He'll-
I
pieces
think
of
we
life
should send
before.
you by yourself and see how well you make.
I don't know that.
Does that hit you?
Technically, yeah.
There you go.
What?
Oh
Hold
boy.
on a
Are
second.
people
Here we
actually
go.
hitting each other and fighting?
Stop.
This is that combat you promised.
Stop
I
it.
am asking for clarification.
Stop it.
What did
Yes.
Bjorn just do
Bjorn just swung an axe at him.
at Taliesin?
Yeah.
Yes.
Jeez.
Hey Bjorn, I need you to make a, let's see, I believe it's Wisdom saving throw.
Okay. Wisdom save. Okay.
Hold person.
Okay.
Okay, everybody just saw that, right?
Yes, we did.
Yeah.
Bjorn. Well, I guess he's stopped now.
Island is sitting on the ground cross-legged with his arms crossed and just staring almost disapprovingly. And
Why is
Sylvester just
everybody
nods along.
attacking everyone? Why can't we all just be friends?
I don't know. I want us to be. But...
If you're
Bjorn
gonna
and
fight,
Taliesin-
at least do it outside.
That is a very good point.
Look,
And,
look, I don't want to have to kill him. But like,
I'm not gonna let you kill him. But I'm also
I mean,
not gonna
again,
let him
I don't
kill
want
you either.
this fight. I mean,
I'm sick of you acting like a cunt. Alright.
actually, hold person king, or you're completely
Apparently, you
paralyzed.
can speak.
I'm gonna let him
can't
speak.
speak.
He just can't do anything else.
I thought you could speak in hold person
Yeah,
You can.
yeah.
canon.
DM, I'm just making executive DM.
No,
He
it's just.
can't. He can speak. He can say his thoughts.
Why don't we
Actually,
have
I
you
think
do
hold
a,
person's the only paralysis spell that lets people speak.
It is.
Probably, yeah. Wait, no, it is because we've used it in Halls of Menace and holding people in like interrogation.
People use it for interrogation.
Yeah.
So you can.
So he
they
can speak, he
still
can bitch
cast
all he
verbal
wants.
spells. No, I'm joking.
Yeah, as long as there's not like a hand moving part of the spell, you can cast it while being held. I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
As long
Wait,
as there's
can
no
you?
dramatic component. Yeah.
No, because
Oh, yeah.
because you're paralyzed. You can't cast spells because you're paralyzed.
Why don't we just have you do a fist fight and whoever
Well, it's just a
wins,
verbal
wins.
component, though.
A fist fight would also
Yeah.
require being outside.
What about?
also fist-
Or how
arm
about you?
wrestling?
How about you just go back to a word fight and you just shout at each other?
I don't know
How
if
about
there's gonna be shouting.
Talk to
I
me
think
once
that's
we
to
like-
say
take
that's
a
not that
break.
fun.
And not
Look.
actually do it.
Bjorn, you don't swing that axe at me again, and I don't have.
Look, you stop acting like a cunt and I don't have to kill you later.
Look,
Okay?
why is being
This
a
is
cunt
definitely not
a
a
killable offense? I don't understand.
You're also a piece of shit.
I've done nothing to you.
As you all are
And you-
bickering,
you did attack him, to be honest.
as you all are bickering,
Like-
Island stands up
I did.
and he just shouts, "Enough!" And his voice booms through the room like just thunder. Like it is deafeningly loud, almost like that of the Thunderbird, in a way.
I cower.
And the doors kind of swing open for a moment and before shutting, and Island's standing there, fists clenched, staring at all of you. You're acting like a bunch of children, and I'd hoped, maybe this much, that the first humans I encountered in years weren't going to be absolute fucking idiots. Oh, this is why I tell Sylvester not to bring humans here, but look at what's going on. You all are bickering
Just
like a
to
bunch of children.
clarify,
Actually,
none of
I'd
us are
like to
humans.
None
point
of
out
us are
that the
actually
one...
human.
Yeah,
Okay.
no one's
I mean,
human.
I'm sort of a human, but I'm actually...
Regardless, I don't like visitors, especially in this area. I was willing to give you all a chance, but if you happen to keep arguing like this, I'm gonna kick a lot of you out. Except for the pony. The pony can stay.
Yeah, the pony is pretty chill, but I do kind of need him.
Yeah, we need the supplies on the pony.
Well, if you need the supplies on the pony, then it sounds like all of you need to sit the fuck down and cool off.
You seem a little angry.
I mean,
Ah,
kind of what we do
angry.
if like a bunch of people like showed up in the
Please,
middle of
just
my
listen
house
to
and
me
like
and-
Look,
He does have a reason to be angry.
we were invited in, and while we are being rude, or some of us are being rude, very rude, especially you, Taliesin and Bjorn.
I
As
just
you
want
say,
everyone to be nice.
let us be calm and not be like, I don't know,
I
divisive.
want on the record that every time I've had a witty it was always because somebody came at me first.
No, it hasn't.
Island snaps his fingers, and
Hold on.
Taliesin, you are slammed against the wall by a burst of wind. I would suggest...
what?
You are slammed against the wall by a burst of wind that just whooshes into you and slams you against the wall hard. I'd suggest you go and sit in that corner and take time out.
I love how Paul's just laughing his ass off right now in the background. He's absolutely losing his shit.
Because it's funny.
It's time out time.
Now,
I can't-
are you gonna go sit in the corner by yourself, or do I have to push you there?
I can't move, so.
Oh, I'm just
hold
Taliesin.
person is,
I know, I'm just saying I was going to take a seat, but I can't move.
no, hold person is dropped.
Okay, I take a seat.
I'll sit down too.
I'm still like sort of cowering a little bit.
I walk over to my pony and just try to calm it down.
Yeah, it's a little spooked from the booming voice and all this, and just Pony is just like, I'm not ready for this. He didn't
Yeah,
have
It's
Allison's
to
okay.
got
do
to
this.
You can chill, my dude.
Are we all going to be quiet and calm?
I mean, I just want to talk about how to find stuff out about this crystal
That's
that I
not
don't
what I
actually
asked.
care about. Yes, I am very...
Thank you.
I am more than willing to be cooperative.
Alright. Who else is ready to sit the fuck down and talk like civilized creatures?
I'm gonna raise my hand. No,
I'm already sitting.
but yes, I am sitting.
Island
just
is
nod?
staring Taliesin down.
Taliesin walked back outside already.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Alright.
He's gonna try and find the Dark Elves on his own, I guess.
Hmm.
I would have come with him if he told me.
Oh, he's being such a broody little shit.
Yes. I'm just assuming that he's staying outside like he did the first time.
Mm-hmm. Island sits back down after that, and it almost seems like he's just like he flipped a switch. He's completely chill again.
Okay.
I want to specify out of character, but it seems that our employer is not the only bipolar person.
Well, yes.
Duh.
Anyway,
There's lots of bipolar
I heard
people.
you. Just look. I know you said you didn't care about finding out about the gym.
I mean, I don't know what it really does yet, so I don't have a reason. Okay. It is interesting, but I mean...
Yes. I
It,
lived my whole
it is a
life
li-
of interesting things like this. So
you,
It is why-
you know what? I am sorry.
you don't have to come with me, or when
I'm kind of in a weird spot right now. Like, I spent like 100 years just like hanging out with this one human, and like one day I went on a job and we went into a cave and he just fucking died. And like I'm still trying to I'm still trying to get through that. It's weird.
I didn't know it
Just-
was that well.
It
We
takes
just worked a little bit on the job.
It's understandable. It takes some time to get over the death of someone you're close to.
But yes.
Like it's weird because we met when we were like basically both kids. He was a fucking old man when he died, and I barely look anything.
I don't.
Like
I don't know.
that's weird. Really, really weird.
That's the way that elves
Humans
work.
Like I know that we age at different times, but
Great.
yeah.
Sorry.
I mean, that's just the way humans are. They end up dying a lot faster than all the rest of us.
Are shifters like in normal D&D where they live shorter lives?
They live the same lifespan as a human.
Okay.
Yeah, I kind of figured they were just basically a normal human that was blessed.
Yeah, that's
Yes,
a good
that's what I
equivalent.
was thinking.
Coerced.
Yeah, that's why visually they mostly resemble humans. They live among humans. They have the same lifespan, that sort of thing. It's just some of them have the ability to turn into animals, and as a result, their eyes kind of shine in the dark. That's the way to tell them apart from humans.
Yes. Or if you catch them turning into animals.
Yes, either catching them and turning into animals, but detecting them among actual humans in human form. It's eye shine is the way to detect them.
But nah, dwarves and elves live upwards of 300 years.
Dwarves and elves are some of the longer living races.
Yeah.
Yeah, elves are one of the longer living races. Dwarves are a little bit longer than humans. Probably about the same as half elves. I'd say.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Blah, 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 blah.
And I might need to adjust my age because I was basing it on coming of age for 5e elves.
Yeah, no, dwarves. They're like humans, but like give them a little extra kind of deal. Same thing with half elves.
Because Bjorn came of age like 4 or 5 years ago.
Mm.
How old is
So-
Bjorn?
He's 54 for the 5e elf. So, guys,
5e dwarf? Or
5e dwarf.
Dwell.
5e dwarf.
okay.
5e
A
elf.
dwarf.
5e dwell.
I'm not
5e
that
dwell.
well.
So a dwarf in 5e comes of
Lives
age
to 300.
at
and
50
comes of
years
age
old,
at 50.
and
Yeah.
they live to 350.
Yes.
I'd say they probably come of age, probably around 30.
Okay, so
Around
he's
50.
They're like hobbits. No,
he's
it's
34 then probably.
Yeah,
okay.
like they have
Okay.
a little bit of a longer lifespan.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, so to speak with the dark elves, what are the things that we must do?
Island. I am so confused from the dwelf comment. I'm sorry.
It's a dwelf.
It's a dwell.
Stop it.
Island.
Let's not dwell on it.
I swear I was about to say like I dwell or something. Fuck. Island and Sinister were quietly conversing between the two of them in Old Dorathium while y'all were kind of chilling, talking about existential crisis. And when the question is put out, Island looks up and, well, best thing you can do is just go farther up the mountain. Just walk straight into their
was
territory.
Somewhat anticlimactic, but okay.
I wish I had a better answer for you, but
You know what? That's fair. That's fair.
best thing I can say is walk out straight into the open, walk into their territory, and keep your elves and keep your pointy ears in full sight.
Is it better to like
Understandable.
go in the morning or like when the dark elves are not grumpy, or are they always grumpy? equally?
They always don't like people, but they, as far as I know, they have patrols at all times.
All right.
Like,
Would you-
when is the best time to show up if we are to show up?
He kind of
are they
pauses
a
for a moment
daytime
and he
sort of
appears to be
people?
thinking. I'd say probably your best bet is early morning is when you're walking into their territory.
All right.
There's that's probably the best bet you get with that patrol that I've seen.
All right. Thank you. Do
Okay.
you mind if we infringe on your hospitality a little more, or would you like us to sleep outside tonight?
As long as y'all keep it quiet and you don't start any more shit, you're free to stay in here. I don't care.
All right.
Okay. Well, I'm going
Thank
to
you very
check to
much.
make sure Taliesin didn't fall off.
He's probably just staring into a puddle again.
She's probably rolling around in the puddles.
What is Taliesin doing at this current moment?
Following the trail.
Ooh, okay.
Hey guys, Taliesin's fucking gone.
Yeah,
That
whatever.
sucks.
Bark, bark.
What do you see is
Footprints.
is it still raining outside?
It is still pouring rain.
Okay. I don't think we'll find them or be able to track them.
Well, I mean, there's only one way up.
Island kind of pauses. Would you like me to go find him? I probably can go find him for you.
Do you think that is a good idea?
It depends on if you want me to.
I mean,
Hey, Matt.
Mm-hmm.
Thoughts?
Yes. On.
Have
Being
you been
found.
paying attention?
Yeah, I'm just trying to. That's
You've
just
been making
very
a new
vague
character?
question. No, I was replying to a friend's question.
Oh, that's fine. Island is offering to go out and find Taliesin.
I'm gonna make a hard pass.
I mean, you're not there to give your opinion, to be fair.
I'm asking
I
him
would
as a
probably
character
say
to get like some insight to what his personality is.
If the
And
bird
how
came,
poorly it
maybe.
is.
I don't think he would like it if you.
Yeah,
He seems a little prickly, you know.
That is
A little
true.
bit of a shooty, ask questions after the looty.
Shooty, shooty.
Uh,
Shooty,
to be
shooty.
fair, I might want to go out there and
Question.
apologize to him.
well, if you want to do that, I of course cannot stand in your way.
That
Though,
is
And
true.
it
out
would-
You
of the
really
five
would
of
should.
us,
mean
he
a
is
lot.
probably going to be the most safe just showing up, I think.
Yes. And it. Yeah. Alright.
I'll see if I can go out and find him. Probably try to apologize. Seth will keep an eye on all of you.
Alright, thank you. That means a lot.
And he gets up and says a few things to Sid Esther and Old Durathian before going and opening the door and stepping outside.
Alright. Well, he's gone, I guess. Can I
Yes.
just talk to Sedaster and like try and learn more about Old Durathian? This would just be something that we don't have to roleplay at all.
Yeah, you can certainly try. I'm gonna say it's a little bit difficult. Sid Esther does not speak Common well at all. They are much more fluent in Old Durathian, so you would need to be explaining concepts than explaining common words to them.
Yes.
But then, like, if you explained it to them, to like kind of, if you think about it, where you're trying to explain a word to someone, or if they're like, "What's
Yes.
this word in that language?" and you explain it visually, they'd probably be able to then give you an answer on what that is in Old Durathian.
Okay.
So you could learn more phrases like that, or that sort of thing.
Yes, exactly.
Yes. Taliesin. All right, bud. So you're going out to try and find the Dark Elves by yourself?
I'm trying to be reasonably, like, stealthy about it, I guess.
Okay. And it's still pouring rain and wind and everything. So
I'm just
you're-
following the trail as slowly as possible, keeping my eyes on the ground right in front of me.
I'm still gonna have to make you make a survival check, bud. Just
I realized that I accidentally missed my survival. I wasn't supposed to have a proficiency with it when I was making my character sheet.
yikes.
How the fuck do I have
Okay.
7? And I was like, shit. I'm not supposed
Okay.
to have survival because I double checked everything.
Mm-hmm.
So I actually have a -2 in survival. That's a 6.
Yikes. So, Taliesin, you go out into the storm, whether it's just like almost just spite or frustration or whatever emotions you're feeling. You go out and you leave and you try to find your way farther up the mountain yourself. And you're trying to inch your way up the path. And
As I walk, can I pray to Marc?
to pray to Moray?
Mhm.
Yes, you can. Are you doing it verbally or quiet? Like, how are you praying?
Just like that, like kind of like pissed off, like the fuck kind of voice, like edgy teen who's just like, damn these bastards.
So you're like muttering to yourself, kind of as you're walking. Is that what I'm hearing?
kind of like he's saying things like, you know, if you're real, you know, help me get there, take me home. You know, I want to know more.
Mm-hmm.
Keep me safe, shit like that.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So as you're doing this, you're praying to Moray and proceeding through the storm, trying your best to inch your way there. You're just not really making any progress. You think you're going forward, but you don't know where you're going forward. Maybe your emotions are just making it hard for you to figure out where the path is. Maybe the storm has gotten worse. You're not really sure. And as you're walking, you've been walking for maybe 15 minutes or so. All of a sudden, there's another sound of flapping wings. And as you're looking down, you look up. An island is standing in front of you. And just kind of casually, just looking at you. I wouldn't be going this way if I were you.
So it's the wrong way. Thanks. And he turns around and starts walking the other direction.
That isn't the right way either.
Well, give me a point, and I'll be on my way.
Do you think you should be going alone?
Well, you've expressed that you don't want to work with, so have the people that I called my friends. I've expressed they don't want to work with me, so yes, I'm going on my own.
I wouldn't say that they don't want to work with you. They told me not to come after you. They seemed actually a little concerned about the fact that you might be offended by my presence.
They were right.
And I'm going to say I'm sorry for slamming you against the wall.
So you're not a half-elf?
It's one of the forms I take on.
I see. What are you really?
He smiles, and lifts a hand, and all of a sudden there's a small bubble around both of you, where there's no longer any rain. In his eyes, instead of this purplish blue color, they flash gold. And something that's far older than what you've ever seen.
Who are you? Really?
You really want to know?
I think it's appropriate.
So you think that revealing what I am would be an appropriate apology? Is that what I'm hearing?
Well. Sure.
He kind of
We can say
sighs and
that.
he shrugs, and closes his eyes for a moment, and you witness the antlers on his head kind of morphing and shifting, and the features on his face rearranging in a way, the ears disappearing, and in their place the hair turns into feathers, the eyes, sharp teeth grow in his grinning mouth, and he looks up, and this is very, very similar to depictions you've seen of deities, of a specific deity.
What's your name, Godly?
Looking at you, you should know who I am. You were in Demithrust for a time, weren't you?
You shit. Can I roll religion and see who it is?
Yep.
Fuck!
With a 5, you still know who this is. You've seen
Wow.
this in the temples. You've seen this. You've heard this talked about.
It's Zeus. Oh wait.
And
He wants to fuck me, I knew it.
and
That horny cuck.
you saw this figure specifically. You saw this depiction of the headshot in the temple when you were working for the old lady, and you know the name, and it just rings through your head. Ire.
Wait, so does it have tits like the art, or what?
No, that's a different.
That
This is
for-
the human ire, I think, right?
I have sent it in voice checks.
Oh, there we go, that's the
Yeah.
It is only the head appearance that you see. The rest is humanoid, as far as you can tell.
Land is such a.
It's
In
like
hindsight, it's
yeah,
so-
right. Just Ira, something like that.
I
Not very important to me.
Doesn't matter if it is important to you or not. What I am here to tell you is, I could make this storm go away, but I'm not supposed to help mortals.
Oh, okay. I wasn't asking for your help.
Seems like it was. The current moment, you kind of are stranded on the mountain. You don't know which way is back. That's the problem with mortals. And I'm not saying this to offend you. I created you. But, I can say that if you're trying to do stuff by yourself, it's not gonna go well.
There's one who protects my people. In him I put my faith.
More? That's him?
Yes.
Ugh.
I know.
Again, I'm not
Yes, I
supposed
was
to
told.
interfere with humans. I'm not supposed to tell you any of this shit. More is Vaga. And he's a little preoccupied at the current moment. But
Wait,
I could say he probably
wait,
heard
what?
you.
What?
Oh, More, he's Vaga.
So-
Just like I am Nenar. And he pauses, and the appearance again changes for a moment. The hair turns
Nenar?
white, the ears get pointed, and antlers grow for a moment before reverting back.
This is a fun little surprise.
What do you mean? I don't know any of this.
Oh, yes.
I'm with the bird.
For some reason, I thought the star
What,
goddess.
you mean
was-
you aren't omnipotent? Just one of the perks of being a wizard, I guess.
So, you're telling me that the god I swore to hate and the god my mother are the same fucking deity?
I don't know why you were sworn to hate him, but, well, I sort of can understand he's a little bit of an asshole. But, yeah, they're the same. Same goes for the entire
I serve a
campaign.
master of many years.
And who the fuck would that be?
It's a good question.
Do you not know his name?
Give me a second. I am very tired from
I'm
the
pretty-
hike.
yeah, yeah,
It's kind of it was a long walk up here, you know. 15 minutes
In
was
the
quite
pouring
stressful.
rain.
Heavy
Yes.
heavy armor on.
Just in shock from the sudden revelations.
I mean, wouldn't you be too?
I mean, I sort of
Yes.
thought that.
Shit.
Yeah. I didn't actually think this.
Where the fuck is his name?
I'm pretty sure I.
Did you just send it to me?
Jormungandr.
Mhm.
Jorman.
How the fuck am I supposed to say that?
Jormungandr.
Cervella?
There we go.
There we go.
He pauses.
Cervella.
Shit.
Great monster.
He's literally like pinching the bridge of his nose. He looks like absolutely like just done when you say that name.
Yeah. He's like my master. No.
And he's Vaga's child.
Nice. I got involved with daddy. Gotta love that shit.
Not child in a way. It's the same way that mortals are not child. They're creations that we've created. Not directly related, but similar set of circumstances. But
Okay, then back to what I thought. Okay, we're
I mean, yes.
so okay, so you're eternal, right?
As far as I'm aware, yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, in your opinion, not that I like am going to fully like use it, but like just asking for it. If I were to say that
You redacted.
I would rather choose More over the giant dead of death thing that lives under the ocean. How the fuck do you suggest I go?
So what you're asking me with my supposed infinite wisdom, he does air quotes with his fingers,
You're a fucking deity. You're supposed to be at least smart.
yeah, and I thought that I had created mortals in my image. I guess we're both wrong.
Hey, I'm pretty fucking gorgeous thing.
You're so-so, I've seen better. Regardless, going about it... that's a tough one. Vagar or More, if you prefer that facet of his personality. We're not supposed to get involved with mortals, is the problem. I could potentially try to see if Vagar's up for talking. He doesn't really, talk all that much.
So, but first of all, you're literally interfering with... So,
I'm not interfering.
even though you're
I'm
not
just here
supposed
chilling.
to, we all know you don't play by the rules. So,
They're loose
that's just-
guidelines, I'd say more of, besides Hage and Vagar. They don't need to know about this shit.
Look, I would really love an opportunity to speak with,
You want to speak
and to try and
more?
figure out a way to where I can maybe swear allegiance to him instead, so I'm no longer, sworn to the giant snake. Because I like magic and all, but if I lose my magic, and also don't have to help him take over the world, that would be nice, because I like my soul.
He wants to take over the world.
That's kind of what I was told.
Oh, I should have smited that hideous fucking serpent when I had the chance.
I mean, don't you always... Are you not omnipotent?
I am, don't... He was created to be used against me.
By whom?
Vagar!
Nice.
Shut the fuck up. I can still smite you right now.
I mean, you're not wrong.
But yeah...
But you haven't smoked me yet. So,
Because
I
I'm
have a
not
pretty-
supposed to, but I could.
Look, clear up the storm. We'll figure this shit out, and then you, me, and Moray gonna sit down and have...
Again, I'm not supposed to interfere. Whatever the Thunderbirds do, that's what they do. So, the best that I can offer you, and this is a little bit of a bargain for both sides, you keep quiet about me. To you, I'm Island. That's what I'm supposed to be. And in exchange, I'll see about talking to Vagar or Moray, and
I would prefer the Moray
I'll
version.
see if I can convince him to take on that form. He's taking
I've had some magical illusions piss on... So...
That's fair. Best not to mention that between you and me. Don't
Yeah,
mention that
I
shit.
mean, as long as you guys aren't completely omniscient, it should be fine.
I mean, so. You didn't
Works for me.
mention that you lived in Demetrius, but yet I look at you and that's where I know you come from.
What?
I can tell from the way you look, just like I know, what was it, that big fella? He comes from up north, from Benisfeld.
I may have lived in Demetrius for all. From here. It's where I
Are you
was
really,
born.
though? Didn't you leave when you were a young child?
I mean, my mother birthed me in the city. Figured that's where I could call my home.
Well, I suppose I can't argue with that. But regardless, for the deal, I'll try to arrange for Moray to appear instead of Vagar. As I said, he's a little temperamental. I'm gonna need to see about that. And in exchange, you keep quiet about me. And for now, I would suggest for you the best course of action is to go back to the others. They might be absolutely insufferable, but let me tell you, it is nothing when you have to deal with Vagar. Okay? Just fucking trust me on this shit. They are absolutely nothing compared to dealing with that dude.
That's fair. They aren't completely insufferable.
I mean, they cared enough to try and tell me not to come after you, so they seem to care a little
Don't get me
bit.
wrong. The two full elves, they're really nice guys. I mean, they're a little weird, to be completely honest. But they're nice guys for the most part. The giant, lovely guy. Honestly, quite nice. Very weird eating habits. I've got a stomach for raw meat. The
I
dwarf.
can't say very much
We
about
started
that.
off as friends. Very confused as to how that went down. I think it's because of the pink hair. Honestly, seems a bit-
That could do it, I'll admit.
he
It's
seems
'cause
a
you
bit
started-
against, the
It's because you
understanding of
started talking
self-
crap.
So,
So you-
Pulled the sword out of his ass.
do we have a deal on that? You go back, keep quiet to you, I'm just island, and then in exchange I'll try to set up a meeting with More. Probably be via dream, that's the best way for us to reach people from long distance. Because I think appearing in person might be a little difficult.
Okay, but I'm definitely much more of a face-to-face person. I mean, this chat went quite well.
I mean, you've got your buddies with you, that's the problem.
If only I was the kind of person who would randomly walk away. Oh, wait. We'll figure that out later. Let's go back.
I will arrange it. I'll try my best. I might need to hit Fogger for it. If you see any thunderstorms coming up recently, that's probably me smacking the shit out of him. Don't worry about that.
Are you smacking the shit out of him, or are you two just playfully wrestling?
Considering we had a child together, I'm not really sure at this point, but I know he doesn't really like me all that much.
Okay, now be honest. Does it count as...
Does
You
what now
cut out.
count?
Because, I mean, both of you are technically...
You've been redacted.
You rejected.
Does it count as gay for you two to have a kid together? Because both of you are technically male in some ways and female in
Again,
ways.
Irons of grinning, and his form shifts,
Theoretically,
and
gender fluid.
his
very
form
confusing.
shifts, and instead he's feminine looking.
Ah, nice tits.
But feminine looking or actually
No,
feminine?
like dead ass. This is a chick now.
Oh, okay.
And then he shifts
Because
back.
men can look feminine.
We can be whatever the fuck we want to be. It's a little bit of a long story. If you know Remy, yeah, that's kind of mine.
What
Who
does
was
that
the
mean?
Yeah,
lover?
I've heard it was a whole
Okay.
kind of fuck up. But
Yeah, that was
that's
a
fine.
little bit of a rough spot for both of us, and I'm not very proud of what happened.
Look, if you can be anything you want, be just a little bit less of a dick when you're on island or whatever the fuck your name is, and we'll be fine. I know I walked in a bit of a dick, but you came back kind of an asshole. I just matched your energy. Just saying.
I wasn't the
asshole.
one who cast a spell on someone, so
I didn't cast a spell at shit.
You cast a spell on the dwarf.
I shot you. There's a difference.
You shot me and then cast a spell on the dwarf while in my home, so...
He hit me in the head with an axe.
Okay, I'll give you that. I'll give you that he did. Still, both of you shouldn't have been misbehaving.
I mean, I agree. I was making a playful joke. But apparently it was taken as fucking insanity or some shit. Thought he had the right to kill me. Or at least attempt it.
If I wasn't supposed to interfere with humans, which I'm not supposed to be doing right now, or at least interfering with mortals, I'd have him set down and give him a talking to as well, but, that might be a little much, and I might have Hage coming after my ass.
Yes, 2 mortals in one day. Really outdo yourself.
I told Seth not to bring any mortals up here, but look at what he did. But...
What is that thing? Is it some sort of construct?
Sylvester?
Yeah,
No. It's my child. It's a harpy.
a harpy.
Fjorthomenska are feather people, but, they used to be called harpies.
There was a book about that one time in the library. I didn't read it. Saw the binding, though.
They actually have
Interesting.
books about them?
There's a massive library in that I worked at, you know? Mr. Semi-omniscient. Worked at a library in Demithras. Books everywhere.
Yeah, I know about the library.
I would literally spend my days just perusing the for research and shit.
I didn't think that, they ended up having anything about harpies still around.
Well, there's all kinds of random history.
They tried to
Now,
wipe
it would-
harpies out of the history books, is what I'm saying.
Bird creatures. There was something about that. It was in the monsters.
That
Monstrous
sounds
books
like
are
it.
crazy. Are half of those things actually real?
Wendigos are real, harpies are real, boogeymen, nah, those aren't real. I didn't make those. None of us did.
What about those hybrid like creatures that are like half man, half animal, that like turn into like a wolf and bear and shit? Not the
Werewolves?
shifters. I know about those.
Werewolves and werebears? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, those are
Those
real.
ones, yeah. Those are real?
Those are real, yeah.
What the fuck?
Hage made those, and I'm not really sure what he was thinking at that point in time.
I'm also very confused, but this is a conversation at a different time, honestly.
To be
very
fair, it probably is. They might be wondering where the fuck we are at this point.
It has been quite a long conversation.
Cut back
It's
to
a good
the
one.
group.
I don't hate you.
I'm wondering when the fuck we're going to bed.
We can almost be done.
Alright.
Uh,
Alright.
Let's go back and get some sleep. 'Cause these-
well, I mean, you can get some sleep. It's a little difficult for me to do that, but, you know.
Yeah. God bullshit. Have fun with that.
Just keep your mouth shut, and I'll make sure that you get to talk to Moray.
Works for me. Extends a hand.
And Ayer ends up also extending a hand and shakes it before his appearance reverts back to the half-elf.
Really? Like, that's a dick move.
Hey,
that was
I'm
my
just putting
thing.
my disguise back up.
Rude. Just saying. And then he, basically he like steps like out of the way and gestures like that after you, because he has no fucking clue where he's going.
That's a good point. Yeah. Island, aka Ire, does end up leading him. The rain, the little bubble that was holding the rain up disappears, and the rain comes pouring down again, and he leads you back, and opens the door and just... I found him! He was definitely trying to reach his way to the elves.
I almost was there
What
too.
without us?
Probably
Uh,
could have
You
found it by
didn't.
myself.
I would have come. I want to.
He was getting a little lost, but At least I found him before he ended up walking off a cliff.
Well, that's good.
I thought that he might have fell and died, and you were out there trying to make a reason like, oh man, I couldn't find him, but I guess he's okay. That's good.
I'm glad you're okay, Taliesin.
Yeah, to be honest, I kind of thought you just fell off the cliff for a minute. Sorry.
Don't think. Well, I was sort of worried that you tried to kill our good friend Island here because, well, I don't know. You're a little prickly sometimes.
Don't get me wrong. I do lose my temper. Outright killing's not exactly my thing. I'm not really
Yes.
one to swing a battle axe at someone for no reason.
It is
Yeah,
more
but-
Bjorn style.
You'll use
But
a ranged weapon.
Are you really going to start this shit again?
Taliesin, you
But-
can...
hold on a
So
second.
Taliesin, you're facing the back of the room because you're like in front of the door, and Island moved farther in. And as you say that comment, you see Island kind of look up at you and just give you a little bit of a stare. Just kind of
But
looks
all
worried.
is forgiven, and I'm sorry for losing my temper. I will do my best to be better.
That's good.
I'll accept your apology for now.
Isn't it great that we're all friends again?
Taliesin, you see Island give you a small thumbs up from the background.
Well, I guess we're just gonna sleep off this rainstorm and then head on up to the Dark Elves and say, hi, how do you do? In the morning.
I'm going to drink some water from my flask, but it's secretly not actually water, but it's booze.
It's booze.
Creative.
I'm going to drink from my booze flask, but it's secretly not booze.
It's
I'm
It's
gonna
water.
Eat a heart from my bag of flesh.
I'm going to drink from my orange juice, but it's secretly apple juice.
Where were the lies in?
oh my god. So all of you end
I
up...
have it listed as the good meat.
You all end up settling down for the night. Island ends up offering a few extra blankets because it's kind of cold and wet. And make sure the fire is warm and everything. And all of you settle down for bed. Sedester, you see Sedester going up to one of the hammocks hanging in the ceiling, kind of flutters up there with the wings and lays down. And all of you are just going to bed for the night, waiting out the storm. And that is where we will cut the session.
All right.
Okay.
Yep. I was
Very
right.
good
I prepared
reveals.
too much. We did not get through what I prepped.
I'm not surprised, especially
It
with
do
the
be
amount
like
of
that.
roleplay.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
My sessions tend to be really roleplay heavy, and I don't really know why.
It's because we're all brilliant character actors.
Apparently,
It's
yeah.
it's a new world.
I'm so good at making characters that are believable.
Valid
No,
advance.
real talk, I love Dathngar as a character. He's very
Dathngar is
amusing.
great.
Dathngar. High key best.
Darth African American.
I just need to know more information. Like we're getting all this information about what's his face.
Yes, all the information that Dathngar has. I need to reveal it at some
I
point.
mean, what do you think I wrote for my guy? Nothing. I don't think I
Yeah,
have
where's
anything
that
except he
6-page
likes me.
backstory, guys?
I have it in a Word
Well,
doc.
you
I
see,
gave
it's
you a
funny
good
because
enough
I made
line.
my character in reference to another character. Now that character's dead, so I'm piloting half a character.
My character's like maybe a fifth of a page backstory at least.
My character is from Dwarf Fortress.
But you're not a dwarf.
Yeah, but
His character's
wait,
from
I don't
Fortress.
remember.
There
Hold
are
on, I'm
other
gonna see what race I was.
there are other races in Dwarf Fortress.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, okay.
Ugh, God.
I-
But,
Oh, it doesn't say.
because we didn't get through all my content, that means I'm actually good, like, whenever the fuck we want to play again.
Oh,
Okay.
Thursday. No, I'm joking.
No.
Oh.
But yeah, I should be good for another session whenever the fuck y'all can play. Like, I probably have enough content for literally a full another session before I run out again.
Okay.
Oh my god, Dathngar's a scumbag.
What did you find?
I found his deepest thoughts.
Oh no.